Chapter 756. Ha! Guhai, do you think you can escape from old Sun's eyes of fire and gold just because you turned into a carp? Buddha, Guhai is over there. That golden carp is Guhai. A loud shout came from the sea. A shout came from the sea and Guhai's expression changed. He instantly understood what light beam was shining on him. Sun Wukong? Eyes of fire and gold? That monkey. Guhai's expression changed. He knew that Sun Wukong had discovered him. Without hesitation his figure flashed. Wang. Guhai and Shangguanhen turned into their human forms. Guhai pulled Shangguanhen and shot into the distance. Amateus Buddha, ancient emperor, why are you in such a hurry to leave? A majestic shout came from the sea. Following which, a strong suction force rushed towards where Guhai and Shangguanhen were. Your Majesty, you go first. Don't worry about me. Shangguanhen said with a bitter smile. Walalala. The surrounding seawater was quickly sucked up into the sky. Guhai wanted to break free but the force was too strong. Together with the sea he was sucked up into the sky. As he was pulled up into the sky, Guhai saw the scene on the sea clearly. Above a huge cloud, there was a large number of monks shining with golden radiance standing there. The four leading them were the present Buddha, the past Buddha, the South Longnu and Sun Wukong. At this moment, the present Buddha was holding an alms bowl in his hand. The alms bowl produced a strong suction force that sucked in all the seawater, including Guhai and Shangguanhen. The alms bowl's suction force was so strong that no matter how Guhai struggled, he could not break free. A golden light entered Guhai and Shangguanhen's bodies. The sixth of the 16 great magic treasures in history, the reincarnation pool? Shangguanhen's expression changed. That alms bowl is the reincarnation pool? Guhai's expression darkened. Rumble. The alms bowl was like a bottomless pit. The water gushed in but it couldn't be filled. Within the alms bowl there seemed to be a world of its own. Guhai and Shangguanhen were instantly sucked into it. Furthermore, the golden light on their bodies grew brighter and brighter. Guhai's expression darkened. As the golden light entered his body, Guhai felt as if his divine palaces and celestial palaces were sealed. This is the sealing technique of the current Buddha. Your Majesty, I have indeed implicated you. If you had left first, you wouldn't have. Shangguanhen smiled bitterly. All right. I don't blame you. Inside the alms bowl, Guhai stood in the middle of the swirling water, coldly looking at everyone outside the alms bowl. His cultivation had been sealed, and he had been trapped in the reincarnation pool. At this moment it was even worse than before. Amateus Buddha. The Buddha's mouth was closed, but his body was surrounded by a majestic voice. Ha! Guhai, to think that you would have such a day. Sun Wukong suddenly burst into laughter. The victorious fighting Buddha? The current Buddha is Tathagata. After being bullied by Tathagata, you have become his lackey? To think that I have always admired the arrogance of the great sage heaven's equal, Sun Wukong. So that's all there is to it. Ah! Guhai laughed. When Guhai said that, Sun Wukong's expression suddenly changed. Being bullied by Tathagata was referring to being suppressed by Tathagata Buddha under the Wuxia mountain in the past. Now he was Tathagata's lackey? How could Sun Wukong take it? Guhai, you are really stubborn, aren't you? Sun Wukong glared angrily. Turning his head, Sun Wukong looked at the present Buddha. Present Buddha, leave these two people to me. I was the one who discovered him. Sun Wukong asked the present Buddha for the two people. The past Buddha shook his head and said, Please calm down, victorious fighting Buddha. This Guhai is fated to be with the sacred ground of Mount Numinous. He will be detained for the time being. Leave him to me. I will lock him up too. Sun Wukong shouted. The present Buddha smiled slightly and shook his head. What are you doing? I was the one who found him. Ka. Sun Wukong said angrily. You found him well, but he was caught by the Buddha. Victorious fighting Buddha, calm down. The Buddha still has some things to ask Guhai. After everything is over, you can settle your grudges on your own. What do you think? The past Buddha said with a smile. Ka, bastard, he is mine. Sun Wukong said anxiously. Whoosh. At the side, the southern dragoness held a suet jade bottle in her hand. She took out a willow branch from the jade bottle and gently swung it at Sun Wukong. Boom. Sun Wukong was immediately blocked. Victorious fighting Buddha, this Guhai is related to the sacred ground of Mount Numinous. Don't be rude. The southern dragoness shouted. You ka roar? Sun Wukong roared angrily, but he couldn't do anything to them. Whoosh. Sun Wukong turned his head and flew away angrily. Sun Wukong left, but the crowd ignored him and looked at the West Sea again. Don't move. The present Buddha said again. A white-robed monk stepped out from the group of monks behind him. Jedong Bodhisattva had gone to the heavenly court with the future Buddha during the Thousand Saints Conference. There, he competed with Gu Hai to become the personal disciple of the present Buddha and learned the secret method of Mount Numinous sacred ground, silent motionless Zen. Unfortunately, Gaochen had broken his silent motionless Zen with a song. All his cultivation had gone down the drain. Jedong Bodhisattva? You've recovered your cultivation? In the reincarnation pool, Gu Hai frowned slightly. Jedong Bodhisattva sneered. Thanks to Mr. Good, I've just recovered my lower heavenly palace. Buddha. Jedong Bodhisattva looked at the present Buddha respectfully. Take Gu Hai to the future Buddha and ask him about the doubts in our hearts. We'll be there after dealing with the West Sea Dragon Palace, the present Buddha said calmly. Obviously he was going to send Gu Hai to be tortured for interrogation. Yes. Jedong Bodhisattva answered. Jedong Bodhisattva was immediately sucked into the reincarnation pool. Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. He saw that the water in the reincarnation pool was spinning faster and faster. Gradually, it formed a huge whirlpool and sucked Gu Hai, Shangguanhen, and Jedong Bodhisattva into it. Whoosh. Gu Hai felt that there was a huge passageway and it spun for a while in the passageway. Whoosh. Suddenly, the three of them flew out of the passageway. They fell into a huge square. Gu Hai looked confused. He saw that the surroundings were gloomy and there was snow in some places. This was a new small world. There were many palaces all around. A large number of ghostly soldiers were wandering around. Gu Hai looked up and saw that on the plaque at the entrance of the largest palace, there were the words Yama's Palace. There were 3 big words. Yama's Palace? The 10 Kings of Hell? This is the underworld? Gu Hai's expression changed and he said strangely. What underworld? Shangguanhen looked confused. The underworld was the underworld. Shangguanhen had never heard of the underworld. Gu Hai said that it was a name from Earth. Could it be that the 6 paths of immortality had a corresponding underworld? Gu Hai, you even know about the underworld and the 10 Kings of Hell? Have you been to the secret realm of the Hell Path before? Jedong Bodhisattva raised his eyebrows. This is the secret realm of the Hell Path? Gu Hai's expression changed. Oh, you've never been here before. How do you know about the 10 Kings of Hell? Jedong Bodhisattva was confused. At this moment, a group of ghost officials wearing official robes ran toward them from the Yama's palace. Greetings, emissary of Spiritual Mountain. The leader of the group, a ghost king in a black robe, said respectfully. King Yama? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Jedong Bodhisattva was even more curious. You know him? Jedong Bodhisattva was surprised. Gu Hai sneered but did not answer. Jedong Bodhisattva looked at King Yama. No, I've never seen him before. King Yama shook his head vigorously. Jedong Bodhisattva looked at Gu Hai and felt even more confused. Is the future Buddha here? Jedong Bodhisattva asked. The future Buddha should be with Ting Bodhisattva. But 2 hours ago, I heard that the future Buddha was going to the 15th level of hell to check on the fierce demon Kong Xian. I don't know if he's back or not. King Yama shook his head. Kong Xian? If he's really stubborn. The Buddha has captured him for so long but he's still so arrogant. The Buddha named him Mahamayuri but he doesn't care? He's been imprisoned in hell and he still doesn't repent. Jedong Bodhisattva frowned. Yeah, the 15th level of hell is really scary. I only dare to go to the 3rd level of hell. The last time I went there I almost went crazy. It's too scary. King Yama said in fear. Is it the 18th level of hell? Gu Hai asked curiously. Jedong Bodhisattva suddenly looked at Gu Hai coldly. Oh right, I didn't make it clear just now. How do you know about the 10 Yama Kings? How much do you know about the Naraka path? It's your first time here. So the future Buddha isn't around? Gu Hai suddenly laughed. Gu Hai did not seem nervous at all, which made Jedong Bodhisattva feel uncomfortable. Jedong Bodhisattva sneered. Gu Hai, do you think this is still the Dechen Celestial Empire? The Long Jianghu of the past is already dead. You're now a prisoner of the sacred ground of Mount Spiritual Mountain. Don't you have any awareness of being a prisoner? Awareness? What awareness do you need? Gu Hai suddenly smiled. Since the future Buddha is not here, I'll judge you first. Jedong Bodhisattva suddenly said coldly. Come, bring my judgment platform to me. Quick, quick, quick. King Yama said fawningly. Immediately, a large number of ghosts went to move the platform. Gu Hai smiled coldly and ignored them. I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? A prisoner should act like one. Kneel. Jedong Bodhisattva shouted and slammed his right hand toward Guhai. Boom. There was a loud noise. Jedong Bodhisattva's hand stopped in the air. Guhai turned his head and held Jedong Bodhisattva's right arm in place with his right hand. He looked at Jedong Bodhisattva coldly. How is this possible? Wasn't your cultivation sealed by Master? Why isn't your cultivation sealed? Jedong Bodhisattva was shocked. The seal of Mahakasyapa? I happen to know how to undo it. Guhai said calmly. The seal of Mahakasyapa was something Guhai had learned from the Gautama Buddha when he was on earth from a group of deities and Buddhas. Guhai had thought there would be some differences when the Buddhas performed the seal, but the result was exactly the same. Therefore, Guhai had already undone most of the seal on his own when he was still in the reincarnation pool. By the time he was transported to the secret realm of hell, he had completely undone the seal. Impossible, the seal of Mahakasyapa is unique to Master. No one can undo it. Jedong Bodhisattva exclaimed. Boom. Guhai slapped Jedong Bodhisattva to the ground. Next, I'll ask you some questions. Answer honestly. If I'm satisfied, I don't mind teaching you how to undo the seal of Mahakasyapa. Guhai shouted. Yes. Huh. Jedong Bodhisattva was stunned. Was it true? Chapter 757. After Guhai released the seal on Shangguan Hen, Shanghai Hen looked at Guhai strangely. Shanghai Hen had followed Guhai for a long time. Back then Guhai had just entered the innate realm. He knew Guhai very well, but he couldn't understand how Guhai could release the seal on the present Buddha. That didn't make sense. Shanghai Hen looked at Guhai, feeling that Guhai was becoming more and more mysterious. Shanghai Hen stood to the side and Guhai began to interrogate the Jedong Bodhisattva. The surrounding ghost kings and ghost soldiers wanted to resist, but Guhai waved his hand and a large amount of true samadhi fire appeared, trapping the ghost soldiers. Shanghai Hen grabbed the true fire gourd and held the ghost soldiers hostage. Some of the ghost soldiers resisted, but they were burned to ashes by Shanghai Hen's fire. Jedong Bodhisattva would rather die, but Guhai heavily injured him. The group of ghosts trembled and told Guhai what he wanted to know. Path of Hell? It's divided into 18 levels of hell? We're in the first level? Guhai frowned. Yes, senior. This is the first level of hell. Over there, that's the entrance to the second level of hell. Do you see that entrance? King Yenluo pointed at a huge circular entrance in the distance. Guhai turned to look. Indeed, there was a large amount of lightning flashing between the mountains. In the middle of the lightning, there was an entrance to the void that seemed to lead to somewhere else. There's an entrance to every level of hell? How do we get out? Guhai asked solemnly. Get out? No, there's no way out. Only the reincarnation pool can be accessed. The other entrances seem to have been sealed by the heavens. There's no exit. King Yenluo explained. 18 levels of hell? What's the 18 levels of hell? Guhai was puzzled. The 18 levels of hell are a place of suffering for the evildoers of the world. They have committed countless crimes in their lives and suffer in hell. We're in the lightest level. Every level down, there will be a level of irritation and violence. The evil ghosts will want to kill each other, but they won't die. King Yenluo explained. Won't die. Guhai frowned. Senior, look at those ghost soldiers burned by the fire. King Yenluo pointed at the square not far away. Hundreds of ghost soldiers had been burned to ashes by Shanghai Hen's fire. However, during this short period of time, wisps of soul power began to gather over there. Slowly, those souls began to recover in a peculiar manner, and the ghostly soldiers' souls began to slowly come back to life. However, when they came back to life when they were alive they looked an inexplicable fear. They came back to life? Guhai was puzzled. Yes, that's why evil ghosts are most afraid of entering hell. Once they enter hell they will be killed endlessly. When they are alive they will kill other ghosts but they won't die. Their violent and irritable emotions will cause them to kill but they won't die. This is a kind of spiritual disaster. King Yenluo smiled bitterly. Why? Guhai was puzzled. No, I don't know. We've always heard that the spiritual mountain holy ground sent some extremely evil people to the depths of hell. King Yenluo said carefully. Your Majesty, I seem to have heard of it before. Shanghai Hen said after a moment of silence. Oh. For energy. Evil ghosts kill each other and killing each other requires energy. When they come back to life as a soul, the soul restores their energy. After they die, their energy is absorbed by hell. The energy consumed when the soul was alive and the energy scattered after the soul died is actually in this hell. This should be a world that collects energy. The entire hell is collecting the drifting energy for the immortal of the six paths. There is no one's mark on it, so it is hidden in this world, Shengguanhen analyzed. That's right. Energy? Guhai looked around. Energy can't be seen or touched. Although there are countless energy around, it can't be absorbed. Shanghai Hen smiled bitterly. 18 levels of hell. The lower one goes, the more irritable and bloodthirsty the soul is? So there are countless ghosts in every level? Guhai looked at King Yenluo. No, there aren't many ghosts in the 5th level and below. King Yenluo said with a tremble. What do you mean? Guhai was puzzled. The Buddha's pool of samsara can only lead to the Hell-Dao mystic realm for 2 hours a day. The other 24 hours can't be entered. Because using the time of the divine continent, the 18 levels of hell can only be opened once a day. Each time it can only be opened for 2 hours. King Yenluo said with a trace of fear. Open once a day? Wait, you said the time of the divine continent? What does that mean? Guhai was puzzled. Because a day in the outside world is 1,000 years in the 1st level of hell. King Yenluo smiled bitterly. A day in the outside world is 1,000 years in here? Shanghai Hen was shocked. You mean the 1st level? Aren't the other levels the same? Guhai frowned. Time was not symmetrical, but Guhai had seen it on Earth. Back then, a day on Earth was a year in the immortal world. But here it was 1,000 years? Yes, Senior is wise. You saw it with one look. King Yenluo said immediately. Cut the crap. Speak. Guhai said solemnly. Yes, the 18 levels of hell. According to the multiplier, a day in the outside world is 1,000 years in the 1st level. The 2nd level is 2,000 years. The 3rd level is 4,000 years. The 4th level is 8,000 years. The 5th level is 16,000 years. And so on. King Yenluo said fearfully. More than 10,000 years? Indeed, there are no ghosts that can live for more than 10,000 years without going through reincarnation. The 5th level is indeed the limit. Shanghai Hen frowned. No, Senior is wrong. In hell there is no such thing as lifespan. Everyone's age stops the moment they enter. Or rather, it is according to the time of the divine continent. The 5th level? That is because once the exit is closed, one has to stay in there for 10,000 years. 10,000 years in a state of irritation and bloodlust. 10,000 years of killing ghosts, being killed, resurrecting and killing. As King Yenluo spoke, his heart was filled with horror. Being killed for 10,000 years? Shanghai Hen shuddered. Hell was indeed the most terrifying place. Ordinary people would have been driven mad long ago. You just said that Kong Xian was sent to the 15th level of hell? Guhai's face darkened. That's right. We also find it hard to believe. How could Kong Xian's will be so tenacious? Or perhaps he has tempered his vicious heart in hell. I heard that not only did he not go crazy, he became even more arrogant. This hell is divided into 8 levels of hell. Cold hell and 8 levels of hell, hot hell. After the exchange of cold and hot. The 17th level of hell, loneliness. Extreme loneliness. Being locked up once, almost everything is worn away by the years of loneliness. As for the 18th level of hell, it is like being locked up forever. No one can go down. It is too terrifying. King Yenluo said with a chill in his heart. How long has Kong Xian been locked up? Guhai asked solemnly. In terms of the outside world, it should be half a month. But inside. On the 1st day he was locked up in the 1st level. On the 2nd day he was locked up in the 2nd level. On the 3rd day he was locked up in the 3rd level. All the way until he reached the 15th level. It should be around 32 million years. King Yenluo calculated and sucked in a breath of cold air. Yes. At first, the Buddhist ancestors thought that Kong Xian would be worn away by this period of time. However, Kong Xian has always been alive and well. Moreover, as time passed, the devil chi around Kong Xian became more and more monstrous. Fierce flames radiated in all directions, and hatred soared to the sky. This kind of tempering was not something the Buddhist ancestors could endure. Therefore, it is said that the Buddhist ancestors value Kong Xian more and more. Now, it seems that they are willing to pay any price to pull Kong Xian into the spiritual mountain holy ground. Not only are they going to confer the title of Bodhisattva, they are going to confer the title of Buddha, and even give him a higher status. King Yenluo explained. 32 million years? Guhai and Shengguanhen sucked in a breath of cold air. 32 million years without being disturbed by the slaughter attribute of hell. His heart must have been tempered to be incomparably strong. The future Buddha went to persuade Kong Xian? Guhai asked solemnly. That's right. It's been 32 million years. If Kang Xian doesn't agree, he's going to be sealed in the 16th level of hell. One day in the outside world is 32 million years in there. He will go crazy sooner or later. He will not be able to accept the compromise. King Yanluo explained. The great Myojin? What a strong will. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a profound light. Your Majesty, it seems that the timing of the 18 levels of hell is not symmetrical. The future Buddha will not be able to return in a short time. Shangguan Hen explained. Gu Hai nodded. It seems that the future Buddha sent us here for a reason. One day in the outside world is 1,000 years in the first level of hell. If we are tortured for 1,000 years, no matter how many secrets we have, we will be forced to reveal them. Shangguan Hen's face showed a hint of hatred. Gu Hai took a deep breath and his face darkened. Tell me, is there a way to get out? Gu Hai looked at King Yanluo. No. Other than the reincarnation pool, the heavens can open an exit. Otherwise there is no way out. All the paths have been sealed by the heavens. King Yanluo shook his head. Gu Hai had no choice but to look at the severely injured Jedong Bodhisattva. Cough cough cough. Gu Hai, kill me if you can. Jedong Bodhisattva said with a ferocious expression. Kill you? You can't die in the 18th level of hell. I'm thinking if I should throw you into the 18th level of hell and let you enjoy the long years. Perhaps the future Buddha will come looking for you in a day. Gu Hai sneered. Throw him into the 18th level of hell for a day? No, that's 130 million years. Jedong Bodhisattva shuddered at the thought. You dare? The future Buddha is in the 15th level of hell. You can't do it? Jedong Bodhisattva was shocked. Jedong Bodhisattva firmly believed that if he was in there, he would have gone crazy and turned into a pile of stone without any thoughts. That depends on your cooperation. Tell me, how do we get out? Gu Hai glared at him. We can't get out. There is no exit. There is really no exit. Jedong Bodhisattva said with some fear. At that moment, a loud sound came from behind Gu Hai. A huge ferocious beast claw slapped towards Gu Hai's head. Diding Bodhisattva. King Yanluo immediately knelt in fear. Boom. With a loud sound, Gu Hai caught Diding Bodhisattva's claw like how he caught Jedong Bodhisattva. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Only now did a brat inform you? Gu Hai turned his head and looked coldly at the ferocious-looking beast. The giant beast tried to move its arm, but Gu Hai's grip was too tight. The third level of the Middle Heaven Palace? Not bad. Unfortunately, your opponent is me. Get down. Gu Hai extended his hand and threw. Boom. Truth Listener was immediately flung to the ground, causing the ground around it to tremble. Chapter 758. In the first layer of hell, in a large hall in the depths of hell, the two little ghosts hurried over. Diding Bodhisattva, save us! Save us! The two ghosts shouted in horror. Stop! The ghost soldiers at the door immediately stopped the two ghosts calling for help. Quick! 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 Report to Diding Bodhisattva. Someone is causing trouble in the underworld and even injured Jedong Bodhisattva, burning countless ghost soldiers to death. Diding Bodhisattva, please uphold justice. The two ghosts said anxiously. What? The expressions of the ghost soldiers at the door changed. Quickly inform the Bodhisattva, one of the guards said anxiously. No. The Bodhisattva is currently interrogating that person. He is not to be disturbed. Look at the situation already. Hurry up. If something happens to Jedong Bodhisattva, can you bear the responsibility? Jedong Bodhisattva is the Buddha ancestor's personal disciple. The ghost soldiers argued for a while. Finally, they charged into the hall regardless of the consequences. Inside the hall, at this moment, a huge ferocious beast circled a monk wearing a kasaya, pacing back and forth. That monk was covered in blood. His bones were chained up and hung in the hall. His eyes were sunken in and sticky pus flowed out of them. He looked neither human nor ghost, looking extremely miserable. The ferocious beast was none other than Diding. The Harkin let out a loud roar that reverberated throughout the entire hall. It was extremely shocking. Old things, speak up and avoid physical pain. What's the point of persisting? You have already been locked up for 3 months, which is 90,000 years in the first layer of hell. How much longer are you going to persist? Diding said with a ferocious expression. Amateus. Ah. Diding, you evil creature, you found me. However, that's all you can find. Interrogate me? Oh. It's not like I haven't been here before. That bastard, the future Buddha, can't interrogate me. You. Just you? Ah. The monk laughed bitterly. Bodhisattva Lian Sheng. The Buddha ancestor took pity on you and did not kill you. However, you want to destroy the Buddha ancestor? The future Buddha ancestor already said that if you don't speak, you will be like Kong Xian and continue to fight your way down. Diding said coldly. Bodhisattva Liansheng? If Gu Hai were here, he would recognize this monk as the monk that Gu Hai met when he entered the innate puzzle world. This monk explained the differences between the three souls to Gu Hai. At the same time, he took in Gu Hai's second son, Gu Han, as his disciple and brought him to the west. Banished to the lower levels of hell? Ha ha ha, the future Buddha? Back then, if it wasn't for my support, would he have become the future Buddha? Did they get what they wanted? You threw me out alone. Dream, wait, what I lost will definitely come back. I have a disciple. He will take revenge for me soon. Ah. Bodhisattva Liansheng laughed in grief and indignation. What a stubborn donkey. Do you really think we won't dare to kill you? The Harkin said coldly. Kill me then. It's better if you kill me. Ah. If you kill me, you'll never know the whereabouts of my disciple. Samsara Buddha? Ah. The Buddha of the three lives will forever live in fear. Bodhisattva Liansheng said with a ferocious expression. You roar? The Harkin roared furiously. As the Harkin roared, the doors suddenly opened. Bodhisattva. The Harkin's roar instantly scattered the souls of the ghost soldiers that just charged in. Whoosh. The Harkin turned its head and looked at the doors. Who let you in without this seat's permission? The Harkin demanded coldly. The ghost soldiers outside trembled in fear. Bodhisattva, evil people came to the entrance of Yama Palace and severely injured Bodhisattva Jiedong. They even killed many ghost soldiers. The little ghost who came to report said in horror. Oh. The Harkin's face sank. The Harkin turned its head and looked at the miserable Bodhisattva Liansheng. Humph. Think about it again. I will be back soon. The Harkin said coldly. Boom. The doors closed and the Harkin left. Now, only Bodhisattva Liansheng remained in the hall. Ah. You want to force me to say it? Ah. If I say it, how can I vent the hatred in my heart? Only when I'm in hiding will you feel fear and panic. Ah. Now Buddha, just you wait. Just you wait. One day someone will take back everything you have, everything. Bodhisattva Liansheng said with a ferocious expression amid grief and indignation. After the grief and indignation, Bodhisattva Liansheng suddenly went limp. He felt somewhat tired and bitter. Some liquid flowed out of his sunken eyes. It was unknown whether it was pus or tears. The hall fell silent. Even Bodhisattva Liansheng fell silent. After some time, creak. The doors to the hall suddenly opened. Here again? Is it the Harkin? Or is it the future Buddha? Why don't you kill me? It will be fine if I die. I might as well die. Bodhisattva Liansheng said hatefully. Bodhisattva Liansheng, why are you like this? Suddenly, a voice that did not belong to the Harkin or the future Buddha rang out. Bodhisattva Liansheng felt slightly stunned, as though he could not remember who it was. Humph. You blinded me and now you want to trick me by pretending to be someone else? Don't even think about it. I won't tell you where my disciple is. Go and find him yourselves. Ah. Bodhisattva Liansheng no longer trusted anyone. The one who opened the doors to the hall was Gu Hai. Truth Listener attacked, a middle-stage third-layer heavenly palace. Although his cultivation was slightly higher than Gu Hai's, how terrifyingly sturdy was Gu Hai's foundation. When Gu Hai was in the lower heavenly palace, he could already chop down a middle-stage heavenly palace. What more now? Soon, Shaoqin subdued Truth Listener and interrogated him. When it came to the people close to Buddha, Shaoqin found them extremely familiar. Gu Hai had heard Bodhisattva Liansheng mention them in the past. 1,200 years ago, 3 monks went to the Spirit Mountain's Holy Land's Mahavira Hall to question the Buddha, causing a huge commotion in the Spirit Mountain's Holy Land. Those 3 monks were the people close to Buddha. More importantly, Bodhisattva Liansheng was a person close to Buddha. Bodhisattva Liansheng even said that his second son, Gu Han, was also the reincarnation of a person close to Buddha. 1,000-odd years ago, the emperor and officials of the former Day 1 imperial dynasty also went to the west. At that time, Qin Zibai's father, Qin Yun, obtained the closed-eyes world-purifying Zen cultivation technique during that huge commotion. It was more like he obtained a jade green bamboo staff. Indeed, Gu Hai immediately found out that Bodhisattva Liansheng was here. Gu Hai immediately rushed over. Your Majesty, Bodhisattva Liansheng is blind. He should have suffered very miserable torture. Shengguan Hen said with a frown. Boom, boom, boom. The life-punishing saber chopped down, shattering all the chains binding Bodhisattva Liansheng. Plop. Bodhisattva Liansheng fell to the ground. However, Bodhisattva Liansheng did not feel grateful. After suffering so much torture, he no longer trusted anyone. Humph. Bodhisattva Liansheng snorted coldly. With his cultivation sealed, Bodhisattva Liansheng could not resist. He felt the other party press his hand to his eyes. My eyes are already so blind, and you still want to continue? Bodhisattva Liansheng said in grief and indignation. However, in the next moment, a warm energy entered Bodhisattva Liansheng's eyes. His eyes felt itchy and a comfortable feeling surged into his heart. What? Bodhisattva Liansheng felt slightly stunned. He seemed to have guessed something but found it unbelievable. After a while, that hand finally moved away from his eyes. However, at this moment his eyes felt itchy. The pain from before was gone. Bodhisattva Liansheng, try opening your eyes. Guhai said softly. Didn't he gouge out my eyes? Feeling confused, Bodhisattva Liansheng tried moving his eyelids. Buzz. Immediately, a large amount of light pierced into his eyes from all directions. Am I my eyes? Bodhisattva Liansheng said in disbelief. As Bodhisattva Liansheng slowly adapted to the light, he could see clearly. I can see it again? Tears welled up in Bodhisattva Liansheng's eyes. Bodhisattva Liansheng, let me take a look at your seal. Guhai extended his hand and grabbed Bodhisattva Liansheng's pulse. Then energy entered his body. Guhai? It's you? Bodhisattva Liansheng said in disbelief. The last time Bodhisattva Liansheng saw Guhai was on 9-5 Island. At that time, Guhai was only in the innate realm. It had only been 10-odd years, right? Why is Guhai here? Bodhisattva Liansheng found this somewhat unbelievable. He checked again. Is this really Guhai? Guhai checked his seal. It's useless. This is the future Buddha's special technique. Aside from him, no one can undo it. Bodhisattva Liansheng said bitterly. The Maitreya heart-pushing seal? Guhai felt slightly stunned. Back on Earth, the Maitreya Buddha had taught him some of his best sealing techniques. This was one of them. Bodhisattva Liansheng, bear with it. It hurts a little. Guhai said. Buzz. A strange energy pulse immediately surged into Bodhisattva Liansheng's body. I'm not afraid of pain. However, it's useless. Even the current Buddha cannot undo it. Bodhisattva Liansheng said with a bitter smile. Boom. Suddenly, a loud sound came from Bodhisattva Liansheng's body. It sounded like some kind of shackle had burst open. Surging energy surged out of Bodhisattva Liansheng's divine palace and heavenly palace like a wild horse, instantly filling his entire body. It's undone? Bodhisattva Liansheng looked at Guhai in disbelief. It's undone. Guhai smiled faintly. Boom. Bodhisattva Liansheng struggled and some of the shackles in his body shot out. These shackles tore large holes in the surroundings of the hall. Bodhisattva Liansheng stood up, and his tattered kasaya fluttered despite the lack of wind. It's really undone? Mr. Good, many thanks. Bodhisattva Liansheng suddenly bowed to Guhai in excitement. Bodhisattva Liansheng is too polite. You are Little Dog's master and are no longer an outsider. How is my son Guhan? Guhai asked worriedly. Guhan's father? Bodhisattva Liansheng immediately reacted. Then he smiled and said, Mr. Good, don't worry. He is now in a safe place. I was captured for so long precisely so that I could interrogate him for his whereabouts. It is inconvenient to talk about it here in case the walls have ears. Right now, the spiritual mountain's holy land is doing its best to capture him. Oh, he is safe. That's good then. Guhai nodded. Then Guhai frowned again. The spiritual mountain's holy land is doing its best to capture Guhan? What? Because the current Buddha is worried that Guhan will snatch his position one day. Bodhisattva Liansheng sneered. What do you mean? Guhan is snatching the current Buddha's position? Guhai asked, feeling confused. That's right. That position belonged to Guhan in the first place. He will return sooner or later. Guhan is the true current Buddha's reincarnation. Bodhisattva Liansheng said after a deep breath. I don't understand. Didn't you say that Guhan was one of the people close to Buddha? Guhai asked seriously. Bodhisattva Liansheng glanced at Guhai and remained silent for a while. Sorry, I did not tell you the truth back then. Actually, 1,200 years ago, the current Buddha was the one close to Buddha. He challenged the then current Buddha and succeeded. The current Buddha fell and reincarnated into Guhan. What? Is the current present Buddha fake? Who is he? How could he replace the current Buddha? Shangguan Hen's expression changed. Because of Jiang Lianshan's help. Bodhisattva Liansheng said indifferently. Jiang Lianshan? Dian? His Holiness? What do you mean? What does this have to do with the Dian dynasty? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. The current Buddha's surname is Jiang. He is Jiang Lianshan's son. Jiang Rulai. Bodhisattva Liansheng said hatefully. Chapter 759. Jiang Rulai? Jiang Lianshan's son? Gu Hai suddenly raised his eyebrows. Gu Hai had been to the Dian dynasty's divine farmer city in the past. However, His Holiness Jiang Lianshan did not have a crown prince. Jiang Rulai? The present Buddha is called Jiang Rulai? How can that be? Since he is the fake present Buddha, why can't the others of the Spirit Mountain's Holy Land tell? Shengguan Hen said with a frown. Shengguan Hen? You have obtained the deity Xuanwu's inheritance, right? Bodhisattva Liansheng asked solemnly. Oh, that's right. Now the entire world knows about it, Shengguan Hen said, feeling confused. Since you obtained the deity Xuanwu's inheritance, you should have heard of the present Buddha's former name. 800,000 years ago, do you remember what the present Buddha was called? Bodhisattva Liansheng asked. Gautama Heavenly Demon? Shengguan Hen's expression changed. Why was he called Gautama Heavenly Demon? Bodhisattva Liansheng asked with a bitter smile. Legend has it that 800,000 years ago, the present Buddha was benevolent and demonic. He saved one and killed another. He was half good and half evil, moving unhindered in the West, Shengguan Hen recalled through the deity Xuanwu. That's right. Do you know why? Bodhisattva Liansheng asked. Why? Because the present Buddha has two thoughts. One is good and the other is evil. It is like two people living in the same body. One is the good one, and the other is the evil one, Bodhisattva Liansheng said with a sigh. Dual personalities? Gu Hai's expression changed. Bodhisattva Liansheng nodded. Mr. Good's explanation is similar. In that case, it is somewhat similar to Shengguan Hen's past. One body and two souls? One is Prime Fengyu? Gu Hai asked as he looked at Shengguan Hen. However, Shengguan Hen stared at Bodhisattva Liansheng. What happened after that? Tathagata is the heavenly devil. Kindness is the Buddha saint, and evil is the fiendish devil. Back then, when the immortal of the six paths defied the heavens, it was the evil rulership's body that led the spiritual mountain's holy lands to assist the immortal of the six paths, achieving great merit. Bodhisattva Liansheng sighed softly. Evil Tathagata? Gu Hai asked solemnly. That's right. One thought is good and the other is evil. They can be twins. Later on the two seemed to diverge more and more. In the end, the good Tathagata used a great method to sever the evil Tathagata from his body. It was just like how Xuanwu Supreme had severed the evil Tathagata from his body. The evil Tathagata was beheaded. The holy land of the spiritual mountain became even more solemn and merciful. The evil Tathagata and the good Tathagata were twins and they were not killed either. They were merely suppressed. Until the great nirvana of the Buddha in the past. The evil Tathagata reincarnated into Jiang Lianshan's son. Bodhisattva Liansheng explained. Reincarnated into Jiang Lianshan's son? Gu Hai asked with a frown. Yes. Perhaps Jiang Lianshan did it on purpose, or perhaps the evil Tathagata did it on purpose. Perhaps the two conspired together. In any case, the evil Tathagata reincarnated into Jiang Rulai and became Jiang Lianshan's son, obtaining Jiang Lianshan's help. Bodhisattva Liansheng sighed softly. What happened after that? Shengguan Hen asked with a frown. After Jiang Rulai grew strong, he came to find me. He worked with another person to head to the spiritual mountain's holy land to seek enlightenment and seize the sect. Bodhisattva Liansheng said with a bitter smile. He came to find you? What? Which temple did Bodhisattva Liansheng belong to in the past? Shengguan Hen asked, feeling confused. That is Nalanda Temple. Bodhisattva Liansheng replied solemnly. The spiritual mountain's former main sect? Shengguan Hen said in shock. That is Nalanda Temple? Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. The Tathagata heavenly demon was a monk who left Nalanda Temple in the past. He was also my senior brother. Later, Nalanda Temple declined and I guarded it. However, the spiritual mountain's holy land was opened by the Tathagata heavenly demon, becoming the largest land for monks and Buddhas in the world, Bodhisattva Liansheng explained. 3 Buddha inquirers? You Jiang Rulai and the other one is the current future Buddha? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. That's right. 1,200 years ago in the divine continent, the 3 of us agreed to reunite. The 3 of us agreed to reform the 3 generations of Buddhas, replacing the spirit mountain's holy lands 3 generations of Buddhas. That time it was very miserable. Blood flowed like rivers and cries shook the sky. In the end, the good Buddha's Buddhist heart was damaged, and the great nirvana vanished. From then on, the spirit mountain was replaced by Jianghu. The former future Buddha's body and soul were destroyed. What about the past Buddha? You should be aiming for the past Buddha's seat, right? Gu Hai asked with a frown. The past Buddha? He betrayed us, which led to the future Buddha's miserable death. Bodhisattva Liansheng smiled bitterly. That is to say, the past Buddha betrayed the good Tathagata, and Jianghu and the future Buddha betrayed you? The 3 of them went to Buddha Inquirer together, and the 2 of them snatched the seat while you were excluded? Gu Hai asked seriously. Bodhisattva Liansheng sighed softly and nodded. You harbored resentment and went to find my son, Gu Han. When you discovered that he was the good Tathagata's reincarnation, you wanted to use him to take revenge. Gu Hai asked coldly. Bodhisattva Liansheng nodded bitterly. Indeed. Originally, Gu Han and I started to rebuild Nalanda Temple, but Gu Hai stared at Bodhisattva Liansheng for a while before letting out a long breath. Gu Han is safe? Yes, Mr. Good. Sorry. Bodhisattva Liansheng bowed to Gu Hai with a bitter expression. Never mind. If Gu Han is really the good Tathagata's reincarnation, even if you did not bring him away, he would be taken away by another monk sooner or later. No wonder. No wonder all the bodhisattvas, arhats and protectors did not complain when Jianghu was in charge of the Spirit Mountain's holy land. It turns out that Jianghu and the good Tathagata were the same person in the first place. It was just the difference between good and evil. Gu Hai sighed softly. Bodhisattva Liansheng nodded. Mr. Good, we had better leave quickly. Not long ago I gave Gu Han the power of enlightenment. Right now my cultivation is only at the middle heavenly palace. If the future Buddha returns, we won't be able to leave. Bodhisattva Liansheng said. Leave? Do you know how to leave? I heard that one can only leave through the cycle pool? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. The cycle pool? Ah. That was Nalanda Temple's cornerstone treasure in the past. Now it is in Jianghu's hands. However, I have a way to get out, Bodhisattva Liansheng said solemnly. Shaoqun saw Bodhisattva Liansheng take out a white jade bottle and gently uncorked it. Beams of rainbow light immediately came out of the bottle. Gu Hai looked down and saw a rainbow lotus flower in the bottle. There was also a rainbow lotus bud in the bottle. It was nourished in a bottle of liquid. This is? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. The water in this bottle is the cycle pool's source water. This rainbow lotus flower grew in the cycle pool in the past as well, Bodhisattva Liansheng explained. Oh. As long as you pluck this cycle lotus flower and let it wither, you will be able to open the entrance to the cycle mystic realm and leave. The exit will be random. You won't know where it is, but you can get out. Bodhisattva Liansheng said solemnly. The cycle lotus flower? Get out? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. Then Bodhisattva Liansheng reached out and plucked it. Clack. The rhizome that was plucked instantly withered and disappeared. However, the plucked cycle lotus flower trembled slightly and shot out a beam of rainbow light. Ripples appeared in space as the rainbow light enveloped the place. Then a huge entrance appeared. It looked like a passageway. The lotus flower floated in the air, but it quickly withered. Mr. Good, there is only 1 incense stick's worth of time. Let's leave quickly, Bodhisattva Liansheng invited. Gu Hai looked at the mysterious entrance before him, and his expression changed. Bodhisattva Liansheng, I still have a friend in hell. Is that possible? Bodhisattva Liansheng's expression froze. Then he smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Good, you are too late. There is only 1 incense stick's worth of time left. Once the cycle lotus flower withers, everything will be too late. Do you have enough time to call for your friend? There's no time. I don't know where he is for now, Gu Hai said bitterly. In that case there is no other way. Mr. Good, let's go first. We will come back in the future, Bodhisattva Liansheng said bitterly. However, I see that there is still a flower bud in your bottle? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. Bodhisattva Liansheng looked at the 7-colored flower bud and smiled bitterly. Mr. Good, I don't know how long I have to wait for it to bloom. Back then, when this cycle lotus flower was moved from the cycle pool to this bottle, it was also a flower bud. Furthermore, it was twice as large as the one in the bottle. That was 800,000 years ago, Bodhisattva Liansheng said bitterly. What? This cycle lotus flower bloomed after 800,000 years? Shengguan Hen's expression changed. Bodhisattva Liansheng nodded. Hence, It will take even longer to wait for this flower bud to bloom. 800,000 years? No, it might not even open after 1,800,000 years. Guhai's eyelids twitched wildly. But, at this moment a petal fell. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng's expression changed. Mr. Good, quickly come with me. Otherwise it will be too late. Immortal 6 paths sealed off the 18 layers of hell. There is no other way out. Guhai remained silent for a while. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng, can you give this flower bud to me? You're not leaving? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng felt slightly stunned. I want to continue searching. Furthermore, time here is not symmetrical with the outside world, right? Guhai smiled. Even so, you have to endure it. Can you endure it? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng asked in shock. I want to try. Guhai said solemnly. Naturally, it is fine to give it to you. However, once the future Buddha returns, he will definitely do his best to find you. How can you? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said worriedly. There is always a way, right? Guhai smiled. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng remained silent as he looked at Guhai strangely. All right then. This white jade bottle is for you. I wish you good luck, Mr. Good. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng sighed softly. Many thanks, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng. Guhai received the bottle gratefully. Mr. Good, there is no need for me to stand on ceremony. You are the one who saved me. Never mind. Take care. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng shook his head. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng, when you go back, please help me pass a message to Guhan. Just say, do not be pleased by external gains or grieved by personal losses. Even after losing the Spirit Mountain Holy Land, you are still the second crown prince of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Guhai said solemnly. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng's expression changed slightly. In the end he nodded. I will pass the message. Take care. After saying that, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng stepped into the exit and vanished from Guhai's sight. Your Majesty, are we not leaving? Shengguan Hen asked worriedly. We are not leaving. You don't need to leave either. The 18 layers of hell are a blessed land. We can help you recover your cultivation, Guhai said seriously. Yes. Shengguan Hen nodded. Sure enough, in the time for an incense stick to burn, the reincarnation lotus had completely withered and transformed into ash, and the passageway had suddenly vanished as well. Let's go. Guhai turned his head and led Shengguan Hen out of the hall. Chapter 760. Your Majesty, who are we looking for? Shengguan Hen asked curiously. Kong Xian. Guhai said solemnly. Kong Xian? I remember that Kong Xian has tried to harm your Majesty several times? Shengguan Hen asked with a frown. Yes, it's all in the past. Now Kong Xian owes me a life. Guhai said suddenly with a smile. Oh. Shengguan Hen was slightly surprised. In the past, in the heaven realm, Kong Xian's most beloved Eastern Emperor Tai Yi wanted to kill him and take his celestial force. I ruined Tai Yi's plan. Guhai said with a smile. But Kong Xian is too arrogant. Will he? Shengguan Hen asked worriedly. It doesn't matter. There's plenty of time. Guhai said confidently. That's right. A day in the outside world is at least 1,000 years in here. Shengguan Hen nodded. But I need you to accompany me. Guhai looked at Shengguan Hen. Your Majesty, have you forgotten about my original body? Shengguan Hen asked with a smile. Oh, Black Tortoise? Art of tortoise breathing? Guhai's expression changed. Yes, I have the art of tortoise breathing. This is my innate ability. It's not a big deal to me. I can sleep for 1,000 years. Shengguan Hen shook his head. That's great. Let's go. Guhai stretched out his hand and rolled. Whoosh. He wrapped Shengguan Hen and flew toward the entrance to the second level of hell. The entrance to the second level was in the sky above a huge thundercloud. Below it was a vast world and directly below it was a battlefield. Countless ghosts were killing each other. It was a tragic scene. The air was filled with an irritable aura. The ghost soldiers were full of hatred. There were volcanoes erupting everywhere. What a violent aura. Your Majesty, I feel very irritated. Shengguan Hen frowned. The feeling of slaughter? Hey, it's because you haven't been to the Azura realm before. There's a lot of killing there and it's easier to get lost than here. Last time I passed you the Book of Taoism. Recite the Book of Taoism and you should feel better. Solemnly Guhai said. Yes. Shengguan Hen nodded. Sure enough, as he recited the sutra, the irritation disappeared. The time here is twice as long as above? Let's go. The entrance to the third level is over there. Guhai said solemnly. As he spoke, He flew towards the entrance of another giant cloud. The two of them stepped inside. The third layer of hell. This place was infinitely colder than the first layer of hell. Snow was falling and the chill was bone-piercing. The irritable feeling of wanting to kill was even stronger. Shangguan could also tolerate it if he recited the Tao Te Ching. There were still countless ghosts fighting each other in all directions, and the situation was getting more and more intense. Keep going, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. The two of them rushed straight to the fourth level of hell, the fifth level of hell. The further down they went, the harsher the environment became. Cold and hot alternated, and the interference of hell on one's emotions became greater and greater. If not for the suppression of the Tao Te Ching, Shangguan would have been unable to take it. On the fifth level, King Yama did not dare to come down. However, on the fifth level, there were still a large number of evil spirits fighting each other. On the sixth level, on the huge volcanoes, countless evil spirits were cruelly roasting other evil spirits. On the seventh level, the evil spirits were killing each other more and more crazily. On the eighth level, the evil spirits' eyes were bloodshot. They no longer had any consciousness. They only knew kill, 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 kill. On the ninth level, the 10th level, all the way to the 12th level, the evil spirits finally decreased. On the 13th level, the evil spirits had all turned into stones. It was as if too much time had passed and they had already forgotten that they were living beings. He stood there motionless. On the 14th level, there were no evil spirits, only stones. On the 15th level, there were no evil spirits. At this moment, Shangguan couldn't take it anymore. As long as he opened his eyes, he wanted to kill, kill, kill. Recite the Tao Te Ching and use the turtle breath technique until you can withstand this evil qi, then wake up, Gu Hai said. Shangguan fainted. Gu Hai took out a coffin and brought him along. 15th level? Between heaven and earth, everything was frozen. It was like the ice age that Gu Hai had seen on TV in the past. The earth was frozen and the sky was covered in snow. The visibility was extremely pitiful. Gu Hai quickly shuttled through the interior, searching for the place where Kong Xian was sealed. Something's wrong. Gu Hai's expression changed. He saw a huge crater in the distance. In the crater there seemed to be a huge group of icebergs. Now it was uprooted? Along the way there were even some small icebergs. Not icebergs but fragments of icebergs? Gu Hai followed these fragments and quickly came to another entrance. Kong Xian has been brought to the 16th level of hell? Gu Hai's expression changed. Without hesitation he stepped in. Boom. Then, boundless flames soared into the air and instantly surged towards Gu Hai. As soon as the true fire gourd appeared, it instantly absorbed the fire around him. Only then did Gu Hai see the appearance of the 16th level of hell. Magma, an endless amount of magma. In the sky, there were even more enormous fireballs falling one after another. It was an extremely disastrous world. The temperature of the flames was too high. If Gu Hai didn't have the true Samadhi fire, he couldn't suppress this terrifying fire. The 16th level of hell? What a terrible environment. Gu Hai's face darkened. Shangguan had been unable to bear it for a long time, but Gu Hai had been able to resist it. That was because Gu Hai had inherited Laozi's teachings and had a very deep understanding of the Tao Te Ching, so he could suppress this irritation. However, at this point even the Tao Te Ching couldn't hold on. Gu Hai started to look around. From afar he saw 5 huge black stone mountains erected on the sea of magma. From afar he could hear the sound of chains clanging. Swish! Gu Hai stepped forward and flew towards the 5 enormous mountains. Magma filled the sky and rushed to the center of the 5 huge mountains like a tsunami. The 5 huge mountains were like a palm, slightly holding a huge bird in the center. It was a super huge peacock that was 3,000 feet long. On the peacock's legs and back, there was a huge chain that connected to the 5 huge mountains. It locked the peacock and didn't let it leave. The 5 huge mountains seemed to be in the shape of a hand, forming a golden phantom of a huge mountain in the void and suppressing the peacock's back. What a great ceiling formation. It's even more powerful than the 5-finger mountains? Gu Hai's eyelids twitched as he said in surprise. The tsunami of magma hit the peacock repeatedly, and the rain of fire burned the peacock continuously. However, the peacock closed its eyes and didn't move. Until Gu Hai spoke, the peacock suddenly opened its eyes. The peacock's eyes emitted a dazzling golden light, and a monstrous murderous aura burst out of its eyes. This murderous aura was similar to that of Tai's eyes in the past. At that time, Kong Xian was much weaker than Tai. Gu Hai, why are you here? The peacock retracted its murderous aura and asked in surprise. Great Myojin Kongxian. Long time no see. You've become stronger again? Gu Hai said solemnly. It's been a long time. More than 30 million years. Ha ha ha, I almost didn't recognize you. What are you doing here? Kongxian said coldly. It seems that you've been sealed by the future Buddha from the 15th level of hell? Gu Hai said in a low voice. So what if I am? What are you doing here? Kongxian said coldly. Do you want me to undo the seal on you? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Undo? Ha ha, you won't be able to undo it. This is formed by the 9th grade golden lotus. Only the present Buddha can undo it. Besides, did I ask you to undo it? Kongxian said coldly. Oh, I'm going to undo it for you, but you're not willing? Gu Hai said with a slightly changed expression. Gu Hai, I know you the best. Why would you be so kind? Help me undo the seal? Kongxian looked at Gu Hai coldly. Great Myojin, you're quite clear-headed. Alright, I'll be frank. When I heard about your whereabouts in the first level of hell, I had a plan. I'm here to save the Great Myojin, so I naturally have a plan. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Oh. Kongxian said coldly. I want to invite the Great Myojin to join my Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Gu Hai said with a firm expression. Join your Dahan Imperial Dynasty? Be your subject? Ha, Gu Hai, I know that you saved me in the heavenly realm back then. However, do you think that I'll be grateful just because you saved me? That I'll submit to you? Ha, that's impossible. I was loyal to Tai in the past. Although he betrayed me in the end, I submit to him. I only submit to him. What about you? You're not worthy. You're not worthy for me to submit to you. Kongxian said with incomparable arrogance. What? Is it because of your cultivation? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. Cultivation? No, I don't care about your cultivation. If you want me to submit, you have to be stronger than me. Are you stronger than me? Ah, that's right. You're smarter than me. However, I don't believe in brains. I believe in willpower. The 3 lifetime Buddhas want me to submit? I don't, because they're not worthy. They're not worthy either. Kongxian said with a ferocious expression. Then how can I be worthy? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. I've been sealed here for 32 million years. Do you dare? The future Buddha doesn't dare, the past Buddha doesn't dare, and the present Buddha doesn't dare. You want me to submit? Dream on. I, Kongxian, will only submit to those who are stronger than me. Kongxian said coldly. 32 million years? That's true. It's really been a long time. Gu Hai frowned. Ha, are you scared? If you're scared, then get lost. I don't need you to save me. Wait for me to recuperate for countless years. With my willpower, I'll be able to break through this rank 9 golden lotus seal. I'll be able to break through everything myself. Kongxian scolded. What if I'm stronger than you? Gu Hai smiled. Kongxian looked at Gu Hai with a solemn expression. Great Myojin, just treat it as me forcing you to repay me. After all, I've saved you before. I'm the one who saved your life. I don't expect much from you. 50 years. If you prove that I'm stronger than you, as long as you perform your duties in the Dahan Imperial Dynasty for 50 years, it's up to you whether you stay or leave after 50 years. What do you think? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Ha ha ha, how are you going to prove it? Fine, you've saved me before. I'll give you a chance. I'll do as you say. However, how are you going to prove it? Kongxian said coldly. Just as Kongxian was looking at Gu Hai with a cold smile, a monk flew out from the entrance to the 15th layer of hell in the distance. Then he saw Gu Hai carrying a coffin. Gu Hai is here. Buddha Gu Hai is here. The monk turned around and flew back to the 15th layer of hell excitedly. Prove it? I'm in the lower layer of hell. What do you think? One day in here is 32 million years. One day in the 17th layer is 65 million years. It's the same as your time. Am I right? Gu Hai smiled. What? You want to enter the 17th layer of hell? Kongxian's face darkened. Gu Hai smiled and flew into the entrance of the 17th layer of hell with Shangguanhen's coffin in tow. What? Kongxian's eyelids twitched. Gu Hai really went in? Soon the 18th layer of hell would be sealed. At that time, he wouldn't be able to come out even if he wanted to. Just as Kongxian was frowning. Whoosh! A ray of light flew in from the entrance of the 15th layer of hell. It was the future Buddha who suddenly appeared not far from Kongxian. Where is he? The future Buddha asked in a low voice. Chapter 761. The entrance to the first and second layers of hell. The future Buddha led the group of monks out of the second layer. That peacock is really stubborn. The Buddha already spoke to him properly, even giving him the title of Buddha. However, he refused. He brought this upon himself. The Buddha suppressed him to the 16th layer of hell. One day in the outside world is 32 million years in there. Let's see how long he can last. Will he eventually lose heart and turn to stone? That won't happen. If he loses heart, he might as well join the spiritual mountain's holy land in advance. The Buddha is trying to wear down his pride. He is too arrogant. The group of monks started talking at the same time, all of them feeling indignant. Alright, quickly go out. The passageway to the 18th layer of hell will close soon. The future Buddha said. Yes. The group answered. The group followed the future Buddha into the first layer of hell. Something's wrong? The future Buddha suddenly raised his eyebrows. His figure flashed, and he instantly arrived at the entrance of Yama Palace. Buddha, what's wrong? The monks behind rushed over. They saw the Jedong Bodhisattva, the Truth Listener Bodhisattva, and countless ghostly soldiers and ghostly kings tied up at the entrance of Yama Palace. They looked severely injured. Fortunately, this place had a recovery function. The heavy injuries slowly healed. However, everyone was tied up and could not move. What's going on? The future Buddha asked. Although the future Buddha's eyes were closed, he could use his mind's eye to see. He was immediately shocked by the scene before him. It's Guhai. Buddha, it's Guhai. The Jedong Bodhisattva shouted anxiously. Guhai. The future Buddha frowned slightly. Yes. My master captured Guhai and sent me to escort him over for you to interrogate. However, Buddha, quick. He seems to be heading for the Buddhists. I don't know. The Jedong Bodhisattva said worriedly. The Buddhists? Liansheng? The future Buddha's expression suddenly changed. Whoosh. The future Buddha instantly vanished from his spot. In the next moment he arrived at the large hall where Bodhisattva Liansheng was imprisoned. The large hall was in tatters, but Bodhisattva Liansheng was gone. Where is he? The future Buddha suddenly said anxiously. Who saw it? Come out. The future Buddha suddenly roared. Soon after, a group of ghost soldiers were gathered. In the end, there were still some who saw it. Buddha, I saw the two of them enter the second layer of hell. A little ghost whispered. Oh, not three? The future Buddha's expression darkened. Maybe my eyes are playing tricks on me. I only saw two, maybe three. The little ghost said. The future Buddha frowned and pondered for a while. After a while he suddenly realized something. Oh no, Kongxian? The future Buddha's expression darkened. Everyone follow me into hell, the future Buddha roared. Search every level. Find Guhai. Buddha, the entrance to the 18th layer of hell is about to close. At this time, the monks said in fear. Find him for me. The future Buddha roared. Why yes. The monks braced themselves and followed the future Buddha into the lower levels of hell. Guhai might not know where Kongxian is. Search every level. The future Buddha said anxiously. Bodhisattva Liansheng was the master of the virtuous Rulai. If the virtuous Rulai was not eliminated, the future Buddha would never be at ease. He had to find him. That Guhai was truly a scourge. The group searched the floors one by one. However, it was too slow. Spread out and search. The future Buddha said anxiously. Boom. The monks immediately spread out and rushed to the various levels of hell in the 18th layer of hell. Soon, a monk reached the 16th layer of hell. Lava surged into the sky. That monk quickly adapted to this place. He looked at the place where Kongxian sealed and suddenly saw Guhai standing in the air, dragging a coffin. Guhai. That monk immediately showed joy on his face. Guhai is here. Buddha, Guhai is here. That monk excitedly turned around and flew back to the 15th layer of hell. That monk did not clash head-on with Guhai. After all, Guhai already killed the Jedong Bodhisattva and the Truth Listener Bodhisattva. There was no need for him to take the risk. When he shouted, another monk at the entrance of the 15th layer of hell immediately flew to the 14th layer of hell and shouted. Soon they reached the future Buddha's place. Indeed, he is in the 16th layer of hell. The future Buddha's face suddenly sank. Whoosh. The future Buddha immediately turned into a beam of light and traveled through the layers of hell. Soon he arrived at Kongxian's place. Where is he? The future Buddha asked. Kongxian looked coldly at the future Buddha and scoffed. Ha! Kongxian, where's Guhai? The future Buddha asked anxiously. Look for him yourself. Kongxian said coldly, ignoring the future Buddha. Buddha, it's almost time. A group of monks flew over and said anxiously. No, we have to catch Guhai before we leave. You guys search the 16th layer of hell, I'll go to the 17th. The future Buddha's face darkened. Whoosh. In an instant, the future Buddha flew into the 17th layer of hell. The 17th layer of hell, the hell of solitude. As soon as Guhai entered, he looked at this hell in confusion. It was neither hot nor cold, just a vast land. However, there was no source of light, only darkness. The only light was from two entrances. Once the entrances are sealed, you will be imprisoned here for more than 60 million years, accompanied by darkness. More than 60 million years? It's really lonely. Guhai's eyes flashed with horror. He used the true Samadhi fire to illuminate the surroundings and immediately saw the ground below. At this moment there were statues standing there. They were the statues of people who had been imprisoned here in the past. In the end, they died of loneliness and became fossils. The future Buddha is coming? Am I going to stay in the 17th layer of hell for a while? Guhai smiled bitterly. He could not hide. This place was too clear. As long as there was a source of light, he could see everything clearly. As long as the future Buddha arrived, he would have nowhere to hide. The 18th layer of hell? After a moment of silence, Guhai stepped forward and entered the 18th layer of hell. The 18th layer of hell was boundless. This place was like a universe of stars, boundless and without end. There were countless planets and some stars. The stars provided light, and the planets provided places to hide. Whoosh! Guhai instantly flew behind a planet and hid. At the same time, the future Buddha stepped into the 17th layer of hell. The future Buddha did not need a source of light to find someone. He looked with his heart and could see more clearly. He scanned with his heart's eye but found no trace of anyone. Impossible. Guhai went to the 18th layer of hell? The future Buddha felt a chill in his heart. Even the future Buddha did not dare to enter the 18th layer of hell casually. He could still see through the 17th layer of hell with his heart's eye. However, the 18th layer was boundless. Even the heart's eye could not see through it. After a moment of silence, the future Buddha stepped into the 18th layer of hell. As soon as he entered, the future Buddha felt a chill in his heart. He saw boundless with his heart's eye and could not find Guhai at all. In fact, the future Buddha did not dare to enter, fearing that he would get lost and not be able to return. Rumble. Suddenly, the entrances of the 17th and 18th layers trembled and shrank slightly. Not good. The future Buddha's expression changed. Whoosh! The future Buddha turned around and flew back to the 17th layer, then back to the 16th layer. At this moment, the monks on the 16th layer were also extremely anxious. Not good, it's going to close. What should we do? The monks were anxious. Whoosh! The future Buddha suddenly appeared. Buddha, it's great that you're back. Have you found Guhai? The monks asked anxiously. Are you sure you saw Guhai just now? The future Buddha asked solemnly. Yes, he must have entered the 17th layer of hell. The monk said with certainty. He didn't enter the 17th layer? A monk said blankly. The future Buddha said with a gloomy expression. He has entered the 18th layer of hell. The 18th layer? Not far away, Kong Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. The entrance is closing now. What should we do? The monks asked anxiously. Return to the first layer of hell first. Hurry. The future Buddha flicked his sleeve. Whoosh! The monks were swept up by the future Buddha and instantly turned into a stream of light that shot out. They quickly passed through the layers of hell and entered the first layer of hell. Boom! The moment the future Buddha flew into the first layer, the entrance from the first layer to the second layer suddenly closed. Bam! The future Buddha landed at the entrance of the Yama Palace. At this moment, Daiding Bodhisattva and Jedong Bodhisattva had both recovered. Buddha, did you find that thief Guhai? Daiding Bodhisattva was puzzled. Guhai has entered the 18th layer of hell. The future Buddha said with a gloomy expression. That can't be right? He has a death wish? Everyone was shocked. Every time it's sealed, it'll be 130 million years? Jedong Bodhisattva's eyelids twitched. Won't he turn into a fossil the next time the entrance opens? Daiding Bodhisattva was puzzled. Stand guard. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Yes. The 16th layer of hell. Kong Xian narrowed his eyes as he watched the entrance disappear. The 18th layer of hell? Ah, Guhai, you're really daring. 130 million years? Ah, you're dead meat. No one will survive. Kong Xian sneered sinisterly. Rumble. Kong Xian flapped his wings and slowly closed his eyes. He cultivated his energy and allowed himself to grow. Kong Xian's cultivation did not decrease in the 32 million years he was sealed. Instead, it increased because of the accumulation of time and energy. The Middle Heaven Palace cultivated essence, while the Upper Heaven Palace cultivated qi. The accumulation of essence could be refined into qi to increase the power of the upper heaven palace. Although it was a good place for cultivation, it was also the place with the heaviest hostility. Only a ferocious person like Kong Xian could barely suppress the irritability in his heart. Being sealed and cultivating, the irritability of killing was accumulating, causing Kong Xian's demonic nature to become stronger and stronger. His body slowly emitted a monstrous black aura. Kong Xian waited patiently. In the 18th layer of hell, Gu Hai looked at the closed entrance in the distance and sighed softly. One day outside the 18th layer of hell is equivalent to 130 million years inside? I hope I'm right. Don't be driven crazy, Gu Hai said with a wry smile. Chapter 762. Gu Hai shaved off a mountain peak and took out a huge palace from his storage bracelet. Then he squared it down. The baleful aura had already reached its peak. However, Gu Hai could suppress this hellish baleful aura. Not to mention the sacred text of Taoism back on Earth, Gu Hai had learned some methods to suppress heart demons from many immortals. The murderous aura could not affect Gu Hai. This place was like Earth in the past. However, there were no animals or plants here. It was a barren, dead world. There were stars all around, but there was no life. It was boundless. The next time the entrance to this world opened would be 100 million years later. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. One day outside was 130 million years here? Would he be able to take it? Shang Guanhen was still suppressing the irritation in his heart. He was lying in the coffin using the tortoise breathing technique. No one knew when he would wake up. Gu Hai took out many jade slips. The jade slips recorded the secret techniques of countless gods and Buddhas on Earth. Gu Hai needed to study them carefully. Because the Tao of cultivation was different, unless one started from scratch they could not be cultivated. However, it did not mean that they could not be used as references. They could be studied slowly. He sorted out the techniques. Gu Hai organized them into a book so that he would not be too bored in the following time. Then Gu Hai took out the Earth Spirit Book. Earth Spirit Book? It can absorb the energy of heaven and earth. In the following time, it can help me absorb energy to cultivate the heavenly palace. Therefore, the first step is to refine the Earth Spirit Book, Gu Hai said solemnly. The Earth Spirit Book was held in the hands of the Earth Spirit Book to be refined slowly. In addition to these techniques, there is also the 33 Heavens and Earth chess game. Gu Hai took out the 33 Heavens and Earth chess game. This was the map of the Thousand Islands Sea. It was not easy to see the 33 Heavens and Earth chess game through this map because the Thousand Islands Sea could not tell who was the white piece and who was the black piece. There were countless changes. Gu Hai needed to figure it out slowly. However, to Gu Hai what he didn't lack the most now was time. In the 18 layers of hell, one could be resurrected after death. Exhausted stamina and soul power would be slowly replenished, so Gu Hai wasn't worried that he would die from exhaustion. Shang Guanhen used the great tortoise breathing technique and recited the classic of Taoism. After 100 years he finally woke up. After waking up, Shang Guanhen still couldn't take it. He lay in the decaying coffin for a long time before he could catch his breath. Slowly Shang Guanhen sat up. This was a huge square, and the coffin he was lying in was in the center of the square. In the distance, the sun was rather dazzling. There were close to 1,000 planets orbiting around it, rotating slowly. The arrangement of the Thousand Islands Seas islands? Shang Guanhen was slightly taken aback. After all, Shang Guanhen had lived there for too long. At this moment, 1,000 stars were arranged to form the Thousand Islands map. Shang Guanhen instantly understood that it was done by Gu Hai. Your Majesty? Shang Guanhen called out curiously. Turning his head, he happened to see a large rock not far away. On the rock, there was a white-haired old man in white sitting cross-legged. The old man raised his head and sat quietly, looking at the arrangement of the stars in the distant starry sky. Your Majesty? Is that you? Shang Guanhen was stunned, revealing a look of shock. The white-haired old man's eyebrows moved slightly as if he was slowly waking up. Shang Guanhen, you're finally awake. The old man smiled slightly. Your Majesty, what happened to you? How did you become like this? Shang Guanhen immediately asked worriedly. It's fine. I'm just a little mentally and physically exhausted. I'll be able to recover after 10 days of rest. The white-haired old man smiled slightly. The white-haired old man was Gu Hai. In order to study this chess game, Gu Hai could be said to have racked his brains, mentally and physically exhausted. However, Gu Hai was not worried. The 18 levels of hell had their own recovery ability. As long as he stopped using his brain like this, he would be able to recover quickly. Is that so? Your Majesty, how long have I been sleeping? Shangguanhen walked out of the coffin and asked. The orbit of this star is about the same as the orbit of the outside world. It's been 100 years. Gu Hai looked at the 100 small stone marks beside him and said with a smile. Sure enough, in this short period of time, a few strands of Gu Hai's white hair slowly turned black. 100 years? Shangguanhen was slightly stunned. How do you feel now? Gu Hai asked. Much better, but this irritating feeling is still there. Shangguanhen said with a bitter smile. This is a good thing. It will help you temper your temperament. Gu Hai said with a smile. Ah yes. Shangguanhen nodded. You have lost all your cultivation? Gu Hai looked at Shangguanhen. Shangguanhen nodded. Yes, but I'm satisfied that I'm still alive. It's good that you have lost all your cultivation. Gu Hai nodded. It seemed that the heaven-mending power in the past was still insufficient and could not be completely restored. It could only be seen on the surface but not the essence. During this period of time, I have chosen a cultivation method for you. In the following time you should practice it well. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Oh. Gu Hai handed over a jade scroll. Shangguanhen immediately took it and read it. The 8-9 mysterious art has 72 changes. It is a cultivation method that specializes in the cultivation of the physical body and has the strongest defense. It is a fusion of various cultivation methods of shaman, Buddhism, Taoism, devil, ghost, and monster. It is a divine cultivation method that was jointly developed by a group of Buddhists, Taoists, monsters, and devils in the past. Gu Hai said solemnly. Shangguanhen glanced at it and immediately revealed a joyful expression. Your Majesty, is this Sun Wukong's cultivation method? Shangguanhen asked in surprise. That's right. Gu Hai said with a smile. The 8-9 mysterious art has 72 changes, 8, 9 and 72 changes. How many levels has Sun Wukong cultivated? Shangguanhen asked curiously. Him? I heard that he has cultivated to the 54th level. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. 54th level? Is he that powerful? Shangguanhen asked in confusion. Gu Hai sighed softly and said, Monkey's temperament is too impatient. He was born as a stone monkey and has extraordinary talent. His cultivation speed is extremely fast. In just 7 years he has cultivated to the 50th level. Unfortunately, the following cultivation requires a strong temperament. He is extremely intelligent, but he is also impatient. It is difficult for him to improve further. Even so, he is very powerful. Unfortunately, sigh. Your Majesty, don't worry. This subject will cultivate well. Shangguanhen said solemnly. Gu Hai looked at Shangguanhen and nodded. Your talent is not as good as Sun Wukong's, but you have perseverance. The 18 levels of hell will help you sharpen your will. If he takes 7 years, you can take 70, 700, 7,000, or even 70,000 years. It doesn't matter. You have all the time in the world. This is the 18 levels of hell? Shangguanhen's expression froze. What? Are you scared? Gu Hai asked with a smile. No, as long as your Majesty is here, it will be fine. If I really can't stand it, I will stop. Shangguanhen said with a bitter smile. When Sun Wukong finished his apprenticeship, he only cultivated to the 50th level. Every 9 levels is a qualitative leap. Back then, Sun Wukong ate countless peaches of immortality and golden cores and refined them in the 8 trigrams furnace for a long time before he broke through to the 60th and 9th level. If you want to reach the 80th and 9th level, you will need to put in a lot of effort. Gu Hai said solemnly. Your Majesty, don't worry. I will work hard. However, the 18 levels of hell don't seem to have much spiritual energy? Shangguanhen said worriedly as he hugged the cultivation technique. That is why I chose this cultivation technique. This cultivation technique focuses on cultivating the physical body and does not have a high demand for spiritual energy. I have the immeasurable spirit stones here. They can provide you with spiritual energy. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty. Shangguanhen replied. The lower celestial palace cultivates the spirit. You are the supreme Xuanwu and you have the god Xuanwu. It can help you so you don't need to worry. The middle celestial palace cultivates the essence. The 18 levels of hell are a place to collect energy. In the next few years, won't you have enough energy? As for the upper celestial palace cultivates the qi, it doesn't matter if you don't have qi. You can cultivate the essence into qi, which is purer and more beneficial to the cultivation of the 8 and 9 mysterious arts. Gu Hai analyzed. Yes, Your Majesty. Shangguanhen hugged the cultivation technique happily. In the next few days, Gu Hai taught Shangguanhen the cultivation method of the 8 and 9 mysterious arts. The old Gu Hai also quickly regained his youth. His white hair and wrinkles were restored. Gradually he was back to normal. Here are 100 million upper-grade spirit stones. Use them first. Gu Hai handed over a storage bracelet. Yes, your majesty. Shangguanhen nodded gratefully. Gu Hai nodded and no longer paid attention to Shangguanhen. He was busy with his own business. Gu Hai used a year to analyze the chess game of the 33 heavens and earth. However, the next game was the most terrifying. This game of chess was indeed very difficult. Even with Gu Hai's 32 points of chess skill, it was extremely difficult for him to deduce it. As a result, he had not been able to deduce it completely after 100 years. No wonder the game between Old Man Guanxi and the Immortal of the Six Paths is so complicated. Could it be that this is the limit? Gu Hai frowned. After 100 years of research, Gu Hai decided to take a break. He sank his mind into his body. In the Middle Celestial Palace, although he had accumulated a lot of energy compared to the huge Earth Soul, it was pitifully little. It was like a drop of water in the sea. It did not help. The Middle Celestial Palace. As expected, if I only rely on normal cultivation methods, I wonder how long it will take to reach the Upper Celestial Palace? No, perhaps I won't have the chance in this lifetime. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Fortunately, Gu Hai had refined the Earth Soul Book. The Earth Soul Book absorbed the wandering energy of heaven and earth. When it reached the 18th level of hell, it seemed to have a sudden reaction. The suction force suddenly increased by several times or even 100 times or even 1,000 times. Others could not see it but Gu Hai could. There seemed to be a huge whirlpool around the Earth Soul Book. It was crazily sucking in the energy of the entire Hell Path mystic realm. The billowing energy was pouring into the Earth Soul Book. In a short 100 years, it had reached the state of the Earth Soul Book when Gu Hai saw it last time, which was 800,000 years. Losing it last time was nothing. You got it back here? You have 800,000 years of accumulated energy? Gu Hai smiled. The Earth Soul opened its mouth and sucked in all the energy. Gu Hai waited for the breakthrough. However, after a while, Gu Hai was stunned. Ordinary talented people can't break through one level even after 800,000 years of accumulated energy? Gu Hai was stunned. The first level of the Middle Celestial Palace was still the first level of the Middle Celestial Palace. Not enough energy? Gu Hai was speechless. Smiling bitterly, Gu Hai was helpless. Forget it, I'll take it slow. Is it so difficult to cultivate the Earth Soul? Fortunately, there is still time. Sighing slightly, Gu Hai took out the cultivation methods of the Earth Immortals and studied them carefully. Chapter 763. 5 million years later. 18 layers of hell. Roar. A deafening roar resounded. Shangguanhen's body glowed with golden light as he punched a huge planet. Hong. Before Shangguanhen's dazzling golden fist, that planet exploded. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. Shangguanhen roared in frustration. Boom, boom, boom. Shangguanhen punched the surrounding stars crazily, and his eyes turned red. The loud noise seemed to have awakened Gu Hai on the distant planet. Gu Hai's hair turned white again and his face was full of wrinkles. Stopping looking at the arranged stars, Gu Hai looked at Shangguanhen. Shangguanhen. Gu Hai shouted. In the distance, Shangguanhen shuddered and woke up. Swish. Shangguanhen flew to the square where Gu Hai was. Bang. When he landed, he stomped on several stones in frustration. How's your cultivation? Gu Hai asked in a deep voice. Your Majesty, I've already reached the 6th or 9th level, the 54th level. However, I can't break through anymore. In the past 1 million years, I haven't broken through a single level. Shangguanhen said anxiously. 54th level? That means you're the same as Sun Wukong? Sun Wukong trained in the 8 trigrams furnace, and I let you train in the true fire gourd. Is that the limit? Gu Hai fell into deep thought. Your Majesty, I'm so frustrated. Shangguanhen said bitterly. Forget it. It's been 5 million years. It's understandable that you can't take it. Go to sleep first. Sleep for a while with the tortoise breathing technique. Maybe you'll feel better after that. At that time, I'll use the immortal slaying gourd to kill you. I'll help you continue to train the indestructible golden body, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. Shangguanhen said with a bitter smile. 5 million years as boring as a day of cultivation. What kind of torment was this? Back then, when he first started cultivating the 8 and 9 mysteries art, he was full of enthusiasm. But now, when he started cultivating again, he felt like puking. However, Guhai did not allow him to sleep forever. Shang Guanhen knew that this was for his own good, but it was very uncomfortable. At this moment he could finally sleep. Shang Guanhen suddenly realized that sleeping forever was the most blissful thing. Shang Guanhen quickly chiseled a coffin and lay in it. Then he fell asleep. Looking at Shang Guanhen sleeping, Guhai smiled wryly. This is just the 6 Dao Immortal Dome's 18 levels of hell. Do you know how terrifying the 30 Dao Immortal Dome's 18 levels are? Taking a deep breath, Guhai looked up at the sky. The arrangement of the 1,000 planets changed again. 33? It is indeed complicated. Is this also the limit of my Go skills? No, we will definitely figure it out. There are still over 100 million years, we have an immeasurable amount of time. Guhai's eyes flashed with determination. At the same time, Guhai sensed his own body. The Earth Spirit Book absorbed a large amount of energy, and another batch was harvested. Wong. The Earth Spirit Book trembled, then calmed down. Guhai was speechless. The first level of the Middle Heaven Palace? Are you kidding me? The Earth Spirit Book has been absorbing for 5 million years. Guhai said bitterly. Oh. Guhai frowned suddenly. Something happened to the transformation pool and the heaven mending pool? Guhai's expression changed. The heaven mending pool and the transformation pool were originally back to back, but now they were eerily separated. They slowly flew towards the Spirit Mother God. Could it be? Guhai's face lit up with joy. The Spirit Mother God instinctively felt a huge threat. However, the transformation pool and heaven mending pool were refined by Guhai himself. How could they be a threat? Guhai suppressed the shock in his heart and allowed the transformation pool and heaven mending pool to fly towards the Spirit Mother God. They slowly flew towards the Spirit Mother God's eyes. The two pools gradually became smaller, smaller and smaller, as they flew towards the Spirit Mother God's eyes. Boom! In an instant, the transformation pool and heaven mending pool merged into the Spirit Mother God's eyes. A majestic power rushed straight for the Spirit Mother Divine King with a loud rumble. Ah! Guhai screamed in pain. The Spirit Mother God was in even more pain. The transformation pool, heaven mending pool, and Spirit Mother God seemed to be melting rapidly. Even Guhai felt unbearable pain. One had to know that Guhai's endurance was incomparably strong, but even so, he still screamed in pain. Pain, 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 pain. If it was anyone else's nascent soul, it would have collapsed long ago. Only Guhai's Spirit Mother God had such great endurance. In the world, there were only a few nascent souls as strong as the Spirit Mother God. The Spirit Mother God was definitely the pinnacle of nascent souls. Even the pinnacle Spirit Mother God was almost unable to bear it. However, it was just at that limit. The Spirit Mother God trembled a few times but did not shatter. However, the transformation pool merged into the Spirit Mother God's right eye, and the heaven mending pool merged into the Spirit Mother God's left eye. Wong. The Spirit Mother God trembled violently. Ah! Guhai also screamed in pain. With a loud roar, the surrounding void trembled violently. This pain was tormented for nearly a month before it slowly subsided. The Spirit Mother God seemed to wither in an instant. After a long time, almost a year, the Spirit Mother God regained her vitality. At this moment, the heaven mending pool and the transformation pool turned into the Spirit Mother God's two eyes. The Spirit Mother God's left eye emitted a gentle white light, while the Spirit Mother God's right eye emitted a gentle black light. Great Compassion Poem of Heaven and Earth, Third Heaven? Life and Death Eye? Guhai said with a shiver. The reason why the heaven mending pool and the transformation pool were formed in the Dantian was so that they could merge into the nascent soul's eyes one day. Now they merged into the third heaven. This was also the result of endless accumulation. Fortunately, I cultivated the Spirit Mother God. If not for the Spirit Mother God, I wouldn't have been able to survive the third heaven of the Great Compassion Poem of Heaven and Earth. So close. So painful I almost exploded my nascent soul. Great Compassion Poem of Heaven and Earth? What kind of cultivation technique is it? Guhai revealed a trace of confusion. Ninth heaven? He had only cultivated to the third heaven? In the past, I also investigated the heaven mending sect. Only the sect master of the heaven mending sect cultivated to the second heaven. The effect should be the second heaven, but no one has ever cultivated to the third heaven. Third heaven? Because they don't have the Spirit Mother God. Guhai narrowed his eyes. Third heaven, life and death eye? I wonder how the effect is. Gu Hai said in a low voice. His mind sank into the spirit mother god's eyes. Gu Hai suddenly raised his eyebrows. It was the eyes of the spirit mother god. What he saw was actually different from what normal people saw. What he saw were countless transparent black and white lines. His left eye had thin white lines and his right eye had thin black lines. They were densely packed and endless. This is? Gu Hai revealed a trace of confusion. He opened his mouth and swallowed a broken longsword, sending it into his dantian. First he closed his right eye and looked with his left eye. Suddenly, in the center of the countless thin lines, a sword-shaped object appeared. This object was also formed by countless thin lines. Vaguely, he could see that some of the broken ends of the thin lines seemed to be able to be repaired. A ray of 9-colored light shot out from his right eye. It was the heaven-mending power pouring into the broken ends. The broken ends were quickly repaired. In the blink of an eye, it was completely repaired. This magical sword is a broken magical sword. The heaven-mending power connected those thin white lines and repaired it? The broken ends of the thin lines are the broken parts. In that case, the left eye, life eye, can see the essence of the object and the trajectory of existence just like the genetic strands? It can see the genetic strands clearly and repair them. Gu Hai's expression changed. He closed his left eye again and opened his right eye. This time he also saw the sword-shaped object, which was also formed by countless thin black lines. However, there were many fewer thin lines this time. The right eye, death eye, only sees a part of the life eye, but it's displayed in black? The death eye doesn't see everything? Gu Hai was slightly startled. The Divine King was slightly curious. He pointed his finger and released a thin beam of energy, but it cut off one of the black lines. Bang! It was just a single black line, but the long sword was shattered into pieces with a loud bang, completely shattering into pieces. It's all shattered? How can this be? Gu Hai was slightly startled. He quickly used the heaven-mending power to repair it. This time only one black line was cut off, but it consumed more heaven-mending power than before to repair it? What is this black line? Gu Hai was slightly startled. Once again he cut off a white line that the death eye could not see. The white line was broken, but the long sword was still as before, as if it was not damaged at all. Gu Hai fell into deep thought. After many attempts, Gu Hai finally understood what was going on. The death eye can see the vital point of an object with a single glance? Once the vital point is broken, it will damage its foundation and almost destroy it. The life eye can see the whole picture of an object, the trajectory of all existences. Can it see everything clearly? Gu Hai frowned. Right, Xinqiong? Gu Hai's expression changed. It was the Warring States Xinqiong that had been thrown into the heaven-mending pool to repair. At this moment, Gu Hai used the life eye to look. Immediately, he saw that the Warring States Xinqiong was densely packed with thin lines. There were too many, so many that Gu Hai was dazzled. The broken parts were also densely packed. The heaven-mending power was slowly repairing it. However, the repair was still quite slow. He threw the Xinqiong into the death eye. Immediately, only a huge black frame was left. Although there were many broken black lines, too many were missing. Repair these vital black lines first. Gu Hai's expression changed. Whoosh. Immediately, a large amount of heaven-mending power repaired those black lines first. At the same time, in the Warring States Xinqiong, which used to repair all sides, suddenly repaired the important elements. Boom! The broken sun suddenly pieced back together. The sun pieced back together. It was as if there was a demand for heat. Gu Hai immediately flew towards a star. Wang! The surging power of the sun was quickly absorbed into the Warring States Xinqiong. The sun of the Warring States Xinqiong was repaired. At the same time, the life eye saw that many broken white lines did not need the heaven-mending power and were actually repairing themselves. I understand now. Haha, as long as the main frame and vital points are repaired, the minor parts can slowly recover on their own. There is no need to consume too much heaven-mending power. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. Chapter 764. Immortal Dome? This was what Gu Hai was looking forward to the most. As he refined it, he mended the black lines. Finally, 10 years later. Buzz. A bubble suddenly appeared in Gu Hai's palm. Immortal Dome? This is my immortal dome? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with excitement. It was not difficult to refine the immortal dome. The difficult part was repairing it. Fortunately, the 3,000 black lines had been repaired. Although there were countless holes on the bubble, the minor parts had not been repaired. However, the immortal dome bubble did not burst. Those minor elements could be repaired on their own. Go! Guhai extended his hand and tossed. Whoosh! The bubble suddenly flew into another planet. The countless holes were like countless small black holes, crazily absorbing the surrounding dust, stones and light of the sun and moon. Guhai had a connection with the immortal dome. Now that he had refined it, he could make the little immortal dome return with a thought. However, Guhai did not do so. His vital parts were restored. Next he would let it recover on its own. Eye of life and death? The spiritual Mother Divine King immediately emitted a gentle light that merged with Guhai's body. Buzz. Guhai's eyes suddenly emitted black and white light. The eye of life and death seemed to have reached the eyes of his physical body in an instant, but it consumed a lot of the spiritual Mother Divine King's power. He looked up at the 33 greater rays in the sky. In an instant, in Guhai's left eye, the 33 greater rays turned into countless white lines. They were densely packed. As for his right eye, there were many fewer black lines. What was the overall situation of the array? Where were the vital parts? In an instant he saw everything clearly. So that's how it is. In this way it can help me avoid countless deeders? Guhai's eyes suddenly flashed with excitement. Guhai sat cross-legged again and looked at the 33 greater rays in the sky. In the 10 millionth year. Buzz. In between his eyebrows. Out of the 100 small chessboards, 80 of them suddenly merged together in 4 directions. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, 20 large chessboards merged into one. The chessboard didn't last long, only a year. Ka. The large chessboard quickly shrank, removing the pieces that could be replaced. Once again it turned into a small chessboard with 19 pats. Together with the original 20, the most complicated chessboard. Now there were only 40 small chessboards left. The Heavenly Cycle Saber art could slash out the 8 heavenly cycles due to these chess puzzles. Unfortunately, that was only an ideal situation. Guhai's current strength was far from enough. 33? It's really complicated. Guhai's eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness. It was only because of the Eye of Life and Death that he was able to gain a preliminary understanding of the 33 great formations. How long had it been? Guhai smiled bitterly. Is that old man Guanxi really that talented? He has lived for thousands of years, yet he was able to comprehend such chess skills? Just as Guhai was mocking himself, the energy gathered by the Earth Spirit book in his body paused, and the Earth Spirit trembled. Guhai's expression suddenly froze. Boom. A loud sound came from Guhai's body. Suddenly, a strong air current surged out from his body. A breakthrough? Guhai was stunned. At this moment he did not know whether to be happy or sad. Congratulations, Your Majesty. You have a breakthrough in your cultivation. Shengguanhen, who was in a coffin not far away, woke up and said with a smile. Guhai smiled bitterly. Yes, I have a breakthrough. The 2nd level of the Central Heaven Palace. Shengguanhen's expression froze. I have been sleeping and waking up non-stop. It has been almost 10 million years, right? Your Majesty, you have a breakthrough? Shengguanhen said blankly. 10 million years of energy was only enough for you to advance by 1 level? Guhai sighed slightly and nodded. He was too embarrassed to tell Shengguanhen that he had borrowed the power of the Earth Spirit book. Otherwise he did not know how long he would have to wait. Shengguanhen's face twitched, but he did not dare to judge Guhai's cultivation. Since you are awake, continue cultivating. Now, you need to break through to the 7th or 9th level. Guhai looked at Shengguanhen. There is still a lot to go. I am now at the 58th level. However, I have to cultivate when I wake up, cultivate when I sleep, cultivate when I wake up, cultivate again. I am about to throw up. Shengguanhen said bitterly. Right now you are already stronger than Sun Wukong. He is only at the 54th layer. Only through hardship can one rise above others. Continue cultivating. How long has it been since you came down? Continue. Guhai said seriously. Shengguanhen smiled bitterly and nodded. Oh right, Your Majesty, I wanted to ask last time. There seems to be a black hole in the distant star field, swallowing the surrounding stars. Do you want to investigate? Shengguanhen asked. Guhai looked into the distance. Indeed, there was a black hole in the shining stars, swallowing the surrounding stars. There is no need. That is a formation that I made. You can cultivate on your own. Yes. Shengguanhen nodded with a trace of horror. That black hole was Guhai's immortal dome. After the immortal dome absorbed countless stars, it became bigger and bigger. The holes in it also became black holes. It was not one black hole but 3,200 black holes swallowing the stars and mending them. Shangguanhen continued to cultivate. Guhai also continued to study the 33-go formation. Guhai enjoyed his time, but Shangguanhen was incomparably unbearable. He spent 60% of his time in the Great Tortoise breathing technique. Now, the Great Tortoise breathing technique was becoming more and more powerful. Just like that, more than 100 million years passed. The first level of hell. Almost 1,000 years. The future Buddha looked coldly at the entrance to the second level. Everyone listen up. Seal all the entrances to hell. No one is to come out. If you find Guhai, the Buddhists, and Shangguanhen, report immediately. Yes. Everyone answered. Buddha, Guhai should have turned into a fossil by now after going to the 18th level of hell, right? Jedong Bodhisattva laughed. Let's take a look first. Also, the Buddhists search carefully. The future Buddha said in a low voice. Yes. The 16th level of hell. Almost 30 million years. Kong Xian exuded a monstrous demonic aura. On his back, the huge mountain that was suppressing Kong Xian shook as if it could not suppress him anymore. Kong Xian's eyes were also spewing black gas, accumulating over time. The demonic aura had almost dyed half the sky black. With great difficulty, Kong Xian's pupils shrank. It's almost time. Is the entrance to the 18th level of hell going to open again? Kong Xian's consciousness returned. Looking at the entrance to the upper level, Kong Xian's face turned ferocious. Future Buddha? Present Buddha? Past Buddha? Your plan is going to fail. Wait until I get out, watch me devour you. Walalala. Kong Xian's vibrating chains shook violently, as if trying to break free from the huge imprisonment. However, suddenly, Kong Xian paused and looked at the entrance to the 17th level of hell. Guhai? You've already turned into a fossil after entering the 18th level of hell, right? I'm not going to wait for you. Kong Xian said coldly. But in the next moment, Kong Xian paused, thinking of the bet he made with Guhai. There was a moment of silence. Alright, I'll wait for you for a while. Anyway, I don't care about this time. Let's see if you can still survive after the 18th level of hell is unsealed. Kong Xian said with a ferocious expression. Kong Xian slowly calmed down. However, Kong Xian was extremely irritated at this moment. Kong Xian could no longer suppress the overflowing demonic aura. Although his energy had increased a lot, the demonic aura was distorting his mind. Although he was not lost, he would be affected in the long run. He could not stay in hell any longer. Just as Kong Xian was waiting. Boom. All of a sudden, a huge boom rang out as the entrance to the 18 hells opened. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a stream of light appeared from the first level of hell to the 16th level of hell. It was the future Buddha who had arrived immediately. In the 16th level of hell, endless demonic aura dyed the sky black for a moment. As soon as he entered, the future Buddha felt a strong evil aura emanating from Kong Xian. The evil aura was so strong that the future Buddha felt a chill in his heart. Kong Xian, have you thought it through? The future Buddha said with an ugly expression. Future Buddha, why don't you try sending me to the 17th level of hell? Kong Xian said with a ferocious expression. No, the demonic aura in your body? I can see it. Aha, you can't take it anymore, right? You can't suppress the demonic aura in your heart, right? The future Buddha suddenly laughed. Kong Xian snorted coldly. He was indeed about to lose control, but he had not been driven crazy. Kong Xian, what's wrong with being the great bright Lord Buddha of Soul Mountain? The Buddha will not restrict your freedom now. The future Buddha persuaded. Get lost, you're not worthy. Kong Xian said coldly. Ha ha ha, not worthy? Then you can continue to stay here. I can feel that you can't take it anymore. There's no need for the 17th level of hell. Let's see how long you can hold on here. The future Buddha swung his sleeves and snorted. Turning his head, the future Buddha stepped into the 17th level of hell. At this moment, a large number of monks flew over. They also followed the future Buddha into the 17th level of hell. However, there was nothing in the 17th level of hell. The future Buddha stepped into the entrance of the 18th level of hell and looked inside. He did not dare to go deeper. It seems that Guhai has turned into a fossil? That's good, The future Buddha snorted coldly. He flew up to the 16th level of hell. He tried to persuade Kong Xian, but Kong Xian did not care at all. The future Buddha could only dejectedly lead the group of monks away. Kong Xian looked coldly at the future Buddha leaving and sneered, Future Buddha? Just you wait, I'll break the seal of the 9th grade golden lotus and devour you. Kang Xian endured the demonic aura in his body and was about to break free from the chains. Whoosh! Not far away, a figure suddenly flew out from the entrance of the 17th level. Oh? Kang Xian frowned. He turned his head to look. Shengguan Hen? Prime Xuanwu? Why are you here? Kang Xian said in surprise. The 18th level of hell. I can't take it anymore. His Majesty sent me to the 16th level of hell to accompany you. Shengguan Hen exhaled deeply. The surrounding flames burned Shengguan Hen, but they could not harm him at all. Last time you slept in Gu Hai's coffin. Did Gu Hai bring you in? Gu Hai is not dead? Kang Xian said in shock, his expression turning cold. Indeed. His Majesty is still in the 18th level of hell. Earlier, the future Buddha was lucky that he did not go to investigate. Otherwise, he would have fallen into His Majesty's Go ritual array trap. Shengguan Hen sighed softly. Kang Xian's eyelids twitched. Is Gu Hai really not dead? Where is he? Kang Xian said with a gloomy expression. Counting all the time, Kang Xian had been imprisoned in hell for more than 60 million years and could not hold on any longer. Gu Hai had been in the 18th level of hell for 130 million years, twice as long as him. Gu Hai was not crazy? He could not hold on any longer, but Gu Hai was still alive? Didn't that mean he had lost? His Majesty? He said that he was still a little short of maturity and wanted to stay in the 18th level of hell for one more round. Please wait for His Majesty. Shengguan Hen said with a bitter smile. Still a little short of maturity? Kang Xian looked blankly at Shengguan Hen. Don't lie to me. I'm not well educated. Tell me, what do you mean by that? Does Gu Hai not want to come out? His Majesty does not want to leave the 18th level of hell for the time being. He is afraid that you can't wait, so. His Majesty said that if you are bored while waiting, I can talk to you. Shengguan Hen explained. Kang Xian. Chapter 765. Kang Xian could no longer suppress the demonic aura in his body and was ready to break free from the seal and escape. However, Shengguan Hen's words made Kang Xian completely stunned. His former pride seemed to have been severely challenged. One day, Gu Hai stayed for one day, which was equivalent to twice his time. He couldn't stand it, yet Gu Hai said it wasn't enough? Not enough. He wanted him to wait? Wait. Kang Xian's eyelids twitched. Fine, I'll wait for one more round. Kang Xian said with a ferocious expression. Kang Xian's remaining pride made him unwilling to admit defeat. However, even if he didn't admit defeat, he still lost. Perhaps it was his pride that held him back. At first, he laughed complacently and despised Gu Hai. Now that Gu Hai had spent 4 times his time with him, how could he not dare? That's good. So I had enough on the 18th floor. If it wasn't for His Majesty, But it's fine now. I'm on the 16th floor, so it's much better. Just bear with it and it'll be over. Shengguan Hen said with lingering fear. Kang Xian snorted gloomily. Gu Hai waited for one round, Shengguan Hen also waited for one round. Could it be that Shanghai Hen's endurance was better than his? During the wait, the future Buddha came several times. Kang Xian looked at him coldly and ignored him. His heart was full of resentment. Until a new round began. Boom. The entrance to the 18th floor closed again with a loud bang. Kang Xian looked coldly at Shengguan Hen, who was in the magma in the distance. At this moment, Shengguan Hen was wandering in the magma. The rolling flames surrounded his body, but he couldn't be harmed at all. Kang Xian, if you're bored, you can chat with me. I'll sleep for a while more. Shengguan Hen said. Tortoise breathing technique. So you've been sleeping all this time? Kang Xian showed a trace of disdain. Yes, I've slept for most of my life, but I've also been awake for tens of millions of years. It's useless even if you try to provoke me. His Majesty gave me the Tao Te Ching, which can alleviate the baleful aura in hell. Do you want to learn it too? Shengguan Hen smiled. I don't need it. This baleful aura can temper me. Sleep. Go to sleep, I thought you guys were so powerful. Kang Xian said coldly. I sleep, but your Majesty has never slept before. His Majesty doesn't even have enough time for one round, so how could he sleep? If you don't want to admit it, just say so. Why do you have to slander His Majesty? Shengguan Hen sneered. Humph. Kang Xian snorted and turned his head away. Shengguan Hen fell into a deep slumber once again. A new round began. Kang Xian's eyes were gradually bloodshot, and the demonic aura around him grew stronger. The demonic aura that had previously dyed half the sky black was now expanding at full force. Time passed slowly. The more time passed, the more unbearable Kang Xian became. The 18th layer of hell was not a place for humans. Even with Kong Xian's strong willpower, he could barely withstand it. Roar. Kong Xian let out a deafening roar, and the entire magma sea was filled with endless waves of fire. Sheng Guanhen, who was in the depths of the magma sea, was awakened by the roar. He looked at Kong Xian's red eyes as if he was about to lose himself. Kong Xian. Sheng Guanhen shouted angrily. Boom. Kong Xian quivered and woke up. Was he about to turn into a demon? You lost your consciousness? Sheng Guanhen stared at him. Roar no. Kong Xian defended himself. I'll teach you the Tao Te Ching. Sheng Guanhen persuaded. No need. Kong Xian stubbornly refused. After a few more times, Kong Xian finally admitted that if Sheng Guanhen did not wake him up time and time again, he would have completely lost himself. At this moment, Kong Xian finally saw how abnormal Gu Hai was. His Majesty's one day is longer than yours, not to mention the baleful aura of the 18th layer is even more. Sheng Guanhen bitterly smiled. Umph. Kong Xian coldly snorted. Do you want me to teach you the Tao Te Ching? Sheng Guanhen smiled. No need, this round is about to end, and the entrance to the 18th layer of hell is about to open. You go and call Gu Hai out. If he doesn't want to go out, I'll go first. I'm not like you who can sleep all the time. Kong Xian ferociously said. Ha ha ha, good. Sheng Guanhen laughed. Kong Xian's words were very clear. At this moment he finally lowered his head. The 18th layer of hell. Gu Hai sat cross-legged at the entrance of the dilapidated palace. His consciousness entered the central heavenly palace. The whirlpool-like suction force from the Earth Spirit Book had disappeared. The Earth Spirit Book can absorb the wandering energy of heaven and earth. Although hell is divided into 18 layers, it is still the Hell Dao secret realm. This is a whole. Therefore, the Earth Spirit Book absorbs the energy of the entire Hell Dao secret realm. But now it can't absorb even a trace of it? Gu Hai bitterly said. In that case, all the energy in the Hell Dao secret realm has been absorbed by the Earth Spirit Book? In other words, all the energy accumulated in the 18th layer of hell has been absorbed by me? It's useless for me to stay here any longer. But what about my cultivation? Gu Hai bitterly said. The 8th layer of the central heavenly palace? Even after absorbing all the energy in hell, he still couldn't complete the central heavenly palace? The 8th layer of the central heavenly palace? Gu Hai felt uncomfortable all over. Continue to stay here? What a joke. If he continued to stay here, Gu Hai felt like he would turn into a fossil. He couldn't take it anymore. But what about his earth spirit? All the energy in the Hell Dao secret realm had been absorbed, but it still couldn't fill up his earth spirit. The remaining ones would definitely be harder to cultivate. What would he do if he left the 18th layer of hell? In the past, the Long Zhanghua had also told Gu Hai about his energy. The Long Zhanghua had cultivated to the central heavenly palace. He used Qi to return essence to the central heavenly palace. Then he used essence to return essence to the lower heavenly palace. He made the lower heavenly palace complete. Then, from the lower heavenly palace, he used essence to return essence to the upper heavenly palace. But Gu Hai wasn't like that. Instead, he rushed up one heavenly palace after another. He didn't have the Long Zhanghua cycle, but it was the most solid foundation. But this was the hardest to cultivate. The Earth Spirit grabbed the Earth Spirit Book and sat back down in the palace with a gloomy expression. Gu Hai also returned to his body with a slightly bitter consciousness. Sigh, the 8th level of the central heavenly palace? Forget it, there's no point in staying any longer. It's about time. Gu Hai sighed softly. He got up and waved his hand. Boom. In the distant starry sky, a huge object suddenly floated over. It was as if it was dragging an entire galaxy towards Gu Hai. As it got closer, those galaxies slowly became smaller. It slowly shrank. Soon, it shrank into a bubble and returned to Gu Hai's right palm. A bubble. The bubble was faintly discernible, emitting gentle starlight. Immortal Dome? From today onwards, you'll be called the Immortal Dome of the Ancients. Gu Hai took a deep breath and gave it a name. The Immortal Dome of the Ancients trembled slightly. It was as if it had given Gu Hai life from this moment on. Gu Hai waved his hand. The Immortal Dome of the Ancients disappeared. However, at this moment only Gu Hai could see it. The Immortal Dome of the Ancients was around him, right in front of him. Others couldn't see it, but it was there. Only he could see it. A world that only he could see, a world that belonged only to him. He took a step forward. Bus. Gu Hai disappeared from his original spot, but stepped into the immortal dome of the ancients. Once he entered the world, Gu Hai stepped on the air and looked down. The immortal dome of the warring states of the past had long changed and everything had changed. At this moment, there was a vast land with countless starry skies. The common people were almost extinct, but they didn't completely disappear. After all, there were still some who survived. Human civilization was destroyed and everything turned into nothing. Some humans had entered the era of eating raw meat and drinking blood, just like the Stone Age that Gu Hai saw on Earth in the past. There were also some dinosaurs. Gu Hai raised his head and waved. Whoosh! The stars above his head immediately lined up, forming a 33 large array. The moment the array appeared, buzz! The array seemed to form a suction force that led to the outside world. Suddenly, spiritual chi surged into the immortal dome of the ancients. Of course, this spiritual chi was pitifully little. After all, there wasn't much in the 18 levels of hell. However, Gu Hai believed that as long as he reached the divine continent, there would be endless spiritual chi gathering. When the immortal dome of the ancients was repaired, it integrated a trace of the attribute of the Hell Dao secret realm. The time inside is countless times faster than the outside world. I have spread the cultivation techniques of Earth in the past. I hope there will be some changes, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. He waved his hand. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, on the ground of the immortal dome of the ancients, huge mountains rose from the ground. On the mountains, there were pages of cultivation techniques from Earth. After doing all this, Gu Hai took a step out of the immortal dome of the ancients. The moment Gu Hai stepped out of the immortal dome of the ancients, boom! Suddenly, not far away, there was a loud bang in the void. The entrance to the 18 levels of hell opened again. Gu Hai took a deep breath. With a wave of his hand, the planet under his feet was dragged into the immortal dome of the ancients. Just as he was about to step out of the entrance of the 18 levels of hell, Gu Hai suddenly frowned and turned to look at the largest star not far away. At this moment, a large number of stars were arranged around the star. It was a super chess game. This chess game was different. The horizontal was 34, and the vertical was 35. Gu Hai swung his sleeves. Boom! This strange chessboard suddenly exploded into pieces. It was chaos. After looking coldly at it, Gu Hai stepped into the entrance to the 17th level. The 16th level of hell. Brr. The moment the passage to the 18th level of hell opened, Kong Xian roared and endless demonic chi filled the entire 16th level of hell. In the black chi, Kong Xian's eyes were red. He flapped his huge wings and the surrounding magma rose into huge waves. Shangguan Hen stood in the distance and watched quietly. Chains break. Kong Xian roared with a ferocious expression. Boom, 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 boom. The 5 chains suddenly exploded, and the 5 mountains also trembled violently. The Dharma mountain that was suppressing Kong Xian also shook and broke free. Kong Xian roared and seemed to be about to break free from the seal of the rank 9 golden lotus. At this moment, the future Buddha led a group of monks into the entrance to the 15th level of hell. As soon as they entered, demonic chi surged toward them. The faces of the monks changed, revealing looks of horror. The future Buddha opened his eyes and his expression changed. Kong Xian? How dare you? The future Buddha suddenly shouted. Chapter 766. The future Buddha led the monks into the lower levels of hell as soon as the 18th level of hell opened. They soon arrived at the entrance of the 16th level of hell. Buddha, it's another round. Will Kong Xian be able to take it? One of the monks asked worriedly. I saw that he was on the verge of death the last time. It's another round. It'll be 32 million years. I hope he won't go crazy. Hurry. The future Buddha said solemnly. I'm guessing that he can't wait to join the spirited mountain's sacred ground. The monk beside him laughed. Although the future Buddha did not respond, a smug smile appeared on his face. The group stepped into the 16th level of hell. Boom. The moment they entered, they were greeted by rolling black demonic aura. The demonic aura was so ferocious that all the monks shuddered. Demonic aura? How can it be so dense? It wasn't so exaggerated the last time. The 16th level of hell is covered by demonic aura? How can this be? Oh no. Buddha, the chains. The chains are broken. Brr. Kong Xian's expression was ferocious as he let out a roar. After breaking free from the chains, he tried to break free from the 5 mountains. As he roared, the surrounding magma shot up into the sky. The FA mountain on his back trembled violently as though it was going to break free at any moment. The future Buddha opened his eyes wide and his expression changed drastically. Kong Xian? How dare you? The future Buddha suddenly shouted. Kong Xian's current strength had completely exceeded the future Buddha's expectations. Was he going to break the seal and come out? Once he came out, it would be bad. Boom. The future Buddha took a step forward and was about to charge toward Kong Xian to stop Kong Xian. However, at that moment, an aura of a fist suddenly emerged from the magma and crashed toward the future Buddha. A golden fist punched out, causing the void to tremble violently. What? There's someone else? The future Buddha's expression changed. He extended his hand and threw a punch, colliding with the golden fist with a loud bang. Honk. There was a deafening sound as a powerful spatial wave rippled out from where the two fists collided. The future Buddha took a step back with a look of horror on his face. They saw a super vortex forming below the rolling magma. It revolved around a man shining with golden light. That man raised his head with a ferocious look on his face. Shangguanhen? Suddenly, a monk exclaimed. Impossible. That was Shangguanhen's fist? The monks exclaimed in shock. The future Buddha's expression also darkened. Shangguanhen? You're not dead? Why do you think I will die? Shangguanhen smiled coldly and immediately stepped into the air. He flew in front of the future Buddha and looked at him with a cold smile. That fist just now? No, aren't you even inferior to Sun Wukong? When you first entered the heavenly palace, did you remember your fist? The future Buddha said with a gloomy expression. You don't need to know. Shangguanhen sneered. Guhai? What about Guhai? Is he dead? The future Buddha suddenly thought of something. What do you think? Shangguanhen said coldly. Roar. In the distance, Kong Xian roared again. Rumble. The 5 mountains shook, and cracks appeared on the mountain of Dharma above them. Not good. The future Buddha's expression changed. 1,000 Buddha hands of compassion and sorrow. The future Buddha struck out with his palm. Boom, 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 boom. In the void, thousands of golden palms appeared in an instant and struck at Shangguanhen. Petty tricks. I'll defeat 10,000 palms with my strength. Shangguanhen glared and shouted as he punched out again. Boom. Suddenly, one of the golden palms exploded, and the remaining 999 palms landed on Shangguanhen's body. At this moment, Shangguanhen was surrounded by golden light. His invincible Vajra body was activated. Nearly 1,000 palms hit Shangguanhen, but Shangguanhen was only pushed back slightly. What? The future Buddha's expression changed. At this moment, Shangguanhen's fist was right in front of the future Buddha. Dong. It was as if a golden hammer had struck a bell. With a resounding boom, the future Buddha was pushed back 1,000 feet before he could stop himself. Shangguanhen, how did your cultivation increase so much? What technique is that? Why is it so similar to Sun Wukong's? No, you're stronger than Sun Wukong. The future Buddha was shocked and angry. It was also at this time that Kong Xian unleashed his greatest power. Roar. With a loud roar, the demonic aura around him increased by more than 10 times. Boom. The huge Dharma mountain on top of him exploded. Below him, the 5 mountains changed shape and turned into a dazzling 9th-rank golden lotus. Kong Xian broke free. Screech. A clear roar of freedom seemed to spread throughout the 18 levels of hell in an instant. Kong Xian is out of the seal. The demon has broken the seal of the 9th-rank golden lotus. Buddha, save us. The group of monks screamed in fear. The future Buddha was also shocked. Kong Xian, don't be so stubborn. Kong Xian was surrounded by demonic aura. He didn't care about the future Buddha at all. He opened his mouth and inhaled. Boom. The huge 9th-rank golden lotus was swallowed by Kong Xian. What? How dare you? That's the 9th-rank golden lotus of the spirited mountain. Spit it out now. Otherwise no one can save you. The future Buddha's expression changed. Screech. Kong Xian shouted. He flapped his wings. Shangguanhen, you're too kind. Don't be soft-hearted to this bald donkey. You can't do this to me. Kong Xian shouted with a ferocious expression. With a loud shout, Kong Xian flapped his wings. Immediately, a gust of black wind rushed towards the future Buddha. Bastard. The future Buddha struck his palm towards Kong Xian. However, Kong Xian opened his mouth. As the black wind rolled over, he took a deep breath. Boom. The future Buddha was swallowed by Kong Xian. In the distance, the group of monks was scared out of their wits. Kong Xian swallowed the Buddha? My eyes are playing tricks on me. That's the future Buddha. The future Buddha was swallowed by Kong Xian? Now help. The monks screamed in fear. Not only did I swallow the future Buddha, but I also want to swallow the past Buddha and the present Buddha. I want to swallow everything in the spirited mountain. Swallow, swallow, swallow. Kong Xian roared. He flapped his wings again and released a black wind. The black wind swept the escaping monks into Kong Xian's mouth. The giant peacock swallowed all the monks in the blink of an eye. Shangguan Hen's expression froze. Was Kong Xian possessed by the devil? Why was he so fierce? That was the future Buddha. He swallowed him just like that. At this moment, Kong Xian's heart was filled with anger. Swallowing the future Buddha had eased Kong Xian's anger a little. However, the anger that had been suppressed for nearly 100 million years could not be eliminated so easily. Kong Xian's eyes were filled with hatred. He wanted to rush up from the 16th level of hell and swallow everything. Just as Kong Xian's fighting spirit was soaring and his hatred was boundless, a voice suddenly sounded. You swallowed him just like that? Aren't you afraid of indigestion? A voice suddenly sounded. It could be said that it was a provocation to Kong Xian. Who is it? Kong Xian turned his head with a ferocious expression. Your Majesty. Shangguan Hen's face lit up with joy. Gu Hai. Kong Xian's expression froze. Congratulations to the great Miujin for breaking free. Gu Hai suddenly walked over with a smile. Looking at Gu Hai, Kong Xian's face twitched. Although Shangguan Hen had been trapped for a long time, he was mostly opportunistic. Although Kong Xian approved of him, he did not submit to him. However, Gu Hai was different. He did not have the talent of the black tortoise, but he had been trapped for 250 million years. He had been trapped for less than half of Gu Hai's time. Boom. Kong Xian instantly turned into his human form. Gu Hai, are you really still alive? Kong Xian's expression was ugly. Yes. Unfortunately, there is nothing here that I was looking forward to. Otherwise, it would be a perfect place for cultivation. Gu Hai smiled. Kong Xian. Your Majesty, please don't say any more. I'm about to throw up. Shangguan Hen said bitterly. Shangguan Hen, how many have you reached? Gu Hai looked at Shanghai Hen. Barely. More than 7 or 9. Shangguan Hen smiled bitterly. 63 levels? Not bad. You are much stronger than Sun Wukong. Gu Hai smiled. 64 levels. But I am still far from 72. Shangguan Hen said immediately. Not bad. You are much stronger than you were in the past. Gu Hai smiled. Of course. Shangguan Hen said with a smile. After Gu Hai finished speaking, he looked at Kong Xian. Kong Xian's expression was ugly. He remained silent for a while. Gu Hai didn't say anything. He just looked at him. Shangguan Hen smiled and said, Kong Xian, His Majesty saved your life. You made a bet with His Majesty. What? Are you going back on your words? Shangguan Hen sneered. Kong Xian's face fell. Who said I am going back on my words? That's right. Gu Hai, your willpower is stronger than mine. You're really good. I admire you. We agreed on 50 years. I will enter the Dahan for 50 years. Kong Xian greets your Majesty. Kong Xian immediately bowed. Although he felt that Gu Hai's cultivation had not reached the heavenly palace, Kong Xian didn't care about cultivation anymore. So what if Gu Hai's cultivation had not reached the heavenly palace? He was stronger than him. There was no need to refuse. It was only 50 years. In that case, I will confer Kong Xian as the commander of the 5th Army of the Dahan Empire. You can lead an army and be conferred the title of Viscount Ming. Gu Hai said solemnly. The title of Viscount was only because he had not made any contributions to the Dahan Empire. Now, he had made an exception and was conferred as the commander of the 5th Army. Kong Xian greets your Majesty. Solemnly Kong Xian bowed. Since His Majesty was stronger than him, he could worship him. At this moment, although Kong Xian was still a little uncomfortable, he did what he said. In that case, let's go. Gu Hai said. Your Majesty, I want to seek revenge from the Buddhas of the Holy Land of Mount Numinous. Kong Xian was still brooding. Let's go out first. Gu Hai shook his head and rejected Kong Xian's idea. The group flew towards the first layer of hell. However, Kong Xian still felt somewhat dissatisfied. You did train extremely well in hell. However, are you sure you can compare to the current Buddha? Do you think that he is the same as the future Buddha? Gu Hai asked sullenly. Yes. Kong Xian felt somewhat unconvinced but did not refute. The group soon arrived at the first layer of hell. Gu Hai reached out and took out the suet jade bottle that Bodhisattva Lien Xing gave him. Chapter 767. The entrance to the first layer of hell. Jiedong Bodhisattva, Di Ting Bodhisattva, and the Ghost Kings were waiting. Do you think Kong Xian is obediently waiting for the Buddha's orders now? Jiedong Bodhisattva laughed. Of course. What kind of place is the 16th layer of hell? The baleful aura there is countless times more than the first layer. He has been imprisoned there for nearly 100 million years. Hey, it's scary just thinking about it. As long as he is not crazy, he must be crying and begging the Buddha. Di Ting Bodhisattva sneered. The two bodhisattvas are wise. The Ghost Kings flattered. Just as everyone was waiting at the entrance to the first layer. Whoosh! Suddenly 3 figures flew out. Are they back? So fast? A Ghost King was surprised. No, it's Gu Hai, Shangguan Hen, and that's Kong Xian? Jiedong Bodhisattva's expression suddenly changed. How did they come out? However, he saw Gu Hai take out a white jade bottle in the distance. Where's the Buddha? Di Ting Bodhisattva's expression darkened. No, they must have escaped from the Buddha. Gu Hai is still alive. Kong Xian escaped. We must inform the Buddha immediately. Jiedong Bodhisattva's expression darkened. Buddha, Kong Xian has reached the first layer. Come quickly. Di Ting Bodhisattva suddenly roared. The sound formed a strange frequency that rushed to the second layer of hell, and then to the third layer of hell. In the distance, Kong Xian, who was suppressed by Gu Hai and was still resentful, suddenly turned around. Ah! Baldy roar. Kong Xian roared. He waved his hand and a black wind rushed out. Kong Xian opened his mouth and inhaled. Ah! The monks and Ghost Kings were suddenly swept up by the black wind. Oh no, I can't break free. Save me. Buddha, save me. Ah! Everyone screamed and tried to break free from the black wind. Your Gautama Buddha is in my stomach. If you want to find him in my stomach. Kong Xian inhaled ferociously. Huff. Everyone was sucked into Kong Xian's mouth. Gu Hai was speechless. Kong Xian, why are you so resentful? You want to swallow this bunch of little monks? Shangguan Hen said with a bitter smile. It's none of your business. Kong Xian added coldly. Shangguan Hen smiled bitterly and said nothing more. Gu Hai opened the suet jade bottle. There was originally a reincarnation lotus bud inside. 250 million years. At this moment, that flower bud had completely bloomed. No, it had already bloomed, forming a lotus pod and even nurturing new lotus seeds. Then the lotus seeds grew again, growing into 5 lotus flowers. 5 flowers bloomed. It seems that growth is slower in the 18 levels of hell. Gu Hai said with a smile. Only 5 flowers grew in 200 million years? However, it was enough. Your Majesty, when present Buddha opens the exit, we will rush out immediately and swallow him. Kong Xian said with resentment in his eyes. Present Buddha? Kong Xian, you'd better not provoke him for the time being. Gu Hai shook his head. Why? Kong Xian was still unwilling to accept the result. Let's go out first. Gu Hai reached out and plucked a reincarnation lotus. Wong. The plucked flower instantly withered. At the same time, the reincarnation lotus also withered rapidly. It withered and emitted a colorful light. Suddenly, a passage appeared in front of the 3 of them. This is. Kong Xian was puzzled. Let's go. We can go out through this passage. Gu Hai explained. The 3 of them stepped out of the passage. Phew. Soon, the 3 of them passed through the passage and appeared on the other side. After exiting for a while, the passage disappeared abruptly. The 3 of them stood on the peak of a mountain and looked at the flat land in all directions. Sniff. The 3 of them inhaled deeply at the same time. This is the spiritual energy. This is the feeling of the divine continent. Ah, we are back. Shangguan Hen suddenly felt refreshed. It was too difficult to endure in the underworld. Kong Xian's baleful aura also dissipated somewhat. He was finally back. He felt much more comfortable. This place is... Gu Hai frowned slightly as he looked around. Bodhisattva Lian Sheng said that one would appear randomly in the divine continent after exiting the reincarnation lotus. This place was not marked, so Xiaoqin did not know where it was. Shangguan Hen, go and investigate. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. Whoosh. Shangguan Hen immediately flew to a city in the distance. Soon he returned. Your Majesty, it is really far. This is the border of the Great Yellow Dynasty. We are already in the southwest of the divine continent. Shangguan Hen said with a bitter smile. Let's go and meet up with Ao Shun and Changming first. Gu Hai said seriously. All right. The 2 answered. Bang. The 3 of them turned into 3 beams of light and disappeared into the horizon. Hell Dao Secret Realm Yama Palace entrance. 1. All of a sudden, an opening appeared. The present Buddha and the past Buddha led a group of bodhisattvas and arhats into the first layer of hell. Where are they? The past Buddha frowned. The surroundings were a mess. The Yama palace collapsed, and the ghost soldiers and ghost generals hid in all directions. Buddha? Buddha, you're finally here. A ghost king stumbled over from afar. Yama king? Where are the others? How did you end up like this? The past Buddha asked seriously. Guhai, Shengguanhen, Kongxian, they escaped. The others were eaten by Kongxian. The Yama king said in horror. Eaten? What eating? Kongxian escaped? The past Buddha's expression changed. Future Buddha, I don't know. I went down to take a look. No. Maybe they were eaten by Kongxian. They escaped. The Yama king said in horror. What happened? Tell me, where is the Buddha? The past Buddha asked anxiously. The Yama king didn't dare to hide anything and told him everything he knew. After that, the past Buddha's face darkened. This Guhai is really a scourge. The present Buddha closed his eyes as if he was sensing something. Buddha, has the future Buddha really been eaten? It shouldn't be. He still has the closed eyes world meditation. The past Buddha said anxiously. He is still alive. He used the undying golden body technique. The present Buddha shook his head and said. With their speed, it took them more than 10 days to reach the border of the spirited mountain. Boom. The three of them landed on a mountain peak and stirred up a gust of wind. Countless bats flew out of the forest. Whoosh. Countless bats gathered and soon formed a figure in a black robe. It was Changming. Your Majesty, you are out. That's great. Changming was pleasantly surprised. You are alone? Guhai was puzzled. Ao Shun will be back soon. That day when we split up, I saw you in the distance. Ao Shun wanted to rush forward, but I stopped him. These days, Ao Shun has been leaving early and returning late at night to inquire about your Majesty. I have been waiting here. Changming immediately said with a smile. The great Myojin? Changming suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked at Kongxian. Kongxian's face was cold, but he didn't say anything. He is now the 5th army commander of the Dahan Empire. Guhai explained. Changming was startled and nodded his head. While everyone waited patiently, Guhai began to set up the array. In the evening, Ao Shun indeed returned. When he saw Guhai, he was pleasantly surprised. Shengguan Jizun, you have recovered your cultivation? Ao Shun asked in surprise. Yes. Your Majesty imparted me a cultivation technique. It was tough. Shengguan Ji said bitterly. The 18 levels of hell were indeed not a place for humans. However, Ao Shun didn't know that. Tough. You call that tough? In just a dozen days, you went from having no cultivation to reaching the heavenly palace realm. You still have the cheek to call it tough? Ao Shun didn't understand. He had a strange expression but couldn't bring himself to ask. Your Majesty, what are we going to do now? Changming asked in a low voice. Capture Sun Wukong. Guhai said in a low voice. Ancient Emperor, I will go this time. Ao Shun immediately requested. Your Majesty, I can turn into a bat and hide my body. I will go. Changming requested. Your Majesty, I will go. It shouldn't be difficult to capture a monkey. Shengguanhen said confidently. Your Majesty, I will go. Kongxian also requested. Although Kongxian requested, Guhai could see a different feeling in Kongxian's eyes. Resentment. A towering resentment. Although he had suppressed it, it was still endless resentment. Persuade Kongxian, lay out the facts and reason with him? Given Kongxian's personality, he definitely wouldn't listen. You can go, but I want to ask you. Are the future Buddha and the others really still alive? Guhai asked in a low voice. Crack. Kongxian opened his mouth and spat out. Instantly, the future Buddha was spat out. However, the future Buddha seemed to have turned into a golden statue. He didn't move and black demonic chi surrounded him. The other monks and ghostly beings have been digested. Only his invincible golden body technique can survive for now. However, he will be digested sooner or later. He won't be able to hold on for long. Kongxian said in a low voice. There is still a rank 9 golden lotus? Guhai looked at Kongxian. I want that golden lotus. Your Majesty, you won't steal my spoils, right? Kongxian frowned and looked at Guhai. Hey, if you can keep it, then keep it. Guhai said with a smile. Kongxian nodded. Obviously, he couldn't hand over the rank 9 golden lotus. Give the future Buddha to me. You and Shengguanhen go to Mount Huagua and capture Sun Wukong. Guhai said in a low voice. Kongxian looked at the future Buddha and nodded. Be careful on the way. Try to keep it a secret. That monkey is very smart, but don't be fooled by his appearance. Gu Hai said solemnly. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Shangguan Hen nodded. Shangguan Hen knew Mount Huagua. Shangguan Hen also knew Monkey. Monkey's 72 transformations might be able to fool others, but Shangguan Hen also cultivated the art of 8 and 9 mystic arts. Moreover, his cultivation level was even higher than Sun Wukong's. Naturally, he couldn't escape Shangguan Hen's grasp. Whoosh! The two turned into streaks of light and disappeared. Ancient Emperor Shangguan Hen's cultivation level has increased by a lot. Ao Shun said in a low voice, looking at Shangguan Hen's back. That's right. Crown Prince Ao Shun, what are your future plans? Gu Hai looked at Ao Shun and asked. My future plans? Ao Shun was silent for a while. Right now, Ao Sheng is the North Sea Dragon King. If you don't mind, why don't you join the Dahan Imperial Dynasty? Like Shangguan Hen, you will be the king of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty's national beast. I remember that a country can have more than one national beast. Gu Hai looked at Ao Shun and invited. Chapter 768. When Gu Hai invited Ao Shun did not reject. Instead, he fell into deep thought. After a moment of silence, Ao Shun smiled bitterly and said, Ancient Emperor, although Ao Sheng is bad, he is still my younger brother. I don't want to compete with him. You misunderstand. I didn't ask you to compete with Ao Sheng. Don't feel burdened. Are there only the North Sea Dragon Tribe dragons in the world? Can't you form a new Dragon Tribe army? Just like that Sakura. Gu Hai said solemnly. Ao Shun frowned slightly. Besides, I feel that although Ao Sheng is much stronger now, he is not a wise ruler. In the North Sea Dragon Palace, there are many dragons who grew up with you. They fought with you and were injured for you. Can you really bear to let Ao Sheng mess with them and kill them one by one? Gu Hai said solemnly. No, I don't think so. Ao Shun frowned and said. Whether you will or not, I'm not sure. But at the very least, when they have nowhere else to go, you can give them a place to stay, right? Isn't that so? Gu Hai asked. Ao Shun fell into deep thought. Of course, the sovereign of the nation's beast, if you're not willing to forcefully pull the group of dragons to become your subordinates, I won't force you either. Having you alone is enough. You've also seen it for yourself, Sakura and Ao Sheng, they were eyeing your bloodline previously. This is just the beginning. Will there be more enemies in the future? You are the supreme beast of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. At the very least, we can be allies and help each other. Unless you look down on the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. In that case, just pretend I didn't say anything. Gu Hai said with a smile. How could that be? How would I dare to look down on the Dahan Imperial Dynasty? It's just that I will cause a lot of trouble for the ancient emperor in the future. Ao Shun said with a bitter smile. You agreed? Trouble? This emperor is least afraid of trouble. Gu Hai laughed happily. Since your majesty doesn't mind, Ao Shun will be thick-skinned. Ao Shun said with a smile. No, why would I? This emperor is overjoyed. Obtaining Ao Shun's help is like obtaining an arm. Gu Hai immediately laughed. Congratulations, Supreme Ao. You've managed to recreate the glory of Supreme Ao Tianhuang. Chang Ming said with a smile. Flower Fruit Mountain, Water Curtain Cave. Get out, get out. Sun Wukong angrily drove the monkeys out of the Water Curtain Cave. My king, what happened to you? One of the monkeys mustered up the courage to ask. Scram. I get annoyed whenever I see those bald donkeys. You guys are their eyes and ears. Don't think that I don't know. Scram, scram, scram. Sun Wukong shouted gloomily. A group of monkeys immediately swarmed out. They even sent a group of demon kings to surround my Flower Fruit Mountain. Are they monitoring me? Sun Wukong shouted angrily. No one knew who he was scolding. Just as the group of monkeys stepped out of the Water Curtain Cave gloomily, Sun Wukong's expression suddenly changed. Who's there? Shangguan Hen and Kong Xian quickly flew to Flower Fruit Mountain. Here? Kong Xian's expression darkened. That's right. Shangguan Hen nodded. Whoosh. Kong Xian immediately waved his hand, and billowing black gas instantly enveloped Flower Fruit Mountain. Who's there? An angry shout suddenly came from within Flower Fruit Mountain. It was Sun Wukong who flew out of the Water Curtain Cave. Kong Xian, you stay behind. I'll catch him. Shangguan Hen said in a deep voice. Whoosh. Shangguan Hen immediately rushed down and flew towards the Water Curtain Cave. Boom. A gust of wind blew past, and Shangguan Hen suddenly appeared in front of Sun Wukong. I was wondering who it was. So it's you, Stinky Turtle? Ah ha 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 ha, Guhai escaped. Where is he? Sun Wukong stared at Shangguan Hen, his eyes emitting a golden light. His Majesty is not here. Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, please come with us. Shangguan Hen said in a deep voice. He's not here? Sun Wukong's eyes suddenly lit up. As long as Guhai was not here, Sun Wukong was not afraid of anything. Please. Shangguan Hen said in a deep voice. Please? Ah, Guhai is not here. You stinky turtle, you want to take me away? Eat old Sun's stick. Sun Wukong suddenly shouted. He took out the Jianghu bang from his ear and enlarged it countless times. Sun Wukong's face was ferocious, and he slammed the staff toward Shangguan Hen. Shangguan Hen's eyes flashed with a desire to fight. He took a step forward and met the attack with a punch. Use the 8 or 9 mysteries art. You know it, so do I. Do you think you have an indestructible Vajra body like me? Beat me up. Sun Wukong shouted with a ferocious face. Clang. A loud sound rang out as Shangguan Hen's golden fist collided with the Jianghu bang. The Jianghu bang was instantly knocked back. A huge shockwave spread out in all directions. The entire flower fruit mountain was instantly enveloped in a storm. The rebound of the Jianghu bang made Sun Wukong's hands numb. What? How did you become so strong in such a short time? Sun Wukong's face changed. Xiao Chen's staff strike had killed countless fiendish demons. However, Shangguan Hen's fist actually blocked his staff strike. Before the golden light on the fist faded, Sun Wukong's eyes suddenly shrank. 8 or 9 mysteries art. You know it too? Sun Wukong's face suddenly changed. His Majesty taught me it. Just like you. Shangguan Hen sneered. Just like me? No one is more powerful than me in the 8 or 9 mysteries art. Even Yang Jian was no match for me. Again. Sun Wukong shouted coldly. Shangguan Hen took a step forward and instantly approached Sun Wukong. Boom. With a punch, Sun Wukong was immediately sent flying. It was so fast that Sun Wukong was caught off guard. Impossible, you, how many levels are you? Sun Wukong stared and shouted. 64. Shangguan Hen shouted coldly and instantly appeared in front of Sun Wukong again. Boom. Sun Wukong was instantly smashed into the ground. The entire Mount Huagua shook violently, and the surrounding sea water rose up. Kang Xian stood in the sky and looked coldly at Shangguan Hen, who was suppressing Sun Wukong. He frowned slightly. Obviously, he was also curious about the 8 or 9 mysteries art. However, at the next moment, Kang Xian suddenly squinted his eyes and looked at the surrounding islands. Come out, old brothers. Kang Xian said coldly. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Suddenly, more than 10 figures rushed into the sky with different expressions and surrounded Kang Xian. They were the group of grand demons who had been captured by the Buddha together with Kang Xian. They had also accompanied Kang Xian to set up the cosmic stars formation. Kang Xian, you really came out. The leader of the bull demons said coldly. Oh, in that case, old brothers, you have been waiting for me for a long time? Kang Xian squinted his eyes and said. That's right, Kang Xian. The Buddha asked us to come here to prevent Gu Hai from catching Sun Wukong again. I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Kang Xian, the Buddha favors you a lot and is even willing to confer the title of Buddha on you. Why did you? The bull demon frowned and said. Shut up. Kang Xian stared at him and a murderous aura flashed around him. The surrounding demons frowned slightly. I am the bald donkey of the holy mountain. So what? What great bright Buddha? I don't care. So what if you are loyal to the holy mountain? That little arhat? Little bodhisattva? Ah, I don't care, but you do. Our paths are different, so we can't work together. Seeing that we were brothers in the past, I won't make things difficult for you. Go back to where you came from. Kang Xian suppressed his anger and said coldly. Kang Xian, what are you talking about? In the past, you were able to command this group of monster kings because Tai favored you. You were not able to command us because you were stronger than us. Brother? Haha, you entered the holy mountain, so you are our brother. If you don't, you are our enemy. A leopard demon said coldly. Leopard head, say that again? Kang Xian looked coldly at the monster king who spoke. Follow me back to the holy mountain to receive your punishment. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Leopard head said coldly. Ha ha ha, good. Until today, I still want to let you go because of our brotherhood. But you have completely become the lackeys of the holy mountain? Just to be promoted? You want to capture me for rewards? Ha ha, Kang Xian, am ashamed to be in the same group as you. Kong Xian glared at Leopard Head. Bastard. The group of Monster Kings' faces turned cold. Kong Xian, don't be ungrateful. You were in the top 10 of the 361 Monster Kings in the past, but you are not the first. You are not even comparable to me. What is there to be proud of? Today I will teach you a lesson. You don't know what's good for you? Leopard Head immediately pounced on Kong Xian. Leopard Head's expression was ferocious. He was extremely fast and arrived in front of Kong Xian in the blink of an eye. He stretched out his palm, creating a ripple in the void. He wanted to capture Kong Xian in one strike. Roar. Kong Xian glared and opened his mouth to let out a roar. In the midst of his roar, billowing black chi rushed out. Leopard Head was swept away. What? Leopard Head's expression changed. However, Kong Xian suddenly opened his mouth wide, and a huge suction force came from his mouth. That palm strike was instantly sucked into Kong Xian's mouth. The suction force even increased and a black wind blew wildly. Ah, Kong Xian, how dare you! Leopard Head's expression changed as he screamed. What? The other Monster Kings' faces changed. Whoosh! Kong Xian closed his mouth and swallowed Leopard Head. Kong Xian, how dare you! The group of Monster Kings' faces changed. That is Leopard Head. How did your cultivation increase so much after you swallowed Leopard Head? Are you Kong Xian? The group of Monster Kings exclaimed in shock. After swallowing Leopard Head, Kong Xian glared at them and said, From now on, you bunch of mystical mountains lackeys are no longer my Kong Xian's brothers. Roar. The group of Monster Kings' faces changed. Surround him. The Minotaur from before ordered coldly. Boom. Below, a loud explosion sounded. Sun Wukong was caught by Shangguanhen with disbelief. Shangguanhen grabbed the sealed Sun Wukong in one hand and the Jianghu Bang in the other, and soared into the sky. Kong Xian, it's time to go. Shangguanhen shouted. The group of Monster Kings not far away were shocked. The Shangguanhen was so powerful? That Sun Wukong was a powerful character and he was caught just like that? You go, Shangguanhen, I'll help you stop them. Kong Xian shook his head. No need, they won't be able to catch up to us. Shangguanhen frowned. I said you go first and bring Sun Wukong back. This group of Monster Kings is just the beginning. Soon the people from Spirited Mountain will be here. The present Buddha and the past Buddha will be here soon. I'll stop them, you go first. Kong Xian said solemnly. Shangguanhen's eyes were filled with uncertainty. He saw Kong Xian's determination and nodded. Swish. In an instant, Shangguanhen shot into the distance. Stop right there. The Minotaur stared and wanted to stop him. Roar. Kong Xian opened his mouth and roared. Once again, a gust of black wind engulfed the Minotaur. He opened his mouth and sucked the Minotaur into his stomach. What? Kong Xian, you swallowed the Minotaur? The Buddha will not let you go. Another wolf demon stared and roared. Ha ha ha, Buddha? Today I'm not leaving because I want to wait for them to come. Not only will I devour you, but I'll also devour the entire Spirit Mountain Holy Land. The Buddha of the past and the Buddha of the present won't be able to escape. I'll devour them all. Boom. Kong Xian turned into a giant peacock that was 3,000 feet long. Demonic chi burst out from his body and dyed the entire sky black. Chapter 769. Boom. The peacock spread its wings and the demonic aura instantly dyed the sky black. The demonic aura carried a monstrous resentment and burst out as if there were thousands of demons howling inside. The Monster King's expressions changed instantly. Kong Xian, how did your strength change? Why do I feel like I'm looking at the Eastern Emperor Tai? Let's attack together. The holy grounds of the spiritual mountain will know soon. Quick, take him down. The Monster Kings immediately transformed into their monster forms. The aura around them surged and huge waves suddenly rose around the Flower Fruit Mountain. Ha ha ha, what a dog of the spiritual mountain. You're courting death. You can't blame anyone. Kong Xian stared. He flapped his wings and a black storm formed around him. It swept towards the Monster Kings. Let's attack together. One of the toads shouted angrily. He opened his mouth and spat out a long tongue towards Kong Xian. Swoosh. Kong Xian spread his wings and shot out a ray of 5-colored divine light. As the divine light brushed past, the toad's tongue disappeared. Ah! The toad exclaimed. Kong Xian opened his mouth and inhaled. Swoosh. The toad was swallowed by Kong Xian. All the Monster Kings attacked almost at the same time. Their beast claws and bird claws turned into divine weapons and charged towards Kong Xian, as if they were going to tear Kong Xian apart. Swoosh! Kong Xian flapped his wings again. As the five-colored divine light passed, all the beast claws and bird claws disappeared. Ah, my leg! The monster kings exclaimed. Roar! Kong Xian opened his mouth and inhaled. Immediately, 3 more monster kings were swallowed into his stomach. The demon monarchs lost a leg and were inexplicably terrified. Kong Xian really has the strength of Tai. Run, run! The monster kings exclaimed. No one would have thought that Kong Xian's strength would be tyrannical to this extent. Tai's strength? All the monster kings trembled. They turned around and fled in all directions. Escape? It's too late to escape now. Kong Xian's eyes turned cold. They flapped their wings and chased after the most demon kings. Among the demon kings, the slowest one was sucked into Kong Xian's stomach in the blink of an eye. Up ahead were some bird-type demon kings. Quick, over there, that's Tianning Temple, a subsidiary temple of the Holy Land of Mount Numinous. Tianning Bodhisattva is inside. Hurry, Tianning Bodhisattva, help. A few bird-type demon kings pounced over in surprise. In Tianning Temple, a white-robed monk was instructing his disciples when he suddenly heard a loud shout in the sky. Moreover, an enormous wave of vicious qi rushed towards him. The white-robed monk's expression changed. Quick, activate the formation. Buzz. Tianning Temple was immediately enveloped in a great array of golden light. Boom. The group of demon monarchs in front were immediately stopped. Let us in, Tianning Bodhisattva, let us in. The demon kings cried out in alarm. Go, go. Tianning Bodhisattva ignored him. Behind them, Kong Xian didn't fly fast, neither fast nor slow. There was a hint of hatred in his eyes, like a cat catching a mouse. Bah, Tianning, old bald donkey, I didn't say a word when you asked me to help you find the spiritual treasure last time. Now that we're in trouble, you're ignoring us? The leader of the demon monarchs roared in grief and indignation. Bastard scram, don't cause trouble for me. Tianning Bodhisattva glared at him. The demon monarchs flew into the sky resentfully. Kong Xian, on the other hand, was right in front of them. The entire sky was instantly dyed black. Tianning Bodhisattva's expression changed. Then he saw Kong Xian flapping his wings. Swoosh! Tianning Temple's great array exploded with a bang. What? Tianning Bodhisattva's expression changed. Brr. He opened his mouth and inhaled. The black wind swept up all the monks of Tianning Temple and instantly entered Kong Xian's stomach. No, no, ah! Tianning Bodhisattva had nowhere to run and was instantly swallowed by Kong Xian. Tianning Temple was empty. The fleeing demons in front suddenly changed their expressions. This is only the beginning. As long as it's related to the holy mountain, I'll eat it all. Kong Xian flapped his wings with a ferocious expression. The demons in front fled while Kong Xian ate at the back. Tianning Temple, Ninghui Temple, Daming Temple. Kong Xian's stomach was like a bottomless hole that kept swallowing. The demon monarchs in front were terrified. 500 Arhat formation, quick, stop Kong Xian. Ah, the 500 Arhat formation was eaten by Kong Xian too. Demons are rampant, Bodhisattva, save us. Ah, Bodhisattva was eaten by Kong Xian too. For a moment, the holy mountain seemed to have encountered an unprecedented calamity. The demons were ferocious and Kong Xian swallowed the heavens and the earth. The entire holy mountain was alarmed. Countless bodhisattvas, arhats, bhikkhus and vajras looked from afar and felt a chill in their hearts. This was an unprecedented calamity. Kong Xian was too strong. He was so strong that as long as the monks rushed over, they would all be swallowed into his stomach. Formation? They couldn't resist Kong Xian's 5-colored holy light. All the magic treasures disappeared in the 5-colored holy light. The black wind blew wildly and Kong Xian's mouth was like the 18th level of hell. Countless bodhisattvas, arhats, and bhikkhus flew to the holy mountain and the entrance of the Mahavira Hall in horror. Ancestral Buddha, the demons are too arrogant. Ancestral Buddha, please uphold justice. Buddha, the demons are attacking and destroying our holy mountain. Buddha. More and more monks gathered. At the entrance of the holy mountain, the present Buddha, the past Buddha, the South Dragon Maiden, and a group of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas were all looking into the distance. Amateus Buddha, this Kong Xian's heart is full of resentment. The past Buddha frowned. The present Buddha also frowned at Kong Xian in the distance. Buddha, Kong Xian has completely turned into a demon. Buddha, please don't be lenient. The past Buddha smiled bitterly. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha immediately. The present Buddha put his palms together. But the past Buddha was worried. I can only enlighten him personally. The present Buddha's eyes flashed with a ray of light. Yes. The group of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas and Arhats said respectfully. The present Buddha took a step and disappeared. The past Buddha led all the Bodhisattvas and Arhats to stand on the square, watching how the present Buddha subdued Kong Xian. Huagua Mountain. Shangguan Hen saw that persuading Kong Xian was ineffective, so he didn't try to persuade him anymore. After all, Kong Xian wouldn't listen to him. Moreover, His Majesty was most concerned about Sun Wukong. He had to send Sun Wukong to His Majesty as soon as possible. Therefore, Shangguan Hen didn't try to persuade him anymore. Instead, he took Sun Wukong and instantly shot into the distance. Kong Xian had a falling out with the group of demon kings. His ferocious aura was spreading everywhere, and his demonic aura was overflowing. However, there was another person watching from afar. It was the head of the demigods and semi-devils, Di Shirtian. Di Shirtian squinted his eyes. Kong Xian? He came out this time with such a ruthless aura. His strength actually soared so much? Could it be that the 18 levels of hell have such benefits? It seems that I have to enter the 18 levels of hell to train myself. Di Shirtian didn't stop Kong Xian, because he understood that Kong Xian was at his peak now. He might not be able to stop him. Moreover, Kong Xian was so arrogant. The present Buddha, the past Buddha, and the rest must be watching from afar. Di Shirtian raised his eyebrows and looked at the direction where Shangguan Hen left. Shangguan Hen? His cultivation was already crippled the last time, but now he's so powerful? Even Sun Wukong isn't his opponent? What happened to them in the 18 levels of hell? I'll catch them and interrogate them properly. Di Shirtian's eyes turned cold. Xiao. Di Shirtian instantly chased after Shangguan Hen. After half a day, Shangguan Hen finally returned to the previous place with Sun Wukong. Your Majesty, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Shangguan Hen smiled. Where's Kong Xian? Chongming asked curiously. A group of monster kings set up an ambush at Huagua Mountain. Kong Xian asked me to leave first, so he stopped them. Shangguan Hen smiled bitterly. I knew that Kong Xian wouldn't be satisfied if he didn't get rid of this resentment. Sigh. Guhai sighed slightly. Guhai, haha, you really don't give up. You insist on sending me back. Sun Wukong was restrained by Shangguan Hen and said with grief and indignation. At this moment, Guhai waved his hand. The void trembled slightly and the array reappeared, forming a huge black hole behind Guhai. Sun Wukong, I'm sorry. When I was a child, I heard of your deeds of causing havoc in the heavenly palace and worshipped you. If it was another time, I would be very willing to be friends with you. However, I'm no longer a child, so I can only offend you. Guhai said solemnly. Ha ha ha, worship? Ha ha, put away your hypocrisy, humph. Sun Wukong said coldly. You can go back and find Ancestor Bodhi. He will tell you everything. I have no choice but to send you back. At the same time, you don't have to be too angry. This may not be a farewell forever. Perhaps you will be back soon. Guhai shook his head. You're lying to me. Do you think I will believe you? Sun Wukong glared and roared. Sorry. Guhai said solemnly. At the same time, he gave Shangguan Hen a look. Shangguan Hen immediately flew over and wanted to throw Sun Wukong into the void. Ka, let me go, stinky turtle. Sun Wukong was still unwilling. However, the cruel fact was that he was really powerless. He thought that he was the strongest in the 8 and 9 mysterious arts. Who would have thought that this stinky turtle would be better than him in just a few days? Just when Shangguan Hen was about to send Sun Wukong into the 2 passages. Boom. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed over, and a figure instantly appeared on top of a mountain peak not far away. Who is it? Chongming and Ao Shun immediately stared and became alert. Sakura? Guhai's face darkened. Sakura, quick, save me. Sun Wukong was suddenly happy. Oh, this passage again? Where did Sun Wukong come from? Where are you going to send him? Sakura stared and asked. Your Majesty, sorry, I didn't notice that Sakura was following me. Shangguan Hen frowned. He didn't expect that he would attract Sakura. No need to apologize. Leave Sun Wukong to me. You go and stop him. Guhai said solemnly. Yes. Shangguan Hen replied. After handing Sun Wukong and the Jianghu Bang to Guhai, Shangguan Hen immediately rushed towards Sakura. At this moment, Sakura also rushed over and met Shangguan Hen head-on. Oh, you want to stop me too? Sakura revealed a cold smile. My mistake, naturally, I will solve it. Shangguan Hen stared. The The two of them faced each other and raised their fists. Hong. Chapter 770. When Shangguanhen punched over, Sakura revealed a trace of malevolence. Although Shangguanhen's cultivation wasn't obvious in the past, Sakura saw it clearly when he defeated Sun Wukong previously. Hence, he was extremely careful with Shangguanhen and punched with almost all his strength. Boom! Both of their fists collided in the void. A huge airwave rushed in all directions and even the void was distorted. Both of them didn't take a step back when they clashed head-on. A strong wind blew from all directions. Ao Shun and Chang Ming immediately flattened the void to prevent Gu Hai's formation from being destroyed. Bang! Shangguanhen and Sakura each took a step back. Sakura's eyes flashed with bewilderment. Increased by so much? Sakura looked at Shangguanhen in surprise. Sakura? Good ability. Shangguanhen said with a gloomy face. After the tempering in hell, Shangguanhen thought that he was already very powerful when he came out. However, when he met Sakura he was actually on par with him in one punch? Ha ha ha, it seems that there is indeed a great opportunity in the 18 levels of hell. After this time I will definitely go in and have a look. Sakura snorted with a malevolent face. Sakura rushed over again. His eyes were filled with fighting intent. He wanted to know how strong the Shangguanhen was. Come on. Shangguanhen also rushed up. Boom 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 boom. The two peerless experts made their moves. Their speed was extremely fast, leaving only afterimages. Shangguanhen deliberately led Sakura away from Gu Hai, allowing Gu Hai to continue setting up the formation. The two of them fought towards the distant sea. The entire sea was surging with huge waves. The sea was overturned and the surrounding islands were constantly exploding. The loud sound shocked the surrounding cultivators. Sun Wukong looked at Shangguanhen's method, and despair flashed in his eyes. 8-9 mysterious art? He really reached 64? Sun Wukong's eyes were filled with strong unwillingness. When he learned this technique in the past, he was high-spirited and didn't put anyone in his eyes. It was as though this technique was tailor-made for him and no one could compare to him. He couldn't cultivate anymore because of the flaws in the technique. He had cultivated to the limit. No one could surpass him in this technique. Sun Wukong never faced his laziness. But at this moment, Sun Wukong hated himself. Why didn't he cultivate diligently? But now, Sun Wukong, I'm sorry. As for the Jianghu Bang, only you are worthy of it. Here, take it. Gu Hai grabbed Sun Wukong and threw him into the tunnel. At this moment, Sun Wukong was filled with regret. It wasn't because he was caught, but because he was too playful in the past. How did you guys do it? How did he cultivate to such a high level? Sun Wukong looked at Gu Hai, eager to know. Shangguanhen's talent isn't as good as yours. You cultivated for 7 years. However, Shangguanhen cultivated for close to 100 million years in the 18 levels of hell. You were cowardly and avoided him, but he endured for 100 million years. Can you do it? Gu Hai said solemnly. 18 levels of hell, close to 100 million years? Sun Wukong was shocked. Looking at Shangguanhen, who was showing off his prowess in the distance, Sun Wukong's eyes were filled with humiliation. 18 levels of hell? I'll go there too. I'll definitely get back what I lost today. Sun Wukong said with a ferocious expression. Phew. Sun Wukong entered the tunnel and disappeared from Gu Hai's sight. Knowing shame and courage. I hope you can do it. In the future, I hope to be able to fight side by side with you, great sage equal to heaven. Gu Hai said solemnly. Off. The entrance to the formation suddenly shrank and disappeared. Gu Hai waved his hand and removed the ritual array. Then various enchanted treasures emerged from the ground. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, all of them entered the immortal dome of antiquity. Ao Shun and Chang Ming were stunned. Over 100 million years? What did that mean? Gu Hai didn't explain. Instead, he looked at the battle between Sakura and Shangguanhen in the distance. The battle between the two was getting fiercer and fiercer, but no one could do anything to the other. Your Majesty, do we need to help? Chang Ming asked solemnly. We still need to save Kong Xian, but we can't do anything else. Gu Hai frowned. What happened to Kong Xian? Chang Ming was puzzled. According to my analysis, he must have gone to the sacred ground of the Soul Mountain to cause trouble. Sai Ao Shun, you stay behind and support Shangguanhen. Chang Ming, follow me to find Kong Xian. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Chang Ming and Ao Shun answered. Phew. Ao Shun immediately flew towards Shangguanhen in the distance. Guhai took another look and flew away with Changming. In the distance, Sakura also saw Guhai leaving while fighting. Stop. Sakura's expression changed and shouted angrily. Boom. Shengguanhen punched Sakura and made him retreat. Focus, Sakura. Your opponent is me now. Phew. Ao Shun suddenly came forward. Shengguan Jizun, let me help you. No need, just watch. Shengguanhen said confidently. In the sacred ground of the Soul Mountain, wherever Demon King Kong Xian went, the demonic aura would soar to the sky. He devoured countless monks, and countless monks died in the mouth of Kong Xian. The 8,860 temples of the Soul Mountain suffered a calamity at this moment, and countless were in panic. As he devoured, the demonic aura around Kong Xian grew stronger and stronger. Buddha now. These monks died because of your greed. If you didn't imprison me for 100 million years, how would there be today's calamity? Brr. Kong Xian roared. The demonic sound soared to the sky, and thousands of monks trembled in fear. Amateus Buddha. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the center of the demonic aura. Buddha? Help. Suddenly, countless monks shrouded in demonic aura revealed a look of ecstasy. Buddha now is finally here. That's the voice of Buddha now. That's right, every time Buddha now gave a lecture in the Hall of Great Strength, his voice would spread everywhere. Kong Xian lowered his head and immediately saw a mountain peak not far away. Buddha now was sitting cross-legged on the peak of the mountain. Buddha now, you're finally here? Kong Xian stared and sneered. Buddha now looked up at the sky. A peacock that was 3,000 feet long, like a demon that could destroy the world, turned its head and rushed towards him with a monstrous aura. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Kong Xian, are you still so stubborn? Buddha now's body resounded with a monstrous aura. Boom. The loud sound seemed to condense a myriad of golden light. The golden light instantly dyed the heaven and earth golden, and was particularly dazzling in the demonic aura. Buddha? So what? Today I will destroy Buddha, destroy the sacred ground of the Soul Mountain, and devour everything in the Soul Mountain. Kong Xian roared with a ferocious expression. Boom. Almost all the demonic aura was suddenly swept up by Kong Xian's wings and rushed towards Buddha now. The demonic aura that filled the sky condensed and reached Buddha now in an instant. Buddha, now that he's here, this big demon is finished. Buddha, now he's talking about Buddhist principles? There's no need to deal with such a big demon. Buddha, now he'll definitely be able to capture this demon. The surrounding monks were waiting for Buddha now to make his move. However, they saw the demonic aura turning into a black wind and sweeping Buddha now up. Brr. Kong Xian opened his mouth and a strong suction force rushed out. This suction force seemed to be able to devour the heaven and earth. All the monks' expressions changed. The monstrous demonic aura suddenly rushed towards Kong Xian's mouth. Buddha now. The monks in the four directions were shocked. Boom. In one gulp, Kong Xian swallowed Buddha now into his stomach. What? Impossible, how could Buddha now be swallowed by this demon? The demonic aura is overflowing. Is this the end of the sacred ground of Spirited Mountain? Buddha is 1 foot tall, the demon is 10 feet tall? Countless monks exclaimed. In the distance, at the entrance of the great Thunderclap Temple, all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas and Arhats were shocked. Buddha now. Buddha now. Sacred ground of Spirited Mountain? Now that Buddha now is in my stomach, it's your turn. Brr. Kong Xian roared again. Boom. The demonic aura around him exploded again and dyed the entire sky of Spirited Mountain black. Oh. A great sense of despair shrouded the entire sacred ground of Spirited Mountain. Even Buddha now is not a match for this big demon? Kong Xian flapped his wings and flew towards the Mahavira Hall because there were the most Buddhas, Bodhisattvas and Arhats there. Wherever Kong Xian went, it was like the end of the world. Past Buddha, what should we do now? The monks asked anxiously. The past Buddha's expression was also terrible, just as everyone was at a loss. Boom. A loud sound rang out, but Kong Xian's abdomen exploded with a loud bang. A golden light flew out from the inside. The golden light flew out and landed on Kong Xian's back. Boom. With a loud sound, the 3,000 feet long peacock shook violently. Screech. The peacock cried out in pain. On the peacock's back, there was a huge 9th-rank golden lotus that was emitting a dazzling golden light. On the golden lotus sat the present Buddha who was just swallowed. Now, with a swing of his sleeves, countless monks were thrown out. Buddha now, is that Buddha now? Buddha now is still alive? That's great, he came out of Kong Xian's stomach. Those are the Bodhisattvas, Arhats and Bhikkhus who were just swallowed? At the entrance of the Hall of Great Strength, countless monks were pleasantly surprised. Amateus Buddha, if I don't go to hell, who will? Buddha now is merciful. In order to save the living beings swallowed by Kongxian, I purposely allowed myself to be swallowed by Kongxian. From the world inside Kongxian's stomach, I saved the living beings who were swallowed. Good. The past Buddha put his palms together. Buddha now is merciful. All the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhats and Bhikkhus put their palms together. They were in awe of the present Buddha's bravery. Screech, present Buddha, did you purposely steal the 9th rank golden lotus to enter my stomach? The peacock roared ferociously. It flapped its wings and tried to break free from the present Buddha. Boom. Under the present Buddha's control, the 9th rank golden lotus suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light and suppressed Kongxian, making him unable to resist. Amateus Buddha, evil creature, are you still not awake? The present Buddha put his palms together and looked at Kongxian coldly. Don't even think about it, roar. Kongxian roared with a ferocious expression. The sea of bitterness is boundless, turn back and you will be saved. Kongxian, you have committed an unpardonable crime in the Calamity Spiritual Mountain and should be killed. However, I came out of your stomach and have the virtue of giving birth. I will spare your life and confer you the title of Buddha Mother, Mahamayuri. I hope you will behave yourself. The present Buddha sat on the 9th rank golden lotus and said coldly, Buddha Mother? Buddha Mother? Aha, present Buddha, are you crazy? Dream on. Kongxian roared with a ferocious expression. Umph. The present Buddha snorted coldly. The 9th rank golden lotus suddenly suppressed. Boom. Puff. Kongxian spat out a mouthful of blood, but he was suppressed to the point where he could not move. Under the suppression of the 9th rank golden lotus, Kongxian's body seemed to be out of his control and flew towards the Mahavira Hall. Greetings, Buddha Mother, Mahamayuri. At the entrance of the Mahavira Hall, a group of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas and Arhats bowed. Buddha Mother, your grandmother. Old bald donkey, you dare to insult me and call me a female? Roar. Kongxian roared with grief and indignation. Boom. Pooh. Another mouthful of blood was forced out by the 9th rank golden lotus. Chapter 771. Greetings, Mother Buddha Mahamayuri. At the entrance of the Mahavira Hall, a group of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas and Arhats bowed. Mother Buddha, your grandmother. Old bald donkey, how dare you insult me and call me a female? Roar. Kongxian roared in grief and indignation. Boom. Pft. Another mouthful of blood was spat out by the 9th grade golden lotus. Kongxian's ruckus at the holy mountain had also angered the present Buddha. Initially he was prepared to subdue Kongxian. However, this Kongxian was too insensible, so he could only use force. Today you have to agree even if you don't want to. Demon? You think you're a demon? You're still too inexperienced in front of me. Do you know how I got the title of Tathagata's heavenly demon? The 9th grade golden lotus under the present Buddha suppressed Kongxian. Kongxian tried to twist his body, but he couldn't break free. Roar, let me go, bald donkey, roar. Kongxian roared as the demonic aura around him filled the sky. However, it was instantly melted by the 9th grade golden lotus golden light, and the demonic aura turned into Buddha's light. Kongxian, are you still so stubborn? The present Buddha said coldly. Boom. The 9th grade golden lotus became heavier, and a strong pressure suppressed Kongxian. Kongxian immediately spat out blood. When the Buddha's light entered his body, it was unbearable, as if millions of ants were gnawing at his body. This was even more painful than the 16 levels of hell. This was an indescribable despair. Living was worse than death, but he couldn't die. Amidst the pain, Kongxian felt as though golden lotuses were beginning to grow in his body. Golden lotuses were taking root and sprouting in his body. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. The present Buddha chanted again. Kongxian screamed in pain. In the distance, the past Buddha said, Buddha, this demon Kongxian is so stubborn. Why don't you convert him? Convert? How dare you? Kongxian's expression changed as he shouted in shock. Convert? This was the most horrible torture in the holy mountain. It was brainwashing, turning one into a puppet, forsaken one's past, and only devotion to the Buddha. How could Kongxian tolerate becoming a dog of the present Buddha? Let me go, roar. Kongxian struggled with all his might. However, at this moment, Kongxian suddenly realized that this Buddha was much more terrifying than he had imagined. At the very least, he couldn't do anything about it now. His body gradually turned numb as though he was at the mercy of the Buddha. Do you want to be the mother Buddha of the spirited mountain Mahamayuri, or do you want me to convert you? The Buddha's voice. Buddha's voice, the presence Xian, of the resentment and unwillingness of the past turned into a sorrowful howl. In all directions, countless Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhats, and Bhikkhus were chanting scriptures, as if they wanted to help the current Buddha enlighten Kong Xian. Kong Xian's eyes were filled with despair and anger. Just as Kong Xian was at his wit's end, a voice sounded from afar. Holy Mountain, are you going to submit to the Dahan Imperial Dynasty? The Dahan Imperial Dynasty is very picky when it comes to accepting people. A cold voice sounded. All the monks in the Holy Mountain raised their eyebrows and turned to look. He saw a black-robed man standing on the peak of a mountain in the distance. Guhai. The past Buddha's face darkened. The Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats were stunned. Everyone had heard of Guhai before. Some of the higher-ups even knew that the Buddhist ancestor had been searching for Guhai during this period. He wasn't afraid of death. Why did he come here? Even the Buddha was slightly surprised as he looked at Guhai, who was at the peak of a mountain not far away. Ancient Emperor? Long time no see. The present Buddha said in a deep voice. Doubt flashed in his eyes. Why, Your Majesty? Kong Xian's face changed. Kong Xian might have submitted to Guhai for 50 years because of the bet, but he still felt conflicted. However, Guhai's sudden appearance gave Kong Xian a strange feeling. Is he here to save me? Dahan Imperial Dynasty, Guhai. Greetings, present Buddha, past Buddha. Guhai said solemnly. Guhai didn't seem to care about the others. Guhai, what are you doing here? The past Buddha shouted coldly. I'm here? I also want to ask the present Buddha. Why are you, a man sitting on the Dahan army commander? He's a man, you're a man too. You're riding on him and forcing him to admit that he's a woman? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Guhai didn't hold back at all. Insolence. The group of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats shouted. Was Guhai insulting the Buddha? Dahan Imperial Dynasty Army Commander? You mean Kong Xian? The present Buddha looked at Kong Xian with a dark expression. The present Buddha knew how prideful Kong Xian was. He had tried all sorts of persuasion, but Kong Xian wasn't willing to submit. Now he wanted to be the Dahan Imperial Dynasty Army Commander? That was ridiculous. That's right. Dahan Imperial Dynasty 5th Army Commander Kong Xian. Am I right? Guhai looked at Kong Xian in the distance. Kong Xian's face stiffened. Yes, Your Majesty. Kong Xian's greeting caused an uproar among the monks. Kong Xian had really submitted to Guhai? That didn't make sense. In front of everyone, Kong Xian had admitted to submitting to Guhai. On one hand, it was the truth. On the other hand, he was touched that Guhai had come to save him. This was the sacred ground of Mount Numinous. He didn't know his place and had barged in. And now, Guhai was going to go against the entire sacred ground of Mount Numinous in order to save him? Amateus Buddha, ancient emperor, Kong Xian has wreaked havoc in the sacred ground of Mount Numinous today. How can you leave just because you say so? At this moment, Kong Xian is the mother Buddha of Mount Numinous, the Mahamayuri. The present Buddha replied coldly. Kong Xian has wreaked havoc in Mount Numinous today and caused damage. My Dahan Imperial Dynasty will compensate him accordingly. Kong Xian, I must take him away today. Guhai said in a deep voice. Ha ha ha, Guhai, what courage do you have to be so confident? The past Buddha said coldly. The present Buddha also revealed a cold smile. He reached out his hand and an alms bowl appeared in his hand. It was the reincarnation pool. Whoosh. With a swing of the reincarnation pool, a strong suction force rushed towards Guhai. Just like the previous time in the West Sea, Guhai was going to be sucked into the reincarnation pool. Your Majesty, please leave now. I'm a burden to you. Kong Xian's expression changed as he exclaimed. Whoosh. All of a sudden, a strong gust of wind swept towards Guhai. The mountain below Guhai's feet trembled and was suddenly sucked into the gust of wind and into the reincarnation pool. However, Guhai was still standing in the wind, motionless. The gust of wind didn't move Guhai at all. What? The Bodhisattvas and Arhats in the distance were shocked. Even the present Buddha squinted his eyes. You're there but not there? The present Buddha looked at Guhai in confusion. Guhai smiled faintly. It's just a small trick. Don't think much of it. In the distance, the past Buddha's expression darkened. He didn't know how Guhai did it. How about this? I'll use this as compensation for the damage Kong Xian caused. What do you think? Guhai reached out his hand. Buzz. A golden statue instantly floated in the air. Future Buddha? The past Buddha's expression changed. The present Buddha's expression darkened. Whoosh. The past Buddha moved very quickly. He appeared in front of the future Buddha in an instant and reached out his hand. Whoosh. He grabbed at empty air. What? The past Buddha's expression darkened. How is this possible? The future Buddha is clearly in front of me. Why can't I touch him? Don't touch him. The future Buddha is not in this space-time. The present Buddha said to the past Buddha. At the same time he looked coldly at Guhai. Well. Guhai, you actually have such a trick up your sleeve after a trip to hell? The present Buddha's expression darkened. Where is the future Buddha? The past Buddha stared at Guhai. Give me Kongxian. I'll give you the future Buddha. Guhai said firmly. How dare you? Guhai, do you know who you're negotiating with? The past Buddha said coldly. I know. The Ling Mountain sacred ground. I'm not blind. Guhai laughed. Hey, do you know the consequences of going against the Ling Mountain sacred ground? A small imperial dynasty like yours dares to act presumptuously in the Ling Mountain sacred ground. Believe it or not, as long as we give the order, your Dahan imperial dynasty will be annihilated. The past Buddha said coldly. Ha. Past Buddha, do you think I'm afraid? Guhai suddenly glared. Ha. The past Buddha's expression darkened. I'm talking to you nicely and even humbling myself. But you don't know what's good for you and keep threatening me? Do you really think the Ling Mountain sacred ground is invincible? Go to the sect? So what? I established the imperial dynasty. If I don't have the courage to create a new world, how can I dare to call myself an emperor? If you have the guts, you can come to my Dahan imperial dynasty and give it a try. Do you think you can make me kneel in front of you with just a few threats? Guhai said coldly. You. The past Buddha glared. Indeed, the lords of imperial dynasties were usually lawless. In the past, Shiyu the Great dared to challenge the Tongtian sect master in Tai. What? Because in an imperial dynasty, the emperor could still mobilize the power of the country. He wouldn't fear anyone. However, that was only possible in mature imperial dynasties and powerful emperors. Guhai's Dahan imperial dynasty seemed to have just started, right? Future Buddha, compensate for all the losses of Ling Mountain. Now Buddha, past Buddha, Ling Mountain won't lose out. Guhai said again. Shangrua, what if I'm not willing? The present Buddha's cold voice came from the sky. The present Buddha was also observing the surroundings, trying to find Guhai's weakness. However, Guhai's state was too strange. He just stood there but couldn't be touched or touched. It was a little like standing in a small immortal dome. However, how could Guhai have an immortal dome? You will be willing, future Buddha, one of the 3 pillars of Ling Mountain. Today I can't bring Kongxian away, so I'll learn the future Buddha's great mercy from the other Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhats and Bhikkhus. Guhai said with a smile. Great mercy? The past Buddha frowned slightly. I have a group of eagles here. They have been hungry for a long time. If they don't eat, they will starve to death. Future Buddha, you are so merciful. You feel that all living beings are not easy. I'm sure you don't mind the little bit of flesh on you. Feeding the eagles with flesh is great mercy. Amateus. Guhai said lightly. As he spoke, Guhai waved his hand. Screech. 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 Suddenly, a large number of eagles flew over and circled above Guhai's head, as if they were really hungry. The past Buddha waved his hand but didn't touch them. Were these eagles also in another time and space? However, he saw Guhai reach out and pull out a blood-red long knife. The Life Slayer knife. It's best to use this knife to cut meat. Guhai looked at the countless monks in the distance and sneered. Chapter 772. It's perfect to use this knife to cut the flesh. Guhai sneered as he looked at the countless monks in the distance. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? Countless Buddhas, Bodhisattvas and Arhats were glaring at Meng Qi. Guhai held a bloody knife in his hand and used it to cut the future Buddha's body as if he was going to feed it to the eagles. No, he was dismembering one of the 3 Buddhas of the spiritual mountain in front of them. This was an insult to the spiritual mountain. Who wouldn't be angry at this moment? The present Buddha sat on Kongxian's body and looked at Guhai coldly, but he didn't say anything. The past Buddha sneered, Can you cut it? Even the demonic aura in Kongxian's abdomen couldn't hurt the future Buddha, let alone your little knife? Indestructible golden body technique? Hey, if I remember correctly, The indestructible golden body technique can make the body indestructible and indestructible. However, there's a weak point, right? The weak point seems to be the inner mouth of the right ear. Let me try. Guhai smiled. As he spoke, the Life Slayer knife suddenly pointed at the inner side of the future Buddha's right ear. Buzz. The future Buddha's body suddenly surged with a golden light. The future Buddha quivered and seemed to wake up. The golden skin on his body suddenly disappeared without a trace. His eyes were still closed, but he seemed to be alive. He couldn't see, but he could hear. He could even see with his eyes. Where am I? Guhai, my body is sealed? How is this possible? Is this the Maha Kassyapa's difficult heart seal? The future Buddha suddenly exclaimed. The present Buddha's face suddenly darkened. That seal was the one that he had used to seal Guhai not long ago. How did Guhai know it? Guhai didn't say much. He reached out and cut a piece of flesh from the future Buddha's right arm. Blood and flesh flew into the sky. Screech, screech, screech. A group of hungry eagles immediately swooped down and happily ate the piece of flesh that was cut off. The future Buddha suddenly cried out in pain. It wasn't the pain of having his flesh cut off, but the Life Slayer blade. The Life Slayer blade seemed to be sucking blood. When the blade had cut him, it had sucked away nearly half of his blood. If Guhai hadn't suppressed it, his blood would have been sucked dry. Stop. The past Buddha glared at him. How dare you? Instantly, a group of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas and Arhats surrounded them angrily. Killing Buddha Ling Chi in front of the spirit mountain was even crazier than the great devil, Kangxian. This was not only harming the future Buddha, but also shaking the foundation of Spirited Mountain. The three reincarnations Buddhas were not only three individuals, but also the foundation of Spirited Mountain. They represented perfection and were the spiritual pillars of all Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats. Now, the future Buddha was about to be dismembered by Guhai. It was as if doomsday had descended upon Spirited Mountain, causing despair to appear on everyone's faces. Before the first wave had subsided, another wave had risen. The Buddha had just subdued the great devil Kangxian, and now there was another great devil, Guhai? Was this Spirited Mountain's calamity? Guhai, are you really not afraid of death? You want to shed all pretense of cordiality with Spirited Mountain and fight to the death. The past Buddha looked coldly at Guhai. Fight to the death? Ha 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 ha, if I don't target Spirited Mountain, will you not target my Dahan? Guhai said in a low voice. What do you mean? The past Buddha looked coldly at Guhai. Nothing. Since Kangxian has entered the Dahan Empire, as the ruler of the Dahan Empire, I have the obligation to ensure his safety. Today, if I allow you to humiliate him, how can I lead the Dahan Empire? How can I convince the Dahan Empire? Spirited Mountain is a sacred land with a lot of assets. I don't want to make things difficult for you. Return me the army commander, and I will set the future Buddha free. Guhai said coldly. Ha ha ha, Guhai, you are just seeking momentary gratification. Do you know the consequences of this? The past Buddha said coldly. Consequences? Haha, the consequences are that in the future, if you find trouble with my officials again, I will continuously look for the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats of Spirited Mountain and feed them to the eagles. If you can't find a way to counter me, I will fight to the death. Guhai said coldly. How dare you? The past Buddha glared. However, Guhai was in another time and space, so the past Buddha couldn't attack Guhai. But it was hard to fill the depression. Long Jianghu's Warring State's immortal dome? The present Buddha suddenly said in a loud voice. Guhai raised his eyebrows and looked at the present Buddha. The present Buddha didn't say anything, but he discovered Guhai's weakness in a short time. Immortal Dome. Warring State's immortal dome? A hint of envy flashed in the present Buddha's eyes. Guhai's face fell. The present Buddha had good eyesight. He found out that he was hiding in the immortal dome of the ancients? No, I can't waste any more time. Guhai understood that at this level the most powerful means were those that the other party didn't know. Once the other party knew, there would be a way to counter it. For example, if the present Buddha didn't find out about the immortal dome of the ancients, he could keep using it. However, once it was found, he would try to find a way to counter it. Once he found it, it would be time for him to destroy himself. Hey, it seems that Spirited Mountain really doesn't care about the future Buddha. If that's the case, then forget it. The future Buddha's mercy will continue. For the sake of feeding the hungry eagles, you give up your life. Guhai glared and was about to slash. How dare you? The future Buddha's face changed and he said angrily. Hey, future Buddha, you don't have to be angry. I know that you have the closed eyes world purification Zen. You didn't use that suicidal technique even after being swallowed by Kong Xian. Now you want to die together? It's useless. I'm not standing directly opposite you. You're facing the past Buddha, the present Buddha, and the thousands of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats of Spirited Mountain. You want to use it? Gu Hai said coldly. You despicable. The future Buddha said angrily. I'm not despicable. I don't want to make things difficult for you. It's just that the present Buddha doesn't care about your life. He'd rather you die than capture the Dahan. As long as you let go of my people, you'll be free. He's not willing. Sorry. Gu Hai said coldly. As he spoke, he was about to slash. No. The Bodhisattvas and Arhats shouted. Enough. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the present Buddha. The loud sound went straight to where Gu Hai was. The void around Gu Hai trembled slightly. Ha, present Buddha. Even now you're still testing me? Gu Hai's face was gloomy. The trembling of the void just now wasn't just the present Buddha's anger. It was the present Buddha testing the immortal dome of the ancients and trying to crack it. How could Gu Hai not be angry? Kong Xian is yours. The future Buddha is mine. The present Buddha said in a low voice. Thank you, present Buddha. Gu Hai smiled slightly. However, Gu Hai was still cautious. The present Buddha wasn't someone to be trifled with. Boom. The 9th grade golden lotus left Kong Xian. Screech. Kong Xian spread his wings and flew towards Gu Hai in the distance. Kong Xian turned into his human form. However, his body was contorted as if he was in great pain. Kong Xian has troubled your majesty. Although Kong Xian was in great pain, his face was full of gratitude. At this moment, Kong Xian finally acknowledged Gu Hai from the bottom of his heart. There was no longer any resistance. In order to save him, Gu Hai was going against the entire holy ground of Mount Numinous. Kong Xian has been released. Where is the future Buddha? The present Buddha said coldly. I'm not joking. Future Buddha, I'll return you. Gu Hai patted the future Buddha's back. A ray of golden light entered the future Buddha's body. The future Buddha spat out a mouthful of blood. Gu Hai shot it towards the present Buddha. Boom. The present Buddha caught it immediately. Kong Xian, come here. Gu Hai waved. Kong Xian flew towards Gu Hai immediately. Your Majesty? Kong Xian was still in great pain. Kong Xian arrived in front of Gu Hai and entered the immortal dome of the ancients. Woo 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 woo. Within Kong Xian's body, countless strands of black qi suddenly rushed out. The black qi was transparent, as if it had a life of its own as it drilled out in all directions. Your Majesty, this is what the present Buddha injected into my body. Oh no, he's evil. He's trying to break apart your secret technique. Kong Xian's expression changed. This was to find the flaw in the immortal dome and restrain Gu Hai. Kong Xian was anxious. This was a disaster for his majesty. Kong Xian grabbed it and opened his mouth to suck it in. Boom. Billows of black wind swept towards the black transparent life form. However, it could not touch it at all. What is this? How can it be? Rainbow holy light. Swoosh. The rainbow holy light swept across, but it still could not touch it. Kong Xian was extremely anxious. In the distance, the past Buddha's eyes lit up. He was about to be overjoyed. However, Gu Hai extended his hand and formed a hand seal. Heavenly demons? Present Buddha, you're using the heavenly demons to test my strength? Ah. Gu Hai laughed coldly. However, Gu Hai formed a spell. Suddenly, the heavenly demons flying in all directions gathered at Gu Hai's fingertips as if they were attracted by something. Heavenly demon traction spell? This is a spell that I personally created. How can you know it? The present Buddha's eyes widened in shock. Only he knew this. How could Gu Hai know it? This is the secret technique that the Gautama Buddha passed down to me. Ah. Gu Hai laughed. However, they saw the group of heavenly demons gathering at Gu Hai's fingertips. They saw Gu Hai gently pinch his fingers. Suddenly, the group of heavenly demons turned into ashes and disappeared. Countless Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats were already at a loss for words. How could Gu Hai do this? Even Kong Xian was at a loss. How could he not see through his majesty? Present Buddha, past Buddha, I'm in the limitless celestial capital. If the two of you are not convinced, you can come to the limitless celestial capital to find me. See you next time. Gu Hai sneered. With Kong Xian in tow, he stepped forward and was about to fly into the distance. Stop. The past Buddha glared. Oh, stop me? You'd better care about the future Buddha first. If you don't save him, I can't guarantee how long he can live. Gu Hai said coldly. Huh. The past Buddha turned his head. However, he saw the past Buddha's face turn purple. He was convulsing in the present Buddha's hand. Heavenly Demon Heartbreaking Seal? That's my secret technique. How did you know it? The present Buddha's face suddenly darkened as he looked at Gu Hai in the distance. I said that it's the secret technique that Gautama Buddha passed down to me. Present Buddha, since you know that it's the Heavenly Demon Heartbreaking Seal, you should also know that if you don't expel the heavenly demon in his heart, his temperament will change greatly and he will completely turn into a demon. You schemed against me. I only want to leave safely. Same to you. Gu Hai sneered and shot into the distance. Gautama Buddha? The present Buddha's face darkened. He thought that Gu Hai was talking about the good Gautama Buddha. However, he didn't know that Gu Hai was talking about Earth's Gautama Buddha. Gautama Buddha, what should we do now? The past Buddha turned his head and looked at the present Buddha worriedly. No need to chase. Past Buddha, follow me into seclusion and expel the heavenly demon for the future Buddha. The present Buddha looked deeply at Gu Hai, who disappeared into the horizon, and said coldly, "Yes." Chapter 773. Gu Hai took Kong Xian and quickly left the holy mountain. Along the way, Kong Xian still had a lot of injuries and seals on his body. He didn't need Gu Hai's help as Kong Xian could shatter the seals and heal his injuries himself. The two of them stopped in a forest. "Thank you for your help, Your Majesty. Kong Xian has caused trouble for the Dahan Imperial Dynasty," Kong Xian said bitterly. At this point, Kong Xian was no longer convinced by Gu Hai. This was the second time that Gu Hai had saved him. He didn't even hesitate to fall out with the holy mountain. In this way, the Dahan Imperial Dynasty was in danger. "Don't worry. I dared to save you today because I'm prepared for the holy mountain's revenge," Gu Hai said with a smile. "But the holy mountain is in the west, while the Dahan Imperial Dynasty is in the northeast. They are separated by an endless distance. Only the Buddha of 3 lives would dare to cause trouble for the Dahan Imperial Dynasty?" Gu Hai said with a smile. After the chaos caused by Kong Xian, ordinary Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats wouldn't dare to act alone. "Even if the Buddha of 3 lives comes, it won't matter. I have the power of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Nothing will happen," Gu Hai said with a smile. Kong Xian frowned slightly. The Buddhas were too powerful now. Even if Gu Hai mobilized the power of the country, perhaps. However, since Gu Hai had said so, Kong Xian had no reason to discredit himself. "Your Majesty, don't worry. If the Buddha of 3 lives comes to the Dahan Imperial Dynasty, I will definitely go to the holy mountain. Unless the Buddha of 3 lives guards every day, I will destroy the holy mountain as soon as I leave," Kong Xian said in a deep voice. Gu Hai nodded with a smile. Whoosh! A bat flew over from afar. It instantly turned into Chang Ming's appearance. "Your Majesty, I've succeeded," Chang Ming said with a smile. Chang Ming flipped his hand and took out a pile of mountain-shaped books. "Is this a Buddhist scripture?" Kong Xian frowned. "That's right. When His Majesty was confronting the present Buddha, I sneaked into the holy land of Spirited Mountain and collected it," Chang Ming said with a smile. "But what's the use of these Buddhist scriptures?" Kong Xian was puzzled. "Stones from other mountains can be used to improve jade." Gu Hai shook his head and put away the books. Although he had been taught some secret methods by the Earth's Tathagata Buddha, it was impossible for the present Buddha and the Earth's Tathagata Buddha to be similar in every aspect. There must be many differences. These Buddhist scriptures might not have recorded any profound cultivation methods, but they would have recorded the history of some of the magical means of the 3 Buddhas. He would have to fight with them sooner or later, so he had to be prepared in advance. "How's the arrangement of the Qin figurines going?" Gu Hai asked in a deep voice. "This is of the utmost importance, so I will not let my guard down. I have buried them deep in some of the important halls. I hope they won't be discovered by the people of Spirited Mountain," solemnly Chang Ming said. Gu Hai nodded. "What Qin figurines?" Kong Xian asked curiously. "It's something that can eavesdrop on information. It's convenient to monitor Spirited Mountain," Chang Ming explained. Kong Xian was slightly stunned. "Your Majesty, I'm worried that those Qin figurines will be discovered sooner or later," Chang Ming said worriedly. "If we can monitor them for a while, then let's do it for a while. Let's go and see how Shangguan Hen is doing." Gu Hai smiled. Whoosh! The 3 of them suddenly turned into 3 streams of light and shot into the distance. Half a day later, the place where Sun Wukong was teleported. At this moment, the battle had ended and it was a mess. "Your Majesty." Shangguan Hen and Ao Shun flew over. Where's Tian? Guhai asked. I fought with Tian for half a day, but it was a draw. Tian left by himself. Shengguan Hen said with a wry smile. I couldn't stop him. Ao Shun said with a wry smile. Forget it, that Tian is also a formidable person. He naturally knows how to make a choice. Let's return to Limitless Celestial Capital immediately. Guhai said solemnly. Yes. Whoosh. The five of them turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. 3 days later, Spirited Mountain's Holy Land, Great Strength Hall. Bus. Under the present Buddha's spell, the future Buddha's body suddenly emitted a black aura. The future Buddha's body shook. His whole body suddenly relaxed. Thank you, Buddha, I'm much better now. The future Buddha said with a wry smile. Beside him stood the past Buddha, Tian Nanlongnu, and a group of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Future Buddha, can you explain to us what happened to you in hell? The present Buddha said solemnly. The future Buddha nodded and recounted everything that happened before. Guhai stayed in the 18th layer of hell for 2 rounds of time? That's 250 million years? The past Buddha's face suddenly changed. It can't be 2 rounds? Everyone said in surprise. Guhai, what a strong willpower. A trace of surprise flashed across the present Buddha's face. Buddha. Tian suddenly said. Buddha, I want to enter the 18th layer of hell for a period of time. Tian suddenly said. Oh. The present Buddha's expression changed slightly as he looked at Tian. Let's not talk about Guhai for now. That Shengguan Hen, from a cripple in a short period of time, his cultivation soared to the sky. Can be seen that there was a lot of tempering in there. Kong Xian also tempered his cultivation to such a strong level in the 16th layer of hell. I also want to give it a try. Tian said solemnly. Kong Xian is special, Zai, have you forgotten? How serious is the baleful aura in the 18th layer of hell? The past Buddha smiled bitterly. If he can do it, I can do it too. Not long later it will be the revival convention. I want to give it a try. Tian said solemnly. Tian, it's great that you have such thoughts. As for the specific time, you have to grasp it yourself. The present Buddha said solemnly. Buddha, I also want to enter the 18th layer of hell. Nanlongnu said. Buddha, I also want to enter. Buddha, this disciple also wants to enter. The present Buddha looked at the disciples of Mystical Mountain who were brimming with fighting spirit and nodded. All right, since all of you have such determination, then Mystical Mountain's Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats shall enter the 18th layer of hell to temper themselves. Yes. All the disciples answered. Everyone knew that hell was hard to endure. But now, Kong Xian's success, Shengguan Hen's success, and even Gu Hai's strength that had yet to be displayed had inspired everyone. Such a good place, why not go? After arranging for the disciples to make their preparations, the 3 lifetimes Buddha began to talk alone. Buddha, how did they leave the 18th layer of hell? This disciple can't figure it out. The future Buddha said bitterly. It's Lian Sheng. He presided over Nalanda Temple. It seems that he didn't tell me anything about Nalanda Temple. The present Buddha's face darkened. Buddha, what about Guhai and his group? Are we just going to let them leave? The past Buddha frowned. This person is too cunning. With Kong Xian by his side, it's hard to do anything to him unless the past Buddha or I personally take action. Moreover, he became extremely mysterious during his 5 years of disappearance. It's strange that he even knows my secret technique. The present Buddha said solemnly. Yeah, and that Sun Wukong. Why did he have to capture him? Tian said that he sent Sun Wukong into a hole. Where did he send Sun Wukong? The past Buddha said solemnly. I have a guess. The present Buddha said solemnly. Oh. The two looked at the present Buddha. Gu Hai came from the future. The present Buddha said solemnly. Future? Buddha, you're saying? Perhaps. Besides your secret technique, there's also my secret technique. How would Gu Hai know about it? We've never passed it on to anyone. That's only possible in the future world. Moreover, that Sun Wukong seems to know us but not us. The Gautama Buddha he speaks of might be you in the future. Or perhaps. The future Buddha said. Halfway through, the future Buddha's face froze. He suddenly thought of the good Rulai. The 3 fell silent. Gu Hai predicted the enemy's moves. Perhaps it's because he knows everything in the future world, so. The past Buddha guessed. Time law? A law that even the immortal of the 6 paths didn't grasp? The present Buddha suddenly fell into deep thought. Time law? I think I've heard of it before. That battle 800,000 years ago. The past Buddha suddenly fell silent. Time law was destroyed by the previous heaven. Could it be? The present Buddha also fell into deep thought. Then do we still need to investigate Guhai? The future Buddha frowned. Wait. The present Buddha shook his head. What? Jiang Lianshan sent news that old man Guanxi has been resurrected and will make a big move. Guhai is good at chess, so we need to use Guhai's chess skills to confront him. The present Buddha said solemnly. Jiang Lianshan? The past Buddha and the present Buddha's expressions turned solemn. Others might not know, but the two did. The present Buddha's real name was Jiang Rulai, but he was Jiang Lianshan's son. Jiang Lianshan said that old man Guanxi has been resurrected and will come with a vengeance. He might scheme against the entire world. It's best to be careful. The present Buddha said solemnly. Old man Guanxi? What a monster. The past Buddha said solemnly. The present Buddha nodded. The calamity at Mystical Mountain was over, but this day's darkness had spread to all parts of the world. Guhai. This name also entered the ears of all the major powers in the world. He had caused a great commotion at Mystical Mountain and rendered the three Buddhas helpless. What kind of person was he? All the sects and countries listed Guhai as a key target for investigation. As for Mystical Mountain, they did not announce anything to the outside world. Only some Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats disappeared one after another and suddenly reappeared after a period of time. The strength of the returning Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats seemed to have suddenly increased greatly. Seeing this, countless powers were stunned, not knowing what had happened at Mystical Mountain. Before Guhai and the rest arrived at the Dahan Empire, the Qin Terracotta warriors had already sent news. Your Majesty, the Qin Terracotta warriors have sent news that Mystical Mountain has collectively entered the 18 levels of hell to undergo the tempering of time. Their cultivation has increased tremendously. Changming looked at Guhai worriedly. Increased tremendously? Not necessarily. Only a few people will experience an increase in their cultivation. For most people, the gains are not worth the losses. The infernal energy can even change their nature. Kong Xian said coldly. This Jiang Rulai is not an ordinary person. In the future we must be careful. Guhai said solemnly. Yes. Everyone nodded. Also, the boundless heavenly capital's Qin Terracotta warriors have sent news that Supreme Martial Artist Feng Yu has brought a group of Xuanwu to capture Supreme Martial Artist Shangguan. Changming said worriedly. Supreme Martial Artist Feng Yu? When he broke the Black Tortoise formation last time and saw that it was empty, he must have been mad. Shangguan Hen suddenly laughed. With the mosquito Daoren guarding, nothing will happen. Guhai shook his head. Chapter 774. Guhai flew all the way and soon arrived at the border of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Your Majesty, my Qin figurines have moved again. Something has happened in the boundless celestial capital again. Changming smiled bitterly. The third batch. Guhai looked at Changming. The first batch is Supreme Feng Yu. She seems to have improved her cultivation in the Thousand Islands Sea and came to the boundless celestial capital in high spirits to capture Supreme Shangguan. Fortunately, Your Majesty left Mosquito Daoren to protect her. Even though Supreme Feng Yu's cultivation has improved tremendously, she can't do anything to Mosquito Daoren. She's temporarily stationed outside the boundless celestial capital, waiting for us to return and walk right into the trap. The second batch is Ao Sheng. In the West Sea Dragon Palace, they opened the West Sea Dragon Tomb. I don't know how they split it with Ao Shun. Anyway, Ao Sheng's strength has improved tremendously. Since they couldn't find us, they came to the boundless celestial capital to wait for Supreme Ao Shun's return. Unfortunately, they also encountered Mosquito Daoren. They're also stationed outside the boundless celestial capital. I wonder if Mosquito Daoren can stop the third batch. Changming smiled bitterly. Who is it this time? Shangguan Hen frowned. Supreme Phoenix, Fire Emperor. Changming smiled bitterly. Fire Emperor? The supreme beast of the Dayan dynasty? I've never met him before and there's no conflict of interest? Guhai raised his eyebrows. This Fire Emperor's arrival is strange. Mosquito Daoren seems to have started fighting with him. I don't know the details. Changming shook his head and smiled bitterly. Guhai frowned deeply. Fire Emperor? He seems to have been hiding in the East Sea for thousands of years. He never showed up. He didn't come when the Long Jianghu fought in the heavenly battle realm. This time why? Kong Xian was also puzzled. The Fire Emperor came here because of Jiang Lianshan? Shang Guanhen asked curiously. Go. Hurry up and return to the limitless celestial capital immediately. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Boom. The five of them immediately transformed into streaks of light that shot straight for the infinite celestial capital. The infinite celestial capital. In the outside world, on a mountain peak, a large number of dragons and Xuanwu clansmen were wandering around. At the peak of the mountain, two figures were standing. The black-robed supremacy Feng Yu was currently looking at the infinite celestial capital with a sinister gaze. Beside her stood the white-robed Ao Sheng. However, at this moment, the purplish-black aura on Ao Sheng's face was even more pronounced. It was as if there were veins growing on his face. It was quite frightening. Supremacy Feng Yu, I haven't seen you for a long time. How did your cultivation increase so much? Ao Sheng sneered. The same goes for you. I've regained my former power. Unlike you, your cultivation isn't your own, is it? Paragon Feng Yu sneered. It's fine as long as it's mine now. Ao Sheng said coldly. I only want Shangguan Hen. Supremacy Feng Yu looked at Ao Sheng. That's great. I only want Ao Shun. Let's rely on our own abilities. Ao Sheng said indifferently. That's right. I just don't know when they'll return. Supremacy Feng Yu frowned. His Majesty said that Gu Hai definitely can't bear to leave the Dahan Imperial Empire and will definitely return. If Gu Hai returns, Ao Shun and Shangguan Hen will definitely return. Also, look at that Fire Emperor. Didn't he receive more accurate news? He said that Gu Hai will return soon. Ao Sheng looked coldly at the infinite celestial capital in the distance. That's right. This Gu Hai really has enemies all over the world. Fire Emperor? He hasn't left the East Sea for close to 1,000 years? Supremacy Feng Yu looked at the battle in the infinite celestial capital. Boom. A loud sound rang out, and the void trembled slightly. The periphery of the infinite celestial capital was currently surrounded by rolling flames. It was like a world of fire that wanted to burn the entire infinite celestial capital. Inside. 1111. Countless mosquitoes formed a black mosquito sea that protected the infinite celestial capital. The loud sound just now came from the center, where a black shadow and a flaming shadow collided. Under the violent collision, the void trembled slightly, and the two shadows also stopped. One was Mosquito Daoran, who stood in the sea of mosquitoes with a gloomy expression. The other was an extremely tall and sturdy man. He wore a fiery red robe, and his hair and beard were all fiery red in color. His face was gloomy and he looked like a fiend. Mosquito Daoran? You dare to go against me? The fiery red man said with a sinister expression. I've been entrusted with the task. Sorry, Fire Emperor, you better wait a little longer. Mosquito Daoran said with a bitter smile. Mosquito Daoran agreed to help Gu Hai look after the infinite celestial capital while Gu Hai was away. He originally thought that it was a simple matter. After all, after Gu Hai displayed his invincible might previously, who would dare to find trouble for no reason? However, how long had it been? Wave after wave? The first two waves were still manageable, but this third wave was the most terrifying. Why did he agree to it back then? Mosquito Daoran really wanted to slap himself. Entrusted with the task? Loyal to the task? Ha 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 ha, Mosquito Daoran, if someone else said this, it would be fine. But you? Are you even worthy? The Fire Emperor was also angered by Mosquito Daoran. The Fire Emperor had a certain understanding of Mosquito Daoran. This Mosquito Daoran was definitely someone who was afraid of trouble. He never liked to face his enemies head-on, and only liked to launch sneak attacks. Even though he was extremely strong, he never dared to make a move casually. Furthermore, he had no moral principles. For the sake of their own interest, they would do anything. Now that he was acting so righteous, who was he trying to scare? Mosquito Daoran didn't take the Fire Emperor's taunt seriously. Today, Mosquito Daoran's skin was already so thick that it was unparalleled. Why would he be afraid of such a taunt? I'm just a coward. So what? If it weren't for the Chaos Pearl, I wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. Fire Emperor, where did you get this news? Gu Hai is coming back? Since you said he's coming back, then just wait. Whatever grudges you have, wait for him to come back. You can find trouble with him. Why make things difficult for me? Mosquito Daoran laughed bitterly. Humph, I'm going to take over the limitless celestial capital now. I have a bad temper. Gu Hai took my things, so what if I took his capital? What's wrong with that? Mosquito Daoran, if you don't move aside, I'm going to be serious. The Fire Emperor glared at him. Don't. What did Gu Hai take from you? Just tell me. Don't make a move. Mosquito Daoran laughed bitterly. Hui, who do you think you are to know? The Fire Emperor glared at him. As he spoke, he waved his hand and the raging flames surged towards the sea of mosquitoes. You're still as hot-tempered as ever. You haven't changed after so many years. Sigh. Mosquito Daoran was depressed. Boom. The sea of mosquitoes could only surge forward and fight against the flames. Mosquito Daoran could only block the Fire Emperor's attack. In the distance, apart from Ao Sheng and Autarch Fengyue, there was another group of people watching from another part of the mountain forest. A group of people dressed in white robes. Their chests were embroidered with a Taiji symbol of yin and yang. The one leading them was the eldest senior brother of the Taishang sect, Xian Du. Xian Du watched the battle coldly and frowned. This Gu Hai really has countless enemies. He hasn't been out for long and there are already 3 groups of powerful cultivators blocking his path? How many years has he been cultivating? Could it be that every time he goes out, he causes trouble everywhere and draws hatred everywhere? Eldest senior brother, at least our information is correct. A disciple of the Taishang sect behind him laughed. Xuandu nodded. That's right. Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian disappeared for 5 years. I spent so much effort but I couldn't find their whereabouts. Now they suddenly appeared again? It's just that Zhang Yulian hasn't shown up yet. A person behind him said worriedly. It doesn't matter. If we find Gu Hai we can find Zhang Yulian. It's been 6 years. I don't know if this Gu Hai is lucky or unlucky. Xian Du said coldly. Eldest senior brother, that girl Lin Wan Air. A person behind him frowned. Call her, Taishang. Xian Du said coldly. Won't Taishang be the eldest senior brother sooner or later? The person behind him said fawningly. As long as she is Taishang, she must be called Taishang. This is the rule. Xian Du said coldly. Yes, Taishang. Eldest senior brother, will Taishang know that we are here? It seems that the relationship between Taishang and Gu Hai is unclear. The person behind him said worriedly. The Sky Chess Pavilion has sent out invitations to the revival meeting. The 3 branches of Wansho Taoism have sent out invitations. The Yuanshe branch doesn't care about worldly affairs and has been in seclusion. Naturally they won't be coming. The Tong Tian sect master has already left. Now he must be near the Thousand Islands Sea, right? As for the Taishang branch? Taishang knows that he is not strong enough and has stayed in Wansho Taoism for seclusion. Since he is unwilling to go, I will do it for him. Xian Du smiled and took out an invitation. In that case, Taishang definitely won't be coming? It doesn't matter whether he comes or not. When we find Zhang Yulian, we will head to the Thousand Islands Sea. The revival meeting is near. Even the Tong Tian sect master is so cautious. This revival meeting won't be that simple. Xian Du said solemnly. Yes. Everyone waited patiently. In the distance, the Mosquito Daoran and the Fire Emperor were still fighting. Within the boundless celestial capital, Qin Tianshan suppressed everyone and prevented them from attacking. After all, the Fire Emperor was too strong. Dongfang Bubi, Shimen Chueshue Dugu Qiubai, and Zhang Sanfeng frowned slightly. It's a pity that we are restricted by this formation. Our cultivation can only hover around the middle sky palaces. If we have a real body we can also reach the upper sky palaces. Zhang Sanfeng sighed helplessly. The ancient emperor will definitely have a way. Dongfang Bubi said solemnly. Everyone nodded. While waiting. Boom. 5 figures rushed over from the horizon. Gu Hai and the rest had finally returned. Your Majesty, it's in front. The battle between the Fire Emperor and the Mosquito Daoran? Shengguan Hen's face fell. What a Fire Emperor. The entire boundless celestial capital is engulfed in flames like a sun. Ao Shun's face fell. Kong Xian frowned slightly. His face was gloomy but he did not say a word. Changming retreat. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Changming turned into a ray of light and flew down to the ground. Changming had followed Gu Hai to the west this time. It was a special situation. The blood-robed guards had to stay in the dark and did not need to reveal themselves. Seeing Changming leave, Gu Hai said solemnly, Let's go. Into the sea of flames, to the boundless celestial capital. Yes. Boom. The 4 of them turned into 4 rays of light and rushed over from the horizon, creating a sonic boom. It's them? Ao Sheng's face turned cold as he looked into the distance. Ao Sheng, didn't you say that Shengguan Hen's cultivation was crippled? Feng Yu glanced coldly at Ao Sheng. In the forest, Xiandu narrowed his eyes and stared at Gu Hai. The Fire Emperor, who was in the middle of battle, suddenly turned his head. Gu Hai, why did you guys only come back now? I'm so tired. Mosquito Dauren was overjoyed. In his joy, he immediately withdrew countless mosquitoes, unwilling to be in the front anymore. The sea of mosquitoes disappeared, and the rolling flames rushed towards the boundless celestial capital. Boom 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 boom. Gu Hai, Kong Xian, Shengguan Hen, and Ao Shun landed on the plaza of the boundless celestial capital. A powerful aura rushed out in all directions, forming a storm and forcing the flames back. Chapter 775. The sea of mosquitoes disappeared, and the raging flames rushed towards the infinite celestial capital. Boom 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 boom. Gu Hai, Kong Xian, Shengguan Hen, and Ao Shun landed on the square of the infinite celestial capital. A powerful aura spread in all directions, forming a storm that forced the flames back. Who? The Fire Emperor waved his hand, and the endless flames stopped surging towards the infinite celestial capital. His eyes narrowed as he stared at Gu Hai. When Gu Hai and the other three returned, the citizens of the infinite celestial capital were overjoyed. Welcome back, Your Majesty. Countless officials bowed excitedly. At the same time, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Perhaps because Gu Hai had brought about too many miracles over the years, everyone was relieved to see Gu Hai. Ancient Emperor, you're finally back. Zhang Sanfeng and the other three cloud beasts also heaved a sigh of relief. It's a pity that we're restricted by the formation and can't escape. Otherwise. Dongfang Bubi sighed. Gu Hai looked at the four cloud beasts and smiled. I already have a way to get you out of your predicament. Let's talk about it after we're done with this place. Shimin Chueshua's eyes, which had been motionless all this while, suddenly lit up. Dongfang Bubi, Zhang Sanfeng, and Dugu Qiubai were also overjoyed. They immediately retreated to one side, not wanting to disturb Gu Hai's battle. In the distance, Ao Sheng and Feng Yu both narrowed their eyes. Because both of them had found the person they were looking for. You're Gu Hai? The Fire Emperor glared and shouted coldly. As he shouted, the flames around him surged into the 9 heavens, as though the entire sky was burning red. Dian Dynasty, the supreme beast of the nation, Fire Emperor? I heard that you've been in the East Sea for 1,000 years. Why are you here today? Did Jiang Lianshan ask you to come? Gu Hai said coldly. Since you're Gu Hai, give it to me. The Fire Emperor said solemnly. Things? I don't remember taking anything from you? Gu Hai said coldly. You're still trying to deny it? I already know about the spiritual mountain. Is Long Jianghu's Warring States immortal dome in your hands? Am I right? The Fire Emperor glared at him. Warring States immortal? As soon as the Fire Emperor finished speaking, the expressions on the faces of the surrounding cultivators changed. Warring States dome? Didn't the Dragon War Kingdom self-destruct in the heavenly realm? Supremacy. Feng Yue narrowed her eyes. Gu Hai has another immortal dome? What's going on? Ao Sheng also stared in shock. In the forest, Xiandu's pupils shrank as a look of astonishment flashed across his face. I thought that finding Zhang Yulian was good news. Who would have thought that Gu Hai would have such a treasure? Immortal dome? Immortal dome? What a coincidence. Xiandu's eyes flashed with greed. Gu Hai furrowed his brows. He had come back from the holy land of the spirited mountain without stopping. Although news of him had gradually spread in the west, it would take a long time to spread from the west to the east, unless he used the Guqin figurine. It seemed like Jiang Rulai was indeed Jiang Lianshan's son. The Qin figurines were connected to 2 places. That was why the Fire Emperor knew about the spiritual mountain. Immortal dome? Now that Buddha could see through the immortal dome, he even confirmed it? However, why was the Fire Emperor here and not Jiang Lianshan? Is it? The Fire Emperor shouted. Gu Hai was neither anxious nor slow as he smiled. Fire Emperor? Firstly, I want to tell you that Long Jianghua's immortal dome has been destroyed in the heavenly realm. This is something that not only I know about, the entire world knows about. Secondly, how can you be so sure that I have the immortal dome? Just based on the words of others and you believe them? Besides, when did the immortal dome of the Warring States become yours? What a joke. That year Long Jianghua stole my immortal dome. It should have been mine. The Fire Emperor said coldly. Long Jianghua stole yours? That's ridiculous. When Long Jianghua was still alive, why didn't you ask for it? Now that you're using a groundless excuse to ask for it from me? Gu Hai laughed coldly. I can't win against Long Zhanghua. So what? As long as I can win against you, it's fine. Are you going to hand it over or not? The Fire Emperor laughed coldly as he looked at Gu Hai. Just because you say that the immortal dome of the Warring States is yours, it's yours? Even he, Jiang Lianshan, didn't have the cheek to say that it was his. You're really thick-skinned. You even made up an excuse that Long Zhanghua stole it from you. That's right, Long Zhanghua has already fallen. Hence, you can make up whatever nonsense you want. Gu Hai laughed coldly. I'm making up nonsense? That year, old man Guanxi gave the immortal dome to me as compensation. After that, it was stolen by that despicable Long Zhanghua. Even if Long Zhanghua was still alive, I would still dare to confront him. The Fire Emperor said coldly. Wait, the immortal dome of the Warring States was given to Long Zhanghua by old man Guanxi? Gu Hai squinted his eyes and revealed a look of shock. You speak so much nonsense. Let me ask you this. Today are you going to give it to me or not? The Fire Emperor said coldly. Kong Xian. Gu Hai suddenly opened his mouth. Here. Kong Xian answered from the side. Kong Xian responded, and only then did the surrounding people notice the fourth inconspicuous person. Kong Xian? It's really him. Why is he so obedient to Gu Hai? Mosquito Daoran asked curiously. In the distance, Feng Yu squinted her eyes as well. Didn't Kong Xian want to kill Gu Hai? Why is he? Kong Xian has submitted to Gu Hai? That doesn't make sense. Wasn't Kong Xian imprisoned by the Buddha? Ao Xing asked in astonishment. The Fire Emperor also noticed Kong Xian. Is it this little peacock? Little thing, I've already told you clearly that peacocks are a branch of the phoenix race. You can only be loyal to me. Yet you chose to be loyal to Tai? Now that Tai has fallen, you're even more foolish to follow Gu Hai? How foolish. The Fire Emperor said coldly. Kong Xian was still bowing to Gu Hai. He didn't care about the Fire Emperor at all. Gu Hai stared at the Fire Emperor and revealed a cold smile. Kong Xian beat him up. The Fire Emperor froze. Around him, Mosquito Daoran, Feng Yu, Ao Xing and Xian Du were all stunned. What did Gu Hai just say? Beat him up. That's the Fire Emperor. Gu Hai didn't care about him at all? Beat him up. Do you think he's a small fry? Do you think you can beat him up just because you want to? Once the Fire Emperor is enraged, the limitless celestial capital will be destroyed. Furthermore, how high is Kong Xian's cultivation level? This Fire Emperor is the national beast of the Dian dynasty. Yes. Kong Xian acknowledged. Turning his head, Kong Xian stared at the Fire Emperor coldly. That cold stare caused the Fire Emperor's face to darken. He felt a sense of danger. Kong Xian waved his sleeves. Boom. Billows of black wind surged into the sky. Screech. Kong Xian opened his mouth and shouted. The black wind billowed and swept all the flames around the limitless celestial capital into Kong Xian's mouth. Of course, the main target of the black wind was the Fire Emperor. As the wind billowed, the Fire Emperor's body moved as if he was about to be swallowed by Kong Xian. A terrifying aura was emitted. In an instant, the entire sky was dyed black by the demonic aura around Kong Xian. What? Feng Yu, Ao Xing, Mosquito Daoran and Xian Du's expressions changed. No one expected Kong Xian's strength to increase so much. The Fire Emperor's body trembled as he was almost swallowed. Naturally, he was infuriated. Little peacock, how dare you be impudent in front of me? The Fire Emperor waved his hand. Boom. Boundless flames appeared once again. At the same time, he sent a palm strike towards Kong Xian. Not only did Kong Xian not retreat, his eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness as he sent a palm strike towards the sky. Boom. Outside the limitless celestial capital, the void trembled. The huge impact formed a storm that swept in all directions. Even the limitless celestial capital was slightly shaken by the impact. The Fire Emperor's expression changed. The palm strike just now was actually on par with Kong Xian's. When did Kong Xian's strength become so ferocious? 5-colored divine light. Behind Kong Xian, millions of peacock feathers appeared. With a flick of his feathers, the 5-colored divine light shot towards the Fire Emperor. Whoosh! Impudent! The Fire Emperor stared and waved his hand. A beam of golden light shot out. Boom! 2 beams of light collided in mid-air, causing another huge tremor. Kong Xian, fight further away. Don't destroy the limitless celestial capital. Gu Hai shouted. Screech! Kong Xian replied with a long whistle. With a long whistle, Kong Xian transformed into a 3,000-foot-tall peacock. He revealed a ferocious expression as he flew towards the Fire Emperor. After transforming into his original form, Kong Xian's aura doubled. As he flapped his wings, demonic chi filled the skies. The five-colored divine light formed a huge whip. As Kong Xian flapped his wings, he lashed out at the Fire Emperor again and again. "How dare you!" The Fire Emperor was infuriated. Screech. The Fire Emperor transformed into a 3,000-foot-tall flaming phoenix. As soon as the phoenix appeared, heaven and earth burned. The endless flames rushed towards Kong Xian, and the sky of Kong Xian's demonic chi was locked in a stalemate. Boom, boom, boom. The two huge birds tore each other apart. As the five-colored divine lights collided, they started to devour the heavens and earth. The battle was fierce. Under Kong Xian's deliberate control, the two of them fought higher and higher, further and further away. The Fire Emperor was a veteran martial artist and was one of the few experts in the world. Against such an expert, Kong Xian didn't seem like he was going to lose. In fact, he seemed to be gaining the upper hand. Screech. Screech. They watched as the two huge birds fought further and further away. Mosquito Daoran was confused. "Guhai, before you left, you said that you were going to recruit soldiers? This Kong Xian, how much did you pay to invite him back? Why is he so fierce?" "The Han Empire, 5th Army Commander, Kong Xian." Guhai laughed. Mosquito Daoran was slightly taken aback. Then he said with a strange expression, "5th Army Commander? You made him the 5th Army Commander? And he followed you? Don't lie to me." Mosquito Daoran didn't believe him. Guhai smiled but didn't explain further. At the same time, he looked coldly at a mountain peak in the distance. "Your Majesty, Ao Sheng's aura is there. I can't be wrong." Ao Shun suddenly said coldly. "Your Majesty, Supreme Feng Yu is there too. Ah, she has been stationed outside the limitless celestial capital." Sheng Wanhen laughed coldly. Chapter 776. Guhai immediately saw Supreme Feng Yu and Ao Sheng. After all, the dragons and black tortoises at the foot of the Two-People Mountain were too eye-catching. Guhai looked over coldly. Supreme Feng Yu and Ao Sheng's faces also darkened. Both of their strengths had increased greatly and they thought that they could defeat Guhai. However, they didn't expect that a freak like Kong Xian would appear under Guhai's command. Kong Xian wasn't at a disadvantage in the battle against the Fire Emperor. In fact, he seemed to be slightly stronger. This Guhai is really lucky. He managed to recruit another powerful expert. Supreme Feng Yu said with a gloomy face. "Fortunately, Kong Xian is fighting against the Fire Emperor. We should do what we need to do." Ao Sheng said coldly. At this moment, Guhai and the rest returned. The dragons under Ao Sheng's command all darkened. That was Ao Shun, the crown prince whom they respected the most. Now that they were facing off against him, Supreme Feng Yu, judging from your arrogance, you've already recovered your strength from 800 years ago? Guhai suddenly said with a cold smile. "If I had taken Sheng Wanhen away, I would have recovered my strength from 800 years ago. Unfortunately, you ruined it." "A good move. You actually walked through the 32 formations as if they were flat ground?" Supreme Feng Yu said with a cold look in her eyes. "So, you haven't recovered? If that's the case, you still dare to come to the limitless celestial capital?" Guhai said coldly with a glare. "Although I have not recovered my strength from 800 years ago, I have recovered 30%. Only by capturing Sheng Wanhen and bringing him to the Thousand Islands Sea could I fully recover. Guhai, even if I only have 30% of my strength, I am not something you can block. If you know what's good for you, move aside. I'm not like the Fire Emperor. Once I leave the limitless celestial capital, I'll destroy it immediately." Supremacy Feng Yu said coldly. As she spoke, Autarch Feng Yue's figure flickered. Suddenly, boundless black gas surged out from her body. Within the black gas, a monstrous black serpent appeared. With a wave of its tail, several mountains behind it exploded. The serpent's body was huge, at least 2,000 feet long. It spat out its forked tongue, exuding a baleful aura. The black serpent's eyes emitted traces of cold light, causing the hearts of countless people in the limitless celestial capital to tremble. Guhai ignored Black Snake and looked at Sheng Wanhen. "Your Majesty, it's better for me to deal with the trouble I brought." Solemnly Sheng Wanhen said. Sheng Wanhen. "Be careful, Supremacy. He now has 30% of his former strength." Not far away, A group of Xuanwu followers of Shangguanhen said anxiously. Don't worry. Shangguanhen took a step forward and rushed out. Shangguanhen flew towards Supremacy Fengyu. Supremacy Fengyu was also slightly startled. Haha, Shangguanhen, are you crazy? I received the inheritance from 800 years ago, which is why my strength increased. You disappeared for 2 months. Who do you think you are? The black serpent's face turned cold as it opened its mouth to swallow him. You may care about the power from 800 years ago, but that doesn't mean I care about it too. Shangguanhen suddenly revealed a sinister expression as his body emitted a dazzling golden light. The golden light shone, scattering much of Supremacy Fengyu's black energy. Sun Wukong's aura? Ao Sheng's expression changed. The black serpent's face also sank. However, the black serpent was even more confident in itself. It did not hesitate at all as it opened its mouth to swallow Shangguanhen. The Xuanwu followers of Shangguanhen showed worried expressions. However, the Xuanwu followers of Supremacy Fengyu showed disdain. Hong! A loud sound rang out, and a strong wind swept out in all directions. The shock waves immediately scattered the group of Xuanwu followers. What? Miao Qin immediately showed a stunned expression as he rubbed his eyes. Then he revealed an expression of wild joy. Shangguanhen's punch was too strong. Shangguanhen actually sent that black serpent flying 50 kilometers with one punch. Buzz. The black serpent's figure paused in midair as it looked at Shangguanhen in shock. However, the black serpent did not expect Shangguanhen's strength to soar so much. Whoosh. Shangguanhen immediately charged over, bringing the battle away from the boundless celestial capital. What cultivation technique is that? Is it the Xuanwu divine technique that I taught you in the past? The black serpent said in shock. Xuanwu divine technique? I stopped practicing it long ago. 30% of the previous Supremacy Xuanwu's strength is not much. Shangguanhen suddenly sneered. As Shangguanhen spoke, he charged forward again. Humph! I was careless earlier. Shangguanhen, you want to fight me with just you? Roar. The black serpent became serious, immediately charging at Shangguanhen. Rumble. Immediately, the distant battle shook the ground and mountains. Many huge mountains instantly exploded, soaring into the sky. The battle was incomparably ferocious. When Shangguanhen attacked with his full power, not only did he not fall into a disadvantage, but he even gained a slight advantage. Supremacy's divine might. Miao Qin and the other Xuanwu clan elders roared excitedly. However, the Xuanwu clan elders that followed Fengyu showed unsightly expressions. The distant battle continued. However, Ao Shun said to Gu Hai, Your Majesty, I would like to speak with my younger brother. I hope that your Majesty will not interfere. All right. Gu Hai nodded. Whoosh. Ao Shun immediately flew towards Ao Sheng in the distance. Ao Sheng also looked at Shangguanhen in the distance with a sullen expression. Shangguanhen? In the past, Xiaoqin looked down on Xiaoqin the most. At first, Xiaoqin was beaten into a coward by Sun Wukong. In the Dragon's Gates region, Xiaoqin was reduced to a pile of mud. Now Xiaoqin became so strong. Even Xiaoqin might not be able to do anything to Xiaoqin. What happened in the past 1 month? Why is Gu Hai so lucky? Whoosh. Ao Shun immediately arrived before Xiaoqin. Ao Shun's face sank. The expressions of the surrounding dragon race cultivators suddenly changed. Crown Prince Ao Shun. Some dragon race cultivators said with stiff expressions. Ao Shun? It looks like your strength increased significantly after obtaining the Western Sea Dragon God, Ao Shing said coldly. Second brother, if Royal Father were here, he would not let you off. You can't keep making mistakes. Ao Shun said bitterly. Put away your hypocrisy. Keep making mistakes? Isn't it all your fault? Now that I obtained the Dragon God, there is no need for me to dig up the dragon tomb. Royal Father? Royal Father is really biased. I am the Crown Prince, but he passed the Dragon God to you? Ao Shun said hatefully. This is not an excuse for you to dig up the dragon tomb. I also heard that you injected the ancient souls of the dragon tomb into the bodies of the dragons? You won't even let them off? Ao Shun said coldly. The surrounding dragons were in an uproar. Ao Shun had dug up the dragon tomb and injected some ancient dragon souls into his body. It had indeed increased his cultivation, but he still felt that he was being restrained by something, but he could not explain it. I am the Dragon King. What right do you have to control us? How can I let them become stronger? It has nothing to do with you. Ao Shun said coldly. When the ancient souls enter the body, their strength will increase, but it will harm their souls and shorten their lifespan. How is it none of my business? They used to be my brothers, Ao Shun said coldly. When Ao Shun called them brothers, many dragons in the group were in an uproar. Crown Prince Ao Shun, I would like to follow you, may I? One of the giant dragons suddenly said. Little Lindsay? Ao Shun looked at the giant dragon. How dare you? You want to betray the North Sea Dragon Palace? Ao Shun glared. In the past, when I followed Crown Prince Ao Shun to conquer the world, those were my happiest days. Not long ago my father offended Crown Prince Ao Shun, please forgive him. In my heart, I have always wanted to follow Crown Prince Ao Shun. I hope Crown Prince Ao Shun won't mind. Little Lindsay said anxiously. Alright, follow me. I will find a way to help you expel the ancient dragon souls in your body. Ao Shun nodded. Crown Prince Ao Shun, I want to follow you too. Crown Prince Ao Shun, I don't want to stay in the North Sea Dragon Palace anymore. In my heart, you are the Crown Prince, you are the North Sea Dragon King, I want to follow you too. In an instant, almost 80% of the dragons shouted excitedly. In the blink of an eye, they had betrayed Ao Shun. Alright. Ao Shun nodded immediately. From their attitude, it was not difficult to see that Ao Shun had lost too many people's hearts. His Majesty was right, instead of letting these good brothers die for Ao Shun without knowing why, he would rather take care of them himself. When Ao Shun agreed, the dragons immediately cheered and flew toward Ao Shun. At this moment, Ao Shun's face was ashen. Betraying the North Sea Dragon Palace is a death sentence. Ao Shun said coldly, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Death sentence? When was there such a punishment? Ao Shun said coldly. There is one now. You don't know what's good for you, so don't blame me. Ancient souls, possess and seize. Ao Shun shouted coldly. At the same time, a purplish-black gas appeared on his face. It seemed to have condensed into a huge amnesty seal. Roar! 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 The betrayed dragons immediately emitted a purplish-black gas, as if their bodies were burning. At the same time they screamed in pain. Crown Prince Ao Shun, save me, save me. Ah, it's so painful, no, ah. The screams continued. Ao Shun's expression changed and he was about to pounce over. However, in the next moment, an extremely grand aura suddenly appeared around the dragons. Xiao Linzi's body suddenly doubled in size, and green veins appeared on the surface of his body. He rolled his eyes and his pupils disappeared, leaving only a pile of white, and a monstrous resentment appeared around him. Rumble. The dragons triggered the heavens and rolling dark clouds pressed down. The moment Ao Shun's amnesty seal appeared, the dragons were seized by the ancient dragon souls in the blink of an eye. These ancient dragon souls carried a monstrous resentment and emitted a soul-stirring evil aura. Kill Ao Shun. Ao Shun ordered. Roar. The dragons immediately pounced on Ao Shun crazily. Xiao Linzi, what's wrong with you? Ao Shun asked anxiously. However, Xiao Linzi was the first to reach out with his claws. Boom. Ao Shun punched Xiao Linzi back, but there were still a large number of ferocious dragons behind him. Roar. Ao Shun suddenly let out a loud roar, and a black dragon shadow suddenly appeared around him. The aura of the dragon god spread, and the dragons that were about to charge over suddenly paused. Kill, continue? Ao Shun said coldly. Roar. The dragons pounced on Ao Shun again, and they even ignored the suppression of the dragon god. Humph, Ao Sheng, how dare you refine ghosts? Ao Shun glared and suddenly pounced on Ao Sheng. These people who were attacking him were all his good brothers in the past. Ao Shun was naturally unwilling to attack, so he could only attack Ao Sheng and force him to withdraw the spell on the dragons. With just you? I even opened the dragon tomb in the West Sea. All the Dragon King souls are with me. Ao Sheng threw a punch with a ferocious expression. Boom. He punched out, creating an explosion in the air. Ao Sheng was stronger and Ao Shun was beaten back a little. My good brother, how many dragon souls did you swallow? Ao Shun said with a cold expression. Roar. Suddenly, a white dragon phantom appeared on the surface of Ao Shun's body again. The two huge dragon phantoms, one black and one white, represented the two dragon gods. Ao Shun punched at Ao Sheng again. Boom. This time Ao Sheng was finally beaten back. However, Ao Shun's strength was limited. Dragon God, it should have all been mine. Ao Shun, you thief, roar. Ao Sheng also attacked crazily. At the same time, the surrounding dragons pounced on Ao Shun. The battle between the dragons also became chaotic. Fortunately, Ao Shun led the battle and moved the battlefield to the distance. In the forest not far away, Xian Du laughed coldly. All right, all the experts by Gu Hai's side have been mobilized. Next it's our turn. Eldest senior brother, there's still a Mosquito Daoran. Mosquito Daoran? Don't worry, I can make him not dare to interfere. Xian Du sneered. Chapter 777. Kang Xian fought against Fire Emperor, Sheng Wanhen fought against Supreme Fengyu, and Ao Shun fought against Ao Sheng. Gu Hai looked at the three battlefields and suddenly turned his head to look at a mountain forest in the distance. His gaze was cold, causing Xian Du's expression to change. We've been discovered? Xian Du said in surprise. Gu Hai, I've completed the second task. Consider that group of rats over there as a gift from me. Mosquito Daoran said with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Mosquito Daoran. Gu Hai nodded. Mosquito Daoran pointed out Xian Du's secret, so Xian Du didn't hide it anymore. Boom. 20 figures soared into the sky and arrived near the limitless heavenly capital in the blink of an eye. Taishang sect? Xian Du? Gu Hai said coldly. Gu Hai had already seen Xian Du's portrait, so he naturally knew about the enmity between Xian Du and Zhang Yulian. This person wanted to harm his wife, so there was no need to be polite. You recognize me? That looks like Zhang Yulian told you. Where's Zhang Yulian? Gu Hai? Xian Du said coldly. Looking at Xian Du, Gu Hai sneered, Idiot. What did you say? Xian Du said coldly. I said you're an idiot. Now there's one more despicable, cursing words, I want to hear it again. Gu Hai said coldly. Xian Du's eyes were filled with anger. A Taishang sect disciple behind him said angrily, You think you can insult senior brother? Gu Hai, you overestimate yourself. As he spoke, the Grand High Path's disciple immediately slashed his sword at Gu Hai. As he slashed, a 10,000-meter-long sword light rushed towards the limitless celestial capital, seemingly wanting to cut Gu Hai and the limitless celestial capital in half. Whoosh! Gu Hai stretched out his hand and waved a blood blade. As soon as the blood saber appeared, rolling blood light instantly soared into the sky. Outsiders only thought that it was a beam of bloody light, but the Taishang sect disciples who were charging at the front saw a sea of blood illusion. The ground below immediately turned into a sea of blood that surged endlessly. Within the sea of blood, there seemed to be billions of demons surging towards him. It wasn't the bottom, but the entire world was surrounded by this sea of blood. He was completely surrounded. The disciple of the Taishang sect cried out in alarm. The sword light in his hand also stopped, and his face was filled with shock. Boom! The flash of the blade instantly closed in and sliced the disciple of the Taishang sect in half. The two halves fell from the sky. There was not a single drop of blood on the two halves of the corpse. All of the blood had been absorbed by the life-slaying blade. What? Junior brother? The disciples of the Taishang sect immediately cried out in alarm and caught the two halves of the dried corpse. Eldest senior brother, that Gu Hai killed our junior brother. There's no blood or soul left. I'm going to cut him into pieces. A disciple of the Taishang sect said with a ferocious expression. Middle Heaven Palace? You only have the strength of the Middle Heaven Palace. What blade technique was that? Xuandu's eyelids twitched. Middle Heaven Palace? That's not right. Eldest senior brother, our junior brother had already entered the Heavenly Palace 3 years ago. How could he not be a match for Gu Hai? The disciples of the Taishang sect said in disbelief. Xuandu stared at Gu Hai. Have you heard of the Nether River Patriarch's Blood Sea Blade? Gu Hai sneered. When he was comprehending the 18 levels of hell, he found that the blade technique that he learned on Earth was especially suitable for the life-slaying blade. Today's test was indeed effective. Taishang sect's heartless sword formation. Xuandu said coldly. Yes. Xing. Suddenly, the 18 disciples of the Taishang sect behind him emitted rays of white light. Then, their entire bodies turned into long swords that were 100 feet long. On the long swords, murderous intent filled the sky. Endless sword chi erupted in all directions. The 18 long swords surrounded Xuandu and formed a sword chi field. In an instant, billions of sword chi spread out. They went straight for the infinite celestial capital. Gu Hai's face darkened. He waved his hand. The life-trapping blade formed a formation to protect the city. Rumble. Countless sword chi hit the barrier. The barrier suddenly shook as if it was about to break. All of them are heavenly palaces? As expected of the Wansho Taoism. They have such a foundation? Mosquito Daoren said solemnly. Taishang sect's heartless sword formation? Gu Hai's face darkened. He heard from Zhang Yulian that this sword formation was extremely powerful. The more people there were, the more powerful it was. Moreover, it was stacked. 18 heavenly palaces? The one who was killed just now was not in Gu Hai's eyes when he first entered heavenly palaces. But now there were 18 of them. Gu Hai had to be cautious. That was because just the aftermath of the sword principle aura was enough to shake the barrier. Gu Hai, I didn't want to make things difficult for you. Hand over Zhang Yulian and I can spare your life. But you are so insensible. It seems that the Taishang sect has walked too little in this world. A bunch of cats and dogs dare to take advantage of us. Xuandu said with a ferocious expression. Severing emotions. Xuandu waved his hand. Xing. Among the 18 long swords, one was suddenly lifted by Xuandu. With one sword, it slashed toward the barrier formation. All around, countless sword chi and sword force seemed to gather. Like the collapse of the heavenly river, it poured down on the infinite celestial capital. The white light illuminated heaven and earth. Its power was so great that the hearts of countless subjects trembled. Boom! The barrier broke and rushed toward Gu Hai. Please, baby! Gu Hai shouted. Two gourds suddenly appeared beside Gu Hai. Xing! The immortal slaying flying saber flew out first and rushed toward the huge sword chi. The vine world gourd instantly produced countless vines and rose to the sky. Boom! The immortal slaying flying saber collided with it. The white sword light suddenly stopped, but in the next moment, it continued to slash downward. The immortal slaying flying saber responded and flew back to the gourd after blocking for a while. The vines wrapped up and immediately held the white sword light. However, the sword light was fierce. With a tear, it cut the vines into countless pieces. The white light rushed toward Gu Hai like a hot knife through butter. Although it was still the same sword, its power had weakened greatly. Xuandu's face was cold and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Gu Hai, on the other hand, changed to the life-extinguishing saber. Zhou Tianlu! Gu Hai shouted with a ferocious expression. The world was instantly dyed purple. Hong! The saber and sword collided in the void with a loud bang. The ground under Gu Hai's feet also shook. The purple light and white light dissipated. Everyone was shocked. However, they saw that the ground under Gu Hai's feet suddenly cracked like a spider web because of Gu Hai's forceful stomp. Gu Hai's body expanded, but he managed to block it in the end. The collision of the saber light formed a storm that immediately blew down countless buildings. Your Majesty! Montez, Gao Xianji and the others shouted worriedly. Gu Hai ignored them. He took a deep breath and looked coldly at Xuandu in the sky. That sword strike just now killed the 4th level heavenly palace like killing a chicken. Gu Hai, you blocked it with the power of the middle heavenly palace? You're really good. Mosquito Daoren said with a strange expression. Mosquito Daoren had always thought that Gu Hai was very powerful, but there was no need for him to pretend like that. This is the weakest sword strike. Gu Hai, how is it? Xuandu sneered. Oh, that's all. Gu Hai sneered. That's all? Aha, immortal slaying gourd vine realm gourd? And your life-extinguishing saber? It's not easy for a middle heavenly palace to block my sword strike. However, do you think that's all I am? Humph, idiot, who's the idiot? Xuandu sneered. As he spoke, Xuandu waved his hand. This time it was not one sword but 18. Xuandu used all 18 of them as if he was going to slash the infinite celestial capital together. Gu Hai, I know where the weak point of the sword formation is. Why don't I help you break the sword formation? Mosquito Daoren suddenly said with a smile. Oh, there's a weak point? Gu Hai's expression changed. That's right. I can help you break it in an instant. That's the third thing. Mosquito Daoren said with a smile. Mosquito Daoren had encountered this formation before. Since he could come out, he naturally knew about it. Mosquito Daoren was about to intervene when Xuandu suddenly stopped in the distance. He said with a gloomy expression, Mosquito Daoren, if you dare to intervene, don't blame me for being impolite. Xuandu? You can be impolite to me? Haha, 1,000 years ago, even your old master didn't dare to say that. You. Mosquito Daoren sneered. I can't do anything to you but someone can. Look at what this is. Xuandu sneered. Xuandu took out an emerald jade token. Wansho Taoism's arrow of command? Mosquito Daoren's expression suddenly froze. Wansho Taoism's arrow of command was released. All the disciples of Wansho Taoism nearby came to help. I remember that you ate one of the favorite disciples of the Tongtian sect master, right? And the Tongtian sect master seems to be nearby. Xuandu sneered. Mosquito Doran's face twitched, but he didn't have any intention of stepping forward. The Tongtian sect master was nearby? If he was attracted, wouldn't he be dead meat? Forget it. Guhai, you do it yourself. I won't get into trouble. Mosquito Doran said with a bitter smile. No need. You've already helped me. Guhai said with a smile. As he spoke, Guhai's pupils suddenly shrank. When he opened his eyes, a breathtaking aura was emitted from Guhai's eyes. Mosquito Doran suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. He looked at Guhai in horror. Around them, countless officials suddenly knelt down. Fear appeared on their faces. Even Xuandu, who was far away, felt a chill in his heart. He saw Guhai's eyes. His left eye was emitting white light and his right eye was emitting black light. It was as if he was facing the eyes of heaven. At this moment, Xuandu actually had the urge to kneel. His remaining reason was accompanied by madness. He waved his hand and 18 sword lights slashed toward the infinite celestial capital. The previous sword seemed to have the power to destroy heaven and earth. At this moment there were 18 swords. The entire void was distorted. Guhai raised his head. His eyes were filled with a strange light as he looked at the 18 sword lights. This time he didn't forcibly resist like before. This was because this time, Taishang's heartless sword formation seemed to have changed shape in Guhai's eyes. Thin black and white lines were extremely strange. The life and death eye. In just an instant, Guhai saw the full appearance of the sword formation. He also found the key point in an instant. The formation moved like a huge fishing net toward the infinite celestial capital. On the fishing net, a black line seemed to be the main hub, pulling the balance of the four directions. Guhai only took the immortal slaying flying knife this time. Treasure, please turn around. Whoosh. Under the control of Guhai's mind, the immortal slaying flying knife rushed toward the black line. Chapter 778. Immortal slaying flying dagger? Haha, you couldn't even block one of my swords just now and you want to embarrass yourself with it? The crazy Xuandu roared with a trembling voice. Boom. The 18 giant swords slashed down instantly with irresistible force, as if they could destroy the world. The limitless heavenly capital was about to be destroyed. Although Mosquito Doran was terrified by Guhai's eye of life and death, he was more shocked. That's not a weak point. The flying dagger can't go in that direction. Because in the next moment, the entire limitless heavenly capital was about to be destroyed. However, Guhai was extremely determined. The immortal slaying flying dagger turned into a stream of light and shot into the sky. Under Xuandu's control, a long sword went straight for the immortal slaying flying dagger as if he wanted to destroy it completely. However, in Guhai's eyes, countless white lines covered the sky and covered the earth. However, there was a gap between the lines. The flying dagger was extremely thin. It twisted and passed through instantly without touching anything. However, in the eyes of outsiders, the immortal slaying flying dagger disappeared in a flash. What? Xuandu was slightly stunned. Shing. The golden light of the immortal slaying flying dagger suddenly appeared, illuminating the world. Then it instantly shot back and returned to the immortal slaying gourd. The countless sword chi in the surroundings instantly collapsed, turning into a mass of sword energy and dissipating into thin air. The 18 giant swords also suddenly retracted and disappeared. The formation is broken? Mosquito Doran looked confused. What just happened? The immortal slaying flying dagger went out and came back? The Taishang sect's heartless sword formation was broken? That didn't make sense? All the momentum disappeared. Xuandu also suddenly became clear and he looked shocked. Why did you guys stop? Halfway through his sentence, Xuandu's words suddenly stopped, and his face twitched. That was because the 18 Taishang sect's disciples all had their heads sent flying, and blood splattered everywhere. They fell from the sky. A trace of confusion flashed across Mosquito Doran's eyes. Xiandu's eyelids twitched. No, it's impossible. Taishang's heartless sword formation has no flaws. The 18 of them have turned into swords and are invulnerable. You can't break his sword body. Xuandu looked at Guhai with a trace of horror. 19 of them had gone to the heavenly palace, and they had all died in the blink of an eye? However, at this moment, Guhai did not pay attention to Xuandu. Instead, he suddenly looked towards the sky. Previously he couldn't see it with the naked eye, but now, with the eye of life and death, he could see it clearly. In the sky above the boundless celestial capital, there were currently some white and black lines forming the 64 hexagrams. 64 hexagrams? Jiang Lianshan's surveillance? Treasure, please turn around. Guhai shouted coldly again. Swish. The immortal slaying flying saber flew out again. Xiandu's expression immediately changed. You seem to want to block it. However, at this moment, the immortal slaying flying blade did not charge towards him. Instead, it suddenly shot towards the empty sky. Boom. With a loud sound in the sky, the immortal slaying flying blade flew back. At the same time, a large amount of golden light of the 8 trigrams suddenly appeared in the sky. However, at this moment, it was shattered by the immortal slaying flying blade. 64 hexagrams? Mosquito Doran's expression darkened. At the same time in Shinong City, the Flame God Hall, Jiang Lianshan and a young lady in red were staring at a mirror arranged by 64 hexagrams. The scene inside was precisely the scene of the boundless celestial capital. In the scene, Guhai opened his eye of life and death and beheaded 18 people from Heavenly Palace with one strike. The second strike seemed to have shot out from the mirror. Boom. With a loud sound, the mirror in the main hall suddenly exploded. The scene of the boundless celestial capital could no longer be seen. That eye just now. Guhai's eyes are so evil. The young lady in red said with a gloomy expression. Guhai? He's really growing up fast. This method is really strange. Jiang Lianshan frowned. Old man Long Zhangguo raised him. Do you want to raise him too? Don't raise him too much. It's time to kill him, right? The young lady in red said coldly. No, he needs to play chess with old man Guanxi. Girl, don't touch him without my permission. Jiang Lianshan shook his head. Call me Jingwei, the young lady said somewhat stubbornly. Boundless celestial capital. Guhai broke the 64 hexagrams in the sky and looked coldly at Xuandu again. Xuandu suddenly quivered as if everything about him was seen through by Guhai's eyes. The hair on his back suddenly stood on end. Just now, when he had the sword formation, he felt like kneeling. Now that the sword formation was gone, a great threat of death instantly shrouded his heart. Kacha. Without hesitation, Xuandu instantly crushed the arrow in his hand. Stop. Mosquito Doran's expression suddenly changed and he cried out in alarm. Boom. Wansho Taoism's arrow exploded in Xuandu's hand. In an instant, above the starry sky, a beam of starlight shot down like a searchlight. It went straight up and down, allowing everyone to see it instantly. Those with good eyesight would be able to see it immediately no matter where they were in the divine continent. Guhai, I'll take shelter first. Mosquito Doran's expression changed, and he turned around and shot into the distance. Swish. Mosquito Doran disappeared in the blink of an eye. Guhai also instantly knew what was going on. Xuandu's request for help seemed to have gotten out of hand. More importantly, the Eye of Life and Death couldn't be used without limit. Just now, it had consumed too much of the spiritual Mother Divine King's divine power. He instantly retracted it. The Eye of Life and Death couldn't be used. Guhai's eyes returned to normal, and the pressure on everyone suddenly disappeared. Your Majesty, that was really incredible. Miao Chen immediately said excitedly. Your Majesty, this subject felt like he was facing heavenly might. Mo Yike said with a smile. The various subjects stood up excitedly. No one noticed that Xuandu shot out the arrow of command. They only saw that the Taishang Dao disciples except for Xuandu died. Everyone rejoiced. However, in the next moment, Guhai's stern gaze turned solemn. In the distance, when Xuandu saw Guhai put away the Eye of Life and Death, his expression also changed. It seemed like Xuandu guessed that the Eye of Life and Death could not be used continuously. However, the arrow of command was already shot out and there was no turning back. Guhai, just wait for death. Xuandu said with a ferocious expression. Boom. Suddenly, a gust of black wind swept over from the northeast. As the gust of wind blew past, the surrounding Dragon Clan and Black Tortoise Clan were instantly blown away. Xuandu was the first to get blown away by the wind. Ao Shun and Ao Shung's battle also came to an abrupt end. They were blown away by the wind. Shangguan Hen and Supremacy Fengyue were also blown hundreds of kilometers away by the wind. The battle came to a sudden halt as well. At this moment, even the limitless sky was moved hundreds of miles away by the wind. The only ones who were not blown away were Kong Xian and the Fire Emperor. However, the demonic aura and flames around the two of them were also blown away in an instant. The ground below was torn apart by the strong wind, and huge craters were formed. Rocks flew into the sky and the world was turned upside down. Rumble. The rolling wind gradually calmed down. Everyone also saw the source of the wind. It was a man wearing a beautiful black robe. He stood in the air and his body did not emit much of an aura. However, just by fighting in the air, he emitted a domineering aura of the Tongtian Dao. The man swung his sleeves. The surrounding dragon race and Xuanwu race instinctively felt their hearts palpitate. They actually prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. When Ao Sheng saw the black-robed man, his eyelids suddenly twitched violently, and his face was filled with shock. Autarch Fengyue immediately became much more obedient. She flew to one side. Sheng Guanhen and Ao Shun's faces were gloomy. They quickly flew back to the limitless sky capital. However, just as they flew near the black-robed man, their hearts beat wildly. A huge pressure made the two of them suddenly have the urge to kneel down and kowtow. "Greetings, Sect Master." Xuandu immediately bowed respectfully. "Tongtian Sect Master?" Guhai's face darkened. The person who came was the leader of the Wanshou Taoism, the Tongtian Sect Master. When the Tongtian Sect Master saw the signal arrow, he immediately rushed over. When he arrived, the surroundings were in chaos. The Tongtian Sect Master's face darkened. Turning his head, the Tongtian Sect Master looked at Kong Xian and the Fire Emperor who were in the air. "Fire Emperor, you're getting worse and worse. You're not even a match for a little peacock?" The Tongtian Sect Master revealed a cold smile. "Tongtian Sect Master?" The Fire Emperor's eyes flashed with a monstrous hatred. "If you continue to look at me like that, I'll let you reunite with your 6 brothers." The Tongtian Sect Master's eyes flashed with a cold light. "You?" The Fire Emperor glared but didn't dare to retort. At the entrance of the soaring sky palace, Sheng Guanhen whispered, 6 of the 7 Phoenix brothers were killed by the Tongtian Sect Master. Gu Hai's face darkened. In the distance, Kong Xian flew towards Gu Hai. The Tongtian Sect Master stood in the air. The Fire Emperor had a huge temper but he didn't dare to vent it on the Tongtian Sect Master. The Tongtian Sect Master laughed coldly as he looked at the Fire Emperor. He then turned his head to look at Kong Xian who had flown behind Gu Hai. He revealed a look of suspicion. Although the Tongtian Sect Master had ridiculed the Fire Emperor, he knew how powerful the Fire Emperor was. Was this the great Myojin? When did he become so powerful? And why was he standing behind Gu Hai? The Tongtian squinted his eyes as he looked at Gu Hai. Just a casual glance gave Gu Hai immense pressure. It was as if he had seen Long Zhangguo's ferocious glare when he was at his peak. Was the Tongtian the same as well? When the Tongtian Sect Master arrived, all the fighting stopped. All the grudges stopped. Although he didn't release much of his aura, there was a huge aura around him that enveloped everyone. In this aura he was the most powerful. He was the heavens and they were ants. The Tongtian Sect Master looked coldly at everyone around him, then turned his head to look at Xian Du. "You were the one who broke the commander's arrow?" The Tongtian Sect Master asked coldly. "Yes." Xian Du lowered his head and didn't dare to raise it. The commander's arrow is not to be used unless it is a major incident that affects the foundation of Wanshou Taoism. Once it is used, anyone who sees the commander's arrow must give up everything and arrive immediately, including the sect leader himself. You should understand. The Tongtian Sect Master said coldly. Although the Tongtian Sect Master only described the function of the commander's arrow, his words were filled with threat. "Dispatch me? If you don't affect the foundation of the sect, no one can save you." "Yes, I understand. But now, I have something important to report to the sect leader. Please make the decision." Xian Du said solemnly. The Tongtian Sect Master said in a low voice. "Zhang Yulian stole the Tai Chi diagram, and eloped with Gu Hai. The one she left behind in Wanshou Taoism is a fake. The Tai Chi diagram is one of the foundations of Wanshou Taoism. I found Gu Hai and couldn't take it. Please make the decision." Xian Du lowered his head and reported. "Oh." The Tongtian Sect Master frowned. "Also, I found out that Long Zhangguo's Warring State's Immortal Dome is in Gu Hai's hands. The Fire Emperor is here to take the Immortal Dome." Xian Du lowered his head and reported. "Immortal Dome?" The Tongtian Sect Master's expression suddenly changed. He turned his head to look at Gu Hai. Chapter 779. While the Tongtian sect master and Xuandu were talking, Kong Xian whispered to Gu Hai. Your Majesty, this Tongtian sect master is a first-generation Tongtian. Wanshou Taoism and Solar God Shrine have clashed many times in the past 800,000 years. The Tongtian has killed Tai several times, and Tai has killed Tongtian several times. However, those Tongtian that were killed were not first-generation Tongtian, just like how Zhang Yulian of the Taishang sect was not a first-generation Taishang. However, Tai has always been that Tai, Kong Xian whispered. Gu Hai's face suddenly darkened. Kong Xian had made it clear that the Tongtian sect master was more powerful than Tai. However, from the performance just now, it was clear that the Fire Emperor was very afraid of the Tongtian. Immortal Dome? The Tongtian sect master's expression suddenly changed, and he turned to look at Gu Hai. The Tongtian sect master looked over, and suddenly, a strong pressure rushed into the square of the soaring sky hall. The expressions of the Dahan officials changed, as if they were about to kneel down under the pressure. Buzz. Kong Xian released his aura and helped everyone block the Tongtian sect master's gaze. However, the officials were still sweating. Under the strong pressure, Gu Hai blocked it with his strong will. Dahan Imperial Dynasty, Gu Hai, greets the Tongtian sect master. Gu Hai stepped forward and said solemnly. The Tongtian sect master narrowed his eyes and looked at Gu Hai. Is the Taishang sect's Taiji diagram in your hands? Is the Longzhonghua sect's immortal dome in your hands? Longzhonghua's immortal dome has been destroyed in the heavenly realm. Everyone knows that. The Taiji diagram of the Taishang Dao? Had never seen it before. Your Excellency is a Tongtian. It should not be difficult to see that this is Xuandu's excuse. Gu Hai shook his head. The Taiji diagram is definitely in your and Zhang Yulian's hands. The Fire Emperor was the one who said that. Xian Du glared at him. Xuandu understood the consequences of deceiving the Tongtian sect master, so he naturally roared out immediately. The Tongtian sect master suddenly looked towards the Fire Emperor. Seeing the Fire Emperor, Tongtian revealed a cold smile. Fire Emperor? Seems that Xian Xiong is right. Gu Hai's expression darkened. What did he mean by the immortal dome was unmistakable. The Tongtian sect master didn't explain to Gu Hai. Instead, he looked at the Fire Emperor and said, You didn't have the ability to take it back then. Now you don't have the right either. On account of Jiang Lianshan's scram. The Fire Emperor glared at him. Tongdun, you want to steal my immortal dome too? It's not that I'm looking down on you. With your abilities you want to steal my immortal dome? Leave now. If not, don't blame me for being impolite. As the Tongtian spoke, he waved his hand. Don't even think about it. The Fire Emperor flew into a rage. The entire area was dyed purple. Vaguely, one could see a gigantic purple sword light flying towards the Fire Emperor. The Fire Emperor's expression changed as he transformed into a phoenix and swiped its claws towards the sword. Boom! A loud sound rang out as the phoenix was sent flying. Its entire body was crackling with electricity. The purple sword retracted and returned to the Tongtian sect master's sleeves. The Fire Emperor was in an extremely sorry state as blood splattered all over his body. Move? Kong Xian's face fell. He had always known that the Tongtian sect master was powerful. However, he didn't expect him to be so ferocious. He defeated the Fire Emperor in one move? He had fought with him for half a day. Cough cough. Oh. Tongtian sect master, just you wait, just you wait. The Fire Emperor flew towards the south in grief. If it weren't for Jiang Lianshan, you would have been reunited with your 6 brothers. Tongtian spoke coldly. He defeated the Fire Emperor in one move. Everyone in the surroundings was aghast. Feng Yu and Ao Sheng's expressions turned ugly as they stood far away, not daring to interfere. Tongtian sect master? The strength he displayed was actually not weaker than the Longzhonghua of the past? How could such a strong person be defeated in one move? Xian Du also didn't dare to interrupt. After defeating the Fire Emperor in one move, the Tongtian sect master once again looked towards Gu Hai in the soaring sky palace square. At this moment, everything seemed to be under the control of the Tongtian sect master. Kong Xian, Shengguan Hen, Ao Shun, Mo Yike, Qin Tianshan, Gao Xianji, Montez and the others all had ugly expressions on their faces. They weren't even on the same level. Even a fierce person like Kong Xian wouldn't be a match for the Tongtian sect master. A meat on the chopping block? Facing the Tongtian sect master's strength, everyone felt a deep sense of helplessness. He was too strong. He was unshakable. Gu Hai's Eye of Life and Death couldn't be used now. Gu Hai understood that even if he used the Eye of Life and Death, he wouldn't be a match for the Tongtian sect master. The ability to defeat the Fire Emperor so easily wasn't something he could contend against. Gu Hai? I've heard about you for a long time. Ever since Long Jianghu took you as his trusted aide, your name has been known throughout the world. However, sometimes reputation can't feed you. Long Jianghu has fallen. You should understand your situation. Alright, hand over the Taiji diagram. Also, Long Jianghu's immortal dome. You don't have the fortune to enjoy it. Hand it over to me. The Tongtian sect master said coldly. The Tongtian sect master's tone was unquestionable. It was as if he was ordering Gu Hai to hand over everything. Ha, Tongtian sect master? Just based on Xiandu's words, you're so sure that these two items are with me? Aren't you being too presumptuous? Xiandu only spoke blindly to protect his life. Could it be that you're so muddle-headed as to be manipulated by him? Gu Hai suddenly said coldly. Muddle-headed? Gu Hai was scolding the Tongtian for being muddle-headed? Xiandu was stunned. In the distance, Supreme Martial Artist Feng Yu and Ao Sheng were also stunned. Was Gu Hai tired of living? He dared to insult the Tongtian when he was questioning him? The Tongtian wasn't someone to be trifled with. If he wanted to destroy you, he would destroy you. Kong Xian and the others behind him were also anxious. They didn't know why His Majesty was being so rude. Did His Majesty think that he could fight with him? Mobilizing the power of the Dahan Empire? It couldn't be. With the power of the Dahan Empire and 300 cities, even if all the citizens lent their power to His Majesty, it wouldn't be enough. The Tongtian was too strong. Just like Long Jianghu back then, how could they fight with him? No one dared to interrupt. In a distant mountain forest, the mosquito Daorin transformed into a small mosquito and hid in a crack in a rock. He was also shocked. Gu Hai isn't going to hide his strength anymore? Is he going to fight with the Tongtian sect master? The mosquito Doran's eyes flashed. Muddle-headed? The Tongtian sect master's eyes also suddenly turned cold. The Tongtian didn't admire Gu Hai like the Long Jianghu. With the Tongtian's murderous nature, he would kill if he wanted to. He had no fear in his heart. Based on what you said just now, I have no reason to spare you. Xiandu lied? He wouldn't dare to lie in front of me. That's why I believe him. Hand it over immediately. Otherwise, I'll crush your city and you into pieces, the Tongtian sect master said with a cold expression. Crush it into pieces? What a Wansho Taoism Tongtian sect master. I heard from Zhang Yulian that in the past, the Wansho Taoism was controlled by the Taishang Taoism. When the Taishang was alive, he respected the will of heaven above and was benevolent to all living things below. He never resorted to trickery and never did evil to the world. Who would have thought that the Taishang is no longer here? The Tongtian sect master really has a murderous nature. Gu Hai said coldly. The Tongtian sect master sneered as he looked at the people behind Gu Hai. What a troublesome thing. No wonder Long Jianghu thinks so highly of you. However, this is useless against me. If I want to kill you, I can kill you. If you don't tell me, I'll start with your subordinates and kill them one by one. The expressions of Shangguan Hen, Ao Shun, Kong Xian, Gao Xianji, and the others all changed. Kong Xian's eyes flashed with anger as he was about to step forward. Slap. Gu Hai reached out and stopped Kong Xian. Kong Xian was stunned. Just as he was about to speak, Gu Hai looked at the Tongtian sect master and said with a cold smile, Tongtian sect master, do you really think that no one in the infinite celestial capital is your match? Xuandu was stunned. On the other side, Supreme Feng Yu and Ao Sheng's expressions also darkened. What does Gu Hai mean? Is there anyone in the infinite celestial capital who is a match for the Tongtian sect master? That's impossible, right? Why didn't he come out earlier? Even Ao Shun, Kong Xian and Shangguan Hen were at a loss. Even they weren't a match for the Tongtian sect master. Who else could it be? What other experts were hidden in the infinite celestial capital? Gu Hai's tone was resolute. He didn't cower in the slightest in the face of the Tongtian sect master, as if he really did have something to rely on. However, there weren't many people in the world who could reach the level of the Tongtian sect master, and those few people couldn't possibly defend the country for Gu Hai. Besides, they might not necessarily be a match for the Tongtian sect master. Where did Gu Hai's reliance come from? The Tongtian sect master also narrowed his eyes and coldly swept his gaze over the infinite celestial capital. Strong on the outside but weak on the inside. It's fine if you used words to trick that brat Shiyu in the past, but now you want to trick me too? I'll also give you a chance. If your infinite celestial capital can take one of my attacks, I'll spare your lives. The Tong Tian sect master said coldly. Take one of your attacks. Hey, if I can take one of the Tong Tian sect master's attacks, would I still need your forgiveness? Guhai sneered. That's right. If you can take one of my attacks, then you don't need my forgiveness. Humph, if you can take one of my attacks, then I'll ignore you and leave immediately. But if you can't, The Tong Tian sect master sneered. If you can't, then you'll all die. No one can save you. The officials of the infinite celestial capital finally panicked. They looked at Guhai, not knowing what to do. If that's the case, then I'll invite someone, Guhai said coldly. At the side, Xuandu looked at Guhai as if he was looking at a dead man. He still dared to negotiate with the sect master? This Guhai must have lost his mind. The sect master also found it strange. Why did he agree to Guhai's requests? The sect master's personality had always been to do whatever he wanted. If it were in the past, he would have killed Guhai with one finger. Guhai invited someone? There were no more experts in the infinite celestial capital. How could he invite someone? All the officials were at a loss. Then they saw Guhai reach out and grab the life entrapment blade. He twisted his hand. Buzz. The surroundings suddenly changed rapidly. In the middle of the change, fog shot in all directions. At the center of the fog, a huge opening suddenly opened like a black hole in the void. Once the black hole appeared, Zhang Sanfeng and the others all ran far away. However, Sheng Guanhen and Ao Shun had a strange look in their eyes. Wasn't this the passage that transported Sun Wukong last time? Was Sun Wukong going to be transported back again? However, Guhai suddenly said, Guhai of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty invites the Tong Tian sect master. Guhai invited the Tong Tian sect master, and the countless officials around were stunned. What did he mean? Formation Cloud Beast? Mo Yike said in shock. Formation of Cloud Beast? In the past he formed Zhang Sanfeng and Dongfang and was undefeated. Was he going to form a Tong Tian sect master now? Was he going to use the Cloud Beast to fight the real Tong Tian sect master against the real Tong Tian sect master? But would that work? Xuandu, who was not far away, also opened his mouth in shock. Was Guhai crazy? Chess Cloud Beast? It's not like we don't know about that. But you want to fight the real Tong Tian sect master? Have you lost your mind? Boom. Suddenly, a purplish-black gas gushed out of the cave, and a terrifying pressure slowly spread out from the cave. Everyone thought that it was the Tong Tian sect master who was forming the Cloud Beast. However, only Guhai knew that it was not a Cloud Beast this time, but a summoning to teleport the Tong Tian sect master from Earth's celestial world over. The Heavenly Lord of Prime Clarity from Earth's celestial world was going to fight the Wansho Taoism's Tong Tian sect master. Boom, boom, boom. From the black hole, purplish-black gas rushed into the sky. Suddenly, a right foot stepped out from the purplish-black gas. Chapter 780. Boom. A foot stepped out of the black hole. As the foot stepped out, more purplish-black gas soared into the sky. At the same time, billions of sword chi appeared out of thin air and surrounded the figure that stepped out slowly. When Guhai started setting up the array, the Tong Tian sect master didn't think much of it. After all, his immortal slaying sword array was the most powerful sword array in the world. Especially in the battle 6 years ago, the heaven-splitting axe, the cauldron of Chengkuan, the chaos bell, and the fragments of the apocalypse were all integrated into his 7 immortal slaying swords. The Tong Tian was confident that no Dharma treasure in the world could compare to his 7 immortal slaying swords. Even if old man Guanxi set up an array, he was confident that he could destroy it, let alone a mere Guhai. When Guhai said, "Please welcome the Tong Tian sect master," the Tong Tian sect master knew what array it was. Wasn't this the array that old man Guanxi set up in the past? Using an array to form a cloud beast? Imitating an expert? When old man Guanxi set up an array, even he wasn't afraid, let alone a chess array. To imitate an expert, one had to know everything about the expert. Do you, Guhai, know anything about me? Ridiculous. Even old man Guanxi didn't dare to say that he would form me. You still have the nerve to do that? Originally, the Tong Tian sect master didn't think much of the cloud beast. However, when the foot stepped out, the Tong Tian sect master's pupils suddenly shrank. Sword chi. That's right, the sword aura surrounding the cloud beast contained a ferocious aura within it. This was his unique technique. The cloud beast in front of him could form too? The sword chi formed around the guard. Obviously, the cloud beast that hadn't appeared yet had started to cover its surroundings and protect itself. Boom! With a loud sound, the array formed by Guhai retreated, and the black hole disappeared. However, the cloud beast had already formed. The purplish-black aura that surrounded him was somewhat similar to that of the Tongtian sect master. However, as he landed, the sword chi and black aura in the surroundings gradually decreased. Slowly, a man in a black brocade robe with an extraordinary bearing appeared. The man stood in the air and did not release much of his aura. However, he gave people a feeling of indomitable spirit. It was as if he was the only one left in the world. In the infinite celestial capital, countless swords suddenly began to vibrate. Buzz. Countless people clutched their swords, their faces filled with shock. My Taiji sword? This is... Zhang Sanfeng pressed down on his sword in shock. Dongfang's invincible thin needles also trembled incessantly. What's going on? Dugu Qiubai asked in surprise. Sword? It seems to be worshipping the emperor. Shimin Chueshua frowned. Pay respects to the emperor? Dongfang Bubi's expression darkened. Yes, this black-robed man is like the king of all swords in the world. When he appears, the hearts of millions of swords move as if they are worshipping him. Shimin Chueshua's eyelids twitched wildly. The black-robed man stood in the air, not looking at anyone. Instead, he looked up at the sky. He took a deep breath. 6 immortal dome? Ah. The black-robed man seemed to be excited as he laughed out loud. Greetings, Tongtian sect master. Guhai suddenly shouted. Buzz. The black-robed man turned his head. Huh. Everyone's expression froze. Is that the Tongtian sect master? He doesn't look like him at all. Yeah, other than their swordsmanship auras, they don't look the same at all. Is that the Tongtian sect master, the cloud beast that His Majesty created with the array formation? Everyone suddenly felt like they were looking at a fake Tongtian. More importantly, this fake did not look like him at all. Although they were full of doubts, no one spoke. When the black-robed man saw Guhai, he suddenly smiled and bowed slightly. Tong Tian from the Jia sect greets Mr. Good. Dahan is in trouble this time, so I asked for your forgiveness, sect master. Guhai smiled bitterly. Ah, you don't have to do that. I'm happy that you found me. The black-robed man laughed. Because the attacker is also a Tong Tian sect master. You should know him. Guhai smiled bitterly. The Tong Tian from the Jia sect turned his head and looked. When he looked, a look of scrutiny flashed across the Tongtian's eyes. That look did not affect Wanshou Tongtian much, but Xuandu, who was beside him, suddenly trembled as if he was under the pressure of heaven. He almost knelt down. In the distance, Ao Sheng and Feng Yu had already opened their mouths wide. This aura? It's actually not weaker than the Tongtian sect master? Really, what a powerful aura. The two of them were at a loss as they talked. Did they see a ghost? Tongtian sect master? And then a Tongtian sect master appeared? Mosquito Daoran in the distance was also shocked. Mosquito Daoran suddenly felt his scalp go numb. Why did it turn into a Tongtian? Why did it turn into a Tongtian? This aura is completely the same. No, it's different, but it's equally perverted. They're both perverted things. Mosquito Daoran said in shock. Although the Tongtian from the Jia sect did not pose much of a threat to Wanshou Tongtian, that look made Wanshou Tongtian's eyes focus. Tongtian sect master? Which generation are you? Why don't I know you? Wanshou Tongtian suddenly said with a cold look in his eyes. This person did not look like him. Could it be another Tongtian sect master from the Wanshou Taoism during his reincarnation? After all, those Tongtian had only obtained his inheritance, not his first generation. They were just puppets looking for the essence of the sword Dao for him. But the person in front of him was not among those puppets. The Tongtian from the Jia sect looked at Wanshou Tongtian with a hint of curiosity. In the immortal world on earth, the Tongtian from the Jia sect also knew about the 6 paths of immortality. He had heard from Guhai that there was a famous person like him. So it was him? I don't care who you are. There can only be one Tongtian sect master in this world. Wanshou Tongtian said coldly. As he spoke, he waved his sleeve. Hiss. A purple long sword suddenly appeared on his right hand. The long sword was simple and unadorned, but it had a breathtaking aura. One look at it made one's heart jump. Previously, it was only the light of the immortal slaying sword that dealt with the Fire Emperor. Now, it was the physical body of the immortal slaying sword. It could be seen how much importance he attached to the Tong Tian from the Jie sect. The immortal slaying sword appeared. Countless sword sounds in all directions became more intense. This time, it was as if they were worshipping the immortal slaying sword. Xiandu quickly retreated with a trace of fear. No matter what the cloud beast condensed by Guhai was like, the level of the next battle could be seen from how the sect master attached so much importance to it. Xiandu did not dare to be affected by the aftermath and quickly hid. The immortal slaying sword, the best sword in the world. When it was used by the Tong Tian from the Wanshou Taoism, no force in the world would have to retreat. The experts in the endless celestial capital were worried. Even Guhai clenched his fists and waited. Oh, immortal slaying sword? Tongqian's eyes lit up. In the next moment he saw the Tong Tian from the Jie sect also waving his sleeve. Hiss. A purple long sword suddenly appeared on the right hand of the Tong Tian from the Jie sect. The long sword was simple and unadorned. It was exactly the same as Wanshou Tongqian's immortal slaying sword. The same purple aura soared into the sky, and the same purple lightning covered the surface of the sword. When the sword was drawn, countless sword sounds came from all directions. Exactly the same? If the two Tong Tian sect masters did not look the same, one would think that they were looking at a mirror. Another immortal slaying sword? Kong Xian was shocked. Not only Kong Xian but everyone around was also dumbfounded. Guhai condensed a replica of the Tong Tian sect master, but he also made a replica of the immortal slaying sword. Is it the real immortal slaying sword? Mosquito Doran's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Others might not be able to tell the difference, but Mosquito Doran had suffered from the immortal slaying sword before. With the help of his clan's supernatural powers, he could confirm it at a glance. Is there a second immortal slaying sword in the world? Wanshou Tongqian's feelings were not much different from the others at the moment. He was a little depressed and confused. Do you think the immortal slaying sword is so easy to refine? He only had this one immortal slaying sword after so many years, but Guhai could condense it with a formation. The replica in front of him seemed to be getting more and more evil. Guhai, your chess formation is really good. It's a pity that a fake is a fake. Can you take my sword? Wanshou Tongqian's eyes turned cold. As he spoke, he swung the immortal slaying sword in his hand. Boom! The full strength of the Tong Tian sect master's sword was terrifying. When the sword was slashed out, it did not carry the sword momentum but the momentum of the heavens. When the sword was slashed out, the sky behind the Tong Tian sect master seemed to collapse. It collapsed into the immortal slaying sword and was released towards the Tong Tian of the Jie sect. That sword was the end of the world, a great destruction. When they saw that sword, many experts trembled. When facing this sword, they didn't think of resisting but rather of despair. The moment Wanshou Tong Tian slashed out, the Tong Tian of the Jie sect also moved. Intercepting the power of the heavens and the earth for one's own use? Intercepting the sword? I know how to do that too. The Tong Tian of the Jie sect flashed with excitement for battle. Boom! The Tong Tian of the Jie sect also slashed out with his sword. When the sword was slashed out, the sky on this side also seemed to collapse as the sword slashed towards the other party. The same immortal slaying sword, the same sword technique, and the same earth-shattering power collided in the void. At this moment, Xuandu, Ao Sheng, and Feng Yu felt their scalps go numb. At the same time they were extremely scared. What's wrong with me? How dare I come here to destroy the limitless celestial capital? The two swords collided in the void. At the moment of collision, the void suddenly tore open at the tip of the sword. Boom! Countless cracks tore through the void. Everywhere they went, everything was torn into pieces. A huge black hole radiated in all directions in an instant during the big explosion. Oh no! Guhai's expression changed. He quickly used the life entrapment saber to set up a formation to protect the limitless celestial capital. Even so, the limitless celestial capital was instantly shrouded by the black hole as if it was going to be crushed. Roar! In the sky above the limitless celestial capital, the golden dragon of destiny roared and surged towards the periphery of the formation. The formation shook, and only then did it manage to protect the limitless celestial capital. However, it couldn't hold on for long. Fortunately, after the two Tong Tian sect master swords collided, they both withdrew their swords. Rumble! The rolling storm swept up countless mountains and trees to fill up the shattered black hole. After a while, the huge black hole was filled up amidst the smoke and dust. The limitless celestial capital shook and almost collapsed. Gu Hai was still in a state of shock. That was a close call. The fog slowly dispersed, but the others seemed to have forgotten about the danger just now. They couldn't wait to look at the two Tong Tian sect master. Chapter 781. The two Tong Tian sect master were still standing in their original positions, coldly looking at each other. The surroundings slowly returned to normal, but no one could forget the power of the collision between the two swords. It was too fierce. The mess around them was enough to explain everything. Even the boundless heaven had moved a distance away. In the distance, some dragons and Xuanwu clansmen were even vomiting blood from the aftershock. The two Tong Tian sect masters stood facing each other coldly. No one dared to approach. Is that a cloud beast? It's so powerful? It blocked the Tong Tian sect master's sword? How is that possible? Supreme Fengyu and Ao Xing both stared in shock. In the distance, Mosquito Daoren was also completely stunned. What was going on? Gu Hai could fight the Tong Tian sect master to a standstill with just a cloud beast? It can't be, right? Mosquito Daoren was suddenly more afraid of Gu Hai. Never believe that he's from the Central Celestial Palace. Otherwise you won't even know how you died. Mosquito Daoren suppressed the fear in his heart and whispered. In the distance, Wanshou Tong Tian had already hidden his right hand in his sleeve. He had already put away the immortal extermination sword. No one could see that his right hand was trembling slightly at this moment. It wasn't fear, but the collision just now was so powerful that his right hand was numb. Not far away, the Tong Tian from the Jie school also hid his hand in his sleeve. He must have also suffered great damage. The two were not afraid. Instead, there was a fierce fighting spirit in their eyes. Fight again? Gu Hai didn't want them to fight again. Tong Tian sect master of the Wanshou Taoism. Gu Hai suddenly shouted. Wanshou Tongtian's eyes turned cold. He turned to look at Gu Hai. At this moment, Manshou Tong Tian no longer underestimated Gu Hai. With this cloud beast, Gu Hai was worthy of his attention. Another Tong Tian sect master? What kind of method was this? Sect leader of Wanshou Taoism, please fulfill your promise. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Promise? 10,000 beasts. Tongtian's face suddenly darkened. Previously, he had looked down on Gu Hai's strength, which was why he had boasted that as long as Gu Hai could withstand his sword, he would immediately turn around and leave. However, there had to be someone who was qualified enough to keep his promise. If it had been a normal person, the Tong Tian sect master would not have cared about the promise and would have just continued to kill. However, in front of him, this strange Tong Tian from the Jie school made him have no choice but to be careful. Gu Hai's status instantly rose to the highest. Even if he was not as good as him, he was still very weak. Fight, stand. Manshou Tong Tian looked at the Tong Tian from the Jie school, and a monstrous battle intent flashed in his eyes. However, he was extremely careful. It was not his style to retreat now. He was about to ignore it and kill the counterfeit in front of him. Sect leader of Wanshou Taoism, the resurrection ceremony is imminent. I request for a truce. After the resurrection ceremony, if you have any doubts, come and find me again. How about it? Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Manshou Tong Tian narrowed his eyes and looked at Gu Hai. Resurrection ceremony? Manshou Tong Tian naturally attached great importance to it. There were still a few months before Manshou Tong Tian arrived early. Could be seen how important it was. After the resurrection ceremony? Compete again? Manshou Tong Tian pondered for a moment, then revealed a cold smile. Alright, I'll experience your methods again at the resurrection ceremony. Manshou Tong Tian snorted coldly and flicked his sleeve. His figure slowly disappeared. As he disappeared, Manshou Tong Tian stared at the Tong Tian from the Jie school. Seeing that the Tong Tian from the Jie school did not seem to be attacking, he suddenly left. Manshou Tong Tian stopped fighting, and so did the Tong Tian from the Jie school. The battle ended abruptly just like that. However, the sword strike of the two Tong Tian sect masters was deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. No one dared to say anything. As soon as Manshou Tong Tian left, Xiandu's expression changed and he revealed a look of fear. The sect master has left? Even the sect master can't do anything to Gu Hai? Sect master, wait for me. Xiandu shot towards the northeast in fear. He did not dare to stay for a moment longer. What if Gu Hai, no, the cloud beast condensed by the array formation, killed him? That was an existence that could not determine the outcome of the battle with the sect master. Xiandu left in fear. Gu Hai did not stop him. Manzhou Tongtian left without any intention of waiting for Xian Du along the way. He also recalled all the details of the Tongtian from the Jie school. Almost exactly the same as the real person? Moreover, although my heart of killing has been passed down for many generations, none of the previous Tongtian sect masters had it. But this cloud beast has it? Even the unique immortal slaying sword is exactly the same? No, there is a slight difference. His immortal slaying sword does not seem to have merged with the fragments of the heaven-splitting axe? Manzhou Tongtian pondered. He said that he is from the Jie school? No, what does the Jie school mean? Wanshou Taoism, I am from the Tongtian lineage, not the Jie school? Manzhou Tongtian frowned deeply. Even though he left, Manzhou Tongtian turned his head to look at the infinite celestial capital in confusion. Everything seemed too strange. What is going on? Why is there someone so similar to me? In the distance, outside the infinite celestial capital, the Tongtian from the Jie school also looked at Manzhou Tongtian, who left with a cold gaze. Without saying anything, he stepped into the infinite celestial capital. Boom! Gu Hai waved his hand, and the surrounding formation condensed a rolling fog. Covered everything. When the Tongtian from the Jie school arrived, the surrounding guards of the Dahan stepped aside. When Kong Xian saw the arrival of the Tongtian from the Jie school, his eyelids also twitched wildly. A guarded expression appeared on his face. Kong Xian, don't worry. Gu Hai shook his head and smiled. Whoosh! In the distance, a black shadow rushed over. It was the Mosquito Daoran who suddenly approached. When Mosquito Daoran saw the Tongtian from the Jie school, he was also shocked. Gu Hai, this is? Mosquito Daoran swallowed his saliva and asked with a hint of fear. Mosquito Daoran didn't dare to say that he was a cloud beast because the Tongtian sect master in front of him looked like a real person with flesh and blood. In fact, Mosquito Daoran could even smell the scent of his blood. It was incomparably tempting but also incomparably dangerous. I told you before. That's why I left the infinite celestial capital this time. Gu Hai said with a smile. What? Recruit troops? Mosquito Daoran suddenly opened his mouth wide. He originally thought that recruiting Kong Xian was abnormal enough, but now, this... No, he's not a cloud beast. He was recruited? But where did they come from? This is Mosquito Daoran. You should have heard of him before. Gu Hai introduced. Mosquito Daoran? The Mosquito Daoran who swallowed my disciple, the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit? The Tongtian sect master's eyes suddenly turned cold. Mosquito Daoran's expression immediately changed. Sect master, please forgive me. No. Mosquito Daoran was immediately frightened. His disciple? Wasn't he the disciple of the Tongtian sect master? Could it be the same person? In an instant, hundreds of thoughts flashed through Mosquito Daoran's mind. He was inexplicably shocked. What are you afraid of? I'm not talking about you. The Tongtian sect master said coldly. After saying that, he ignored Mosquito Daoran. Mosquito Daoran immediately felt like he had been pardoned, but in the next moment, he fought in his mind again. What did he mean by not talking about me? Could it be that there was another Mosquito Daoran who swallowed the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit? Mosquito Daoran was puzzled, but he did not dare to ask. Gu Hai, however, extended his hand and guided him. The Tongtian sect master nodded and followed Gu Hai into the soaring palace hall. Quang! The door of the hall slammed shut and everyone was left outside. However, at this moment no one dared to follow. Only Gu Hai and the Tongtian sect master were left in the soaring palace hall. The Tongtian sect master took a deep breath and extended his right hand. On his right hand, the Tongtian sect master's perlicue split open, and traces of blood seeped out. You're injured? Gu Hai asked in surprise. It's just a scratch on my hand. I'm fine. The Tongtian sect master said with an ugly expression. The longevity Tongtian's hands were numb. On the other hand, the Tongtian of Jie school was bleeding from his perlicue. He's stronger than you? Gu Hai asked with a frown. There's something wrong with his sword. His immortal slaying sword is stronger. The Tongtian of Jie school said with an ugly expression. Oh, I remember now. His immortal slaying sword is different from yours. It contains the fragments of the heaven-splitting axe, the chaos bell, the cauldron of heaven and earth, and the apocalypse. Gu Hai recalled. Oh. The Tongtian sect master's expression changed. Thank you so much for what you did just now. Gu Hai thanked him again. No need to thank me. My father has already given me an explanation. I just didn't expect to meet someone who overlaps with me the moment I arrived. Had good technique. I wonder how his immortal slaying sword formation is? I'll have to experience his immortal slaying sword formation next time. The Tong Tian sect master said with strong anticipation in his eyes. Tong Tian sect master, do you need to go back? Or do you want to stay here temporarily? Gu Hai asked. It's rare for you to come here. How can you go back so easily? By the way, Zhang Yulian is pregnant with your child. The Tong Tian sect master said with a change in expression. Ah, really? Gu Hai's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, but it's still too early to give birth. Sun Wukong will be transported back in less than 10 days. We knew that you wouldn't be far from summoning others. I didn't expect the first one to be me. The Tong Tian sect master said with satisfaction. From what I remember, you were the strongest in the investiture of the gods' battle, so. Gu Hai said with a smile. I don't know why Sun Wukong went crazy when he went back. He seemed to have been wronged and wanted to go to the 18th level of hell to train. But that's good. It saves them trouble. The Tong Tian sect master nodded. Sun Wukong? I hope he can make a name for himself in the future. Since I left? I've been back for more than a year, but it's only been 10 days on Earth? Gu Hai said with a deep voice. No, it's only 12 days in the immortal realm on Earth. The Tong Tian sect master explained. Gu Hai was slightly taken aback and smiled bitterly. Indeed, it was still too early for Zhang Yulian to give birth. Son. In an instant, Gu Hai's eyes flashed with impatience. In the immortal dome of the 6 paths, Gu Hai had sons, Guqin, Guhan, Gudong, and Gumming. But they were all adopted sons. Even if he raised them as his own, Gu Hai was still excited when he heard that they were related by blood. He couldn't wait to go back. But how difficult was it to go to the immortal dome of the 30 paths? Find someone to explain this place to me. Everything here is unfamiliar. You mentioned the resurrection ceremony earlier? The old man Guanxi you were talking about? He's coming back to life? The Tong Tian sect master said with a deep voice. I'll explain everything to you later. Even if I don't have time, I'll get someone to explain it to you. Old man Guanxi? Yes, he's coming back to life. And this time he seems to be coming with a vengeance. I feel that his bow has been drawn to a full moon. He's just waiting for the day of the resurrection ceremony to shoot the arrow to the heavens. Gu Hai said with a deep voice. Heaven-defying? Ha ha ha, what a coincidence. How can we miss such a grand occasion? The Tong Tian sect master's eyes flashed with excitement. Chapter 782. The Sacred Ground of Spirited Mountain. In the Hall of Great Strength. All 3 Buddhas had entered the 18 levels of hell once. At this moment they were emitting billowing demonic aura. It was obvious that they had all made extraordinary breakthroughs. A monk in front of them was reporting respectfully. The Tong Tian sect master arrived at the infinite celestial capital and was repelled by Gu Hai? The future Buddha said in shock as if he couldn't believe it. Yes, Buddhas. The information from the Guqin terracotta is accurate. Gu Hai used the Go Dao ritual array to simulate another Tong Tian. When the immortal vanquishing swords clashed, the outcome was a draw. That monk said with a nod. Understood. You may leave. The past Buddha said. The monk respectfully left the Hall of Great Strength. In the Hall of Great Strength, the 3 Buddhas looked at each other. We still underestimated this Gu Hai. The present Buddha said coldly. Future? Is it the future Tong Tian sect master? The future Buddha frowned. The present Buddha shook his head. I'm not sure at the moment. However, this Gu Hai is becoming more and more complicated. Perhaps he has some restrictions that forced him to come to Spirited Mountain to capture Sun Wukong. Or perhaps he can only teleport one person over at a time. Therefore we must send Sun Wukong back. The 2 Buddhas frowned. If Gu Hai was here, he would be surprised by the present Buddha's wisdom. In the past, the present Buddha could see through the immortal firmament at a glance. Now he could guess why they had to send Sun Wukong away. One Kong Xian is already troublesome enough for Gu Hai. Now there's the Tong Tian sect master. This Gu Hai is very troublesome. The future Buddha said with a frown. The resurrection ceremony is around the corner. We will meet then. How do you feel now? Do you want to follow me into the 18 levels of hell again? The present Buddha asked. Yes, Buddha. I still want to go, the past Buddha answered immediately. Me too. The future Buddha also said. Although he was irritated and his temperament was slightly twisted, his strength had indeed increased. The resurrection ceremony might be a bloody battle. If he could become stronger, then he would. Dian Dynasty, Shenong City, Flame God Temple. Jiang Lianshan and the elite guard listened as the official reported everything that had happened in the infinite celestial capital. Tong Tian Sect Master? Retreated? The Jingwei glared at him. Yes, Princess. The official said respectfully. You may leave. Jiang Lianshan said calmly. Yes. After the official left, the elite guard said in disbelief, Old man, is the formation of the Tao of chess really that powerful? Even the prime of Tong Tian can create one that is exactly the same? Jiang Lianshan shook his head. I'm starting to believe that the Book of Changes wasn't made by Long Zhanghua. Book of Changes? That's right. Looks like it's also this Guhai. I've really underestimated him. Every once in a while there's a surprise. What a variable. Jiang Lianshan narrowed his eyes. A surprise? To me it's a surprise, but it's also a surprise to old man Guanxi, right? Jiang Lianshan snorted coldly. Infinite Celestial Capital. While Gu Hai and the Tong Tian sect master were discussing the soaring palace hall, the officials were waiting respectfully. In the distance, Supreme Feng Yu and Ao Xing naturally didn't dare to be presumptuous. They quickly left with their subordinates. Gu Hai and the Tong Tian sect master talked for a while before they left. Yak. Gu Hai called. Here. The Tong Tian sect master will be staying in the Three Pristines Hall in the palace for now. You'll be in charge of receiving the Tong Tian sect master. If he has any questions, you'll be in charge of cooperating with him. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. Mo Yike's eyes lit up. Mo Yike had been curious for a long time. It couldn't be better that His Majesty entrusted this matter to him. Mosquito Daoran had a strange expression on his face. However, he didn't dare to speak. Kang Xian looked in surprise at the Tong Tian sect master being led away by Mo Yike. His expression was complicated. He had thought that he was already the most powerful person in the Dahan imperial dynasty. Who would have thought that the Tong Tian sect master would suddenly appear? Kang Xian also looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. Shengguan Hen. Aoshan. Gu Hai said. Here, the two answered. Shengguan Hen, the Tong Tian sect master participated in the creation of your art of 8 and 9 mysteries. Ao Shun, the Tong Tian sect master is indiscriminate in his education and is extremely proficient in the arts of the Yao race. He must know a lot about the cultivation of the dragon race. I have already told the Tong Tian sect master. If you have any questions you can ask him. Gu Hai said. Yes, the two answered excitedly, their eyes lighting up. Gao Xianji. Gu Hai said. Here. In the chaos just now, countless buildings in the city were reduced to rubble. The citizens must have been injured. Immediately bring people to treat the citizens and clean up the hidden dangers. All officials are to cooperate fully. Gu Hai instructed. Yes, Your Majesty. The officials answered. All the officials quickly moved under Gu Hai's command. Qin Tianshan, bring Kang Xian to familiarize himself with the infinite celestial capital and bring him to the 5th district residence. That place is prepared for the 5th Army's commander. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. Qin Tianshan answered. In the blink of an eye, the officials in the soaring sky hall's plaza were all gone. Gu Hai looked up at the 4 cloud beasts. Zhang Sanfeng, Dugu Qiubai, Shimen Chueshue, and Dongfang Bubi all looked at Gu Hai with anticipation in their eyes. The 4 of you, please bear with it when you set up the formation later. Gu Hai said with a smile. Ancient Emperor, go ahead. What's pain? Zhang Sanfeng smiled brightly. All right. Gu Hai nodded. He extended his hand and turned the life entrapment saber slightly. Above the infinite celestial capital, the formation started moving again. With the life entrapment saber, Gu Hai started setting up the 33 great formations. Rumble. The great formations moved, forcibly drawing in spiritual energy from all directions. Instantly, the infinite celestial capital filled with multicolored light and auspicious aura. As the great formations changed, the 4 cloud beasts' bodies also started twisting rapidly. Ark. Dongfang Bubi suddenly cried out in pain. It felt like his entire body was about to be crushed. However, after just one cry, Dongfang Bubi grit his teeth with a sinister expression. The other 3 did not fare any better. After 5 minutes, everything calmed down. However, the 4 were already sweating profusely and looked like they were about to collapse. Cutting your body out of the great formation is indeed painful. However, it is over now. The 4 of you follow me. Gu Hai said solemnly. The four looked at Gu Hai and stepped off the great formation weakly. We broke free. Zhang Sanfeng's face lit up with joy. However, our bodies are very weak. Furthermore, it feels like our bodies are slowly dissipating after leaving the great formation. Dongfang Bubi said worriedly. Despite the excruciating pain, the four still followed Gu Hai to the soaring sky hall. Clang. The doors to the great hall suddenly closed. Gu Hai placed 4 buckets of water in front of him. They were filled with heaven-replenishing power. I will use my flesh to nourish your bodies. Enter the buckets, Gu Hai said solemnly. The four looked at each other and stepped into the buckets. Gu Hai slowly tore off 4 small pieces of flesh from his body and infused them into the four's illusory bodies. Buzz. Heaven-replenishing power immediately surged. With these 4 pieces of flesh as the foundation, meridians, bones, blood, skin, and flesh quickly appeared. With the 4 as the outlines, they quickly filled in. Arg! The 4 immediately cried out in pain. However, they were more excited. Flesh bodies. Flesh bodies were growing. Zzz. After a series of flesh bodies grew, the 4 slowly gained flesh bodies. However, their appearances were still their original appearances. After one whole day, buzz, all of the heaven-replenishing power suddenly disappeared. The 4's bodies were completely replenished. Gu Hai threw 4 sets of clothes to them. The 4 quickly put them on. All of your cultivation is gone? Dugu Qiubai frowned. So what if my cultivation is gone? I'm a real person now. Even if my cultivation is gone, I can just cultivate again. Zhang Sanfeng smiled. Our bodies are built with the ancient emperor's flesh as the foundation. They are really tough. Dongfang Bubi's eyes flashed with satisfaction. To me, as long as my sword heart does not change, cultivation is not important. Shimin Chueshue said confidently. Thank you, ancient emperor. The 4 immediately bowed to Gu Hai. I want to establish 4 foreign affairs departments. I wonder if the 4 of you are willing to join my Dahan? Gu Hai asked solemnly. Foreign affairs department? Like the Deqian Celestial Empire's elite hall or Shinji battalion? Dongfang Bubi said solemnly. Yes. You will not be controlled by the court system. You will be in charge of some of my personal matters. Gu Hai nodded. The 4 of us were created by the ancient emperor. Because of the ancient emperor we have bodies. How can we not be willing? Wudong Mountain Zhang Sanfeng greets your majesty. Zhang Sanfeng said solemnly. Blackwood Cliff, Dongfang Bubi, greets your majesty. Wanmei Villa Shimin Chueshue, greets your majesty. Sword Burial Valley Dugu Qiubai, greets your majesty. The 4 immediately bowed slightly. The 4 of you have no cultivation at the moment. I have a place where you can quickly recover your cultivation. Gu Hai said. The 4 were slightly taken aback. However, Gu Hai waved his hand and disappeared from the hall with the other 4. They had arrived at the Immortal Dome of the Ancients. The Immortal Dome of the Ancients. As Gu Hai set up a 33 great design, the spiritual qi of the divine continent continued to flow into it. The time inside was not symmetrical with the outside world. Therefore, some civilizations had already been created in this world. Because Gu Hai had left countless cultivation techniques in this world, some sects had already been established. This is the Immortal Dome? Bubi Dongfang's expression suddenly changed. Yes. I have left countless cultivation techniques in this world. You can roam freely and establish your own sections. Here, time is not symmetrical with the divine continent. One day in the outside world is 10 years in this world. Gu Hai explained. Oh. The 4 were slightly taken aback. I hope that while you recover your cultivation here, you can guide the people in this Immortal Dome and create a flourishing world Immortal Dome as soon as possible. Gu Hai said solemnly. Rest assured, your majesty. I will establish the Wudong sect. I will establish the Sun Moon Immortal sect here. I will establish the Heavenly Sword Hall here. I will establish the Hall of Sword Demons. The 4 immediately expressed their intentions. I will leave it to you. These are 4 tokens. If something big happens or you want to leave, just crush them and I will know. Gu Hai gave each of them a jade token. The 4 carefully kept them and nodded. Gu Hai gave each of them a storage ring. There were large amounts of resources, weapons, and treasures inside. He sent the 4 of them into the Immortal Dome of the Ancients. Gu Hai stood in the sky and watched for a while before disappearing and returning to the soaring sky hall. Chapter 783. A year passed in the blink of an eye. The Resurrection Conference was around the corner. All the forces that received the invitation from the Sky Chest Pavilion headed to the Thousand Islands Sea. Holy Mountain. Grand Hall. Di Shirtion's body emitted bursts of black gas, and his eyes were suffused with traces of red light. Indra, how do you feel now? The past Buddha frowned. What Kong Shen did, I did too. Haha, the evil spirit is disturbing, but it's okay, I can suppress it. Indra said coldly. That's good. In that case, follow us to the Thousand Islands Sea. The past Buddha said. Okay. Indra nodded. Hans Han Bodhisattva. The past Buddha looked at another monk. Here. The monk stepped forward. The monk sat upright like a statue. Before entering the main hall, he bowed to the Buddha of three worlds. The third Buddha bowed to the Hans Han Bodhisattva. Hans Han Bodhisattva, in the past you obtained the inheritance of old man Guanxi and comprehended the Buddhist principles, which benefited us greatly. You are both a Bodhisattva and a Buddhist teacher. The past Buddha said solemnly. Buddha, you flatter me. Hans Han obtained the inheritance of old man Guanxi by coincidence and became one of the 9 sons of Guanxi. Some of the theories were left by old man Guanxi and I only mention them. I didn't expect that old man Guanxi was also so proficient in Buddhist principles. He is really extraordinary. Hans Han Bodhisattva exclaimed. Amateus, something big will happen at the Resurrection Conference. The 9 sons of Guanxi must have a great intention. Hans Han, if there is a conflict, go all out. The Holy Mountain will support you. The present Buddha stared at Hans Han Bodhisattva and said, Yes, thank you, Buddha. Hans Han Bodhisattva said gratefully. It's about time, let's go. The future Buddha said. Everyone nodded. Out of the grand hall. The third Buddha, Indra and Hans Han Bodhisattva stepped on a cloud and the 5 of them shot toward the Thousand Islands Sea in Dongfang. Farewell, Buddha. Countless Buddhas and Bodhisattvas on the holy mountain said respectfully. Dian Dynasty, Shinong City, entrance of the Flame God Temple. Old man, why don't you let me go? The red-clothed female elite guard glared at Jiang Lianshan. Jiang Lianshan lowered his head and looked at his daughter. Solemnly, he shook his head and said, Jingwei, I need you to protect my country. These are all excuses. The Jingwei glared at him. No one knows what will happen at the revival assembly. I'm worried that I won't be able to leave immediately. But what if something happens in the imperial capital? Jiang Lianshan said worriedly. Resurrection ceremony? Fine, I won't go. Also, old man, if you go, don't hide anymore. Kill those who deserve to be killed. The elite guard said helplessly. That's my good daughter. Jiang Lianshan smiled with satisfaction. The elite guard snorted. White Emperor, Scarlet Emperor, Fire Emperor, let's go. Jiang Lianshan said. Yes. Boom. Instantly the group flew into the sky. They turned into a ray of light and flew towards the Thousand Islands Sea. His Holiness, you don't want the princess to go, is it because? White Emperor said worriedly. The revival assembly is extraordinary. I feel that it is extremely dangerous. Jiang Lianshan said in a low voice. Dangerous? Old man Guanxi is revived. Is he going to defy the heavens again? But even if he is defying the heavens, if we don't interfere, what danger will there be? The red-clothed Scarlet Emperor frowned and said. The Scarlet Emperor was an extremely handsome man. He looked weak, but his eyes were extremely sharp. If he could be called the Scarlet Emperor, he must be a powerful person. Perhaps I am thinking too much. Jiang Lianshan frowned as a trace of worry flashed through his eyes. Qing Emperor is one of the 9 sons of Guanxi. Gu Hai said with an unsightly expression. The flying ship quickly headed for the center of the Thousand Islands Sea, heading straight for Tenjin Island. Before the flying ship reached Tenjin Island, it slowed down. This was because there were already hundreds of flying ships docked around Tenjin Island. The flying ships did not head for Tenjin Island but for the surrounding seaside. Countless experts from all over the world were on the flying ships. From afar, Gu Hai could feel a ferocious gaze staring at him. It's him. The Tong Tian sect master suddenly sneered. Following the Tong Tian sect master's gaze, he saw a group of men and women standing on a flying ship in the distance. The leader was the Tong Tian sect master of the Wanshou Taoism. The 2 Tong Tian sect masters looked at each other coldly. Gu Hai happened to be in the middle. From the Wanshou Tongtian's gaze, Gu Hai felt a murderous intent. Gu Hai's arrival also caused a commotion among the experts. Many of them suddenly turned their heads to look at him. Sanya's Buddha? Sakura? Kang Xian suddenly looked in another direction with a cold gaze. On the golden flying ship, Sanya's Buddha and Sakura also looked over with furrowed brows. They stared at the Tong Tian beside Gu Hai and revealed a trace of doubt. After all, the spiritual mountain and sacred ground knew how many experts there were in this world. However, the sudden appearance of a Tong Tian from the Jie sect was beyond their expectations. Ancient Emperor, how have you been? On the other side, a laughter came from another flying ship. This was the first to greet Gu Hai. Gu Hai turned his head and saw Jiang Lianshan leading the White Emperor, the Scarlet Emperor and the Fire Emperor over with a smile. Greetings to Dian and His Holiness. Gu Hai smiled faintly. It was a return of greeting. On the flying ship in the distance, Long Shenying and Long Outyen were also there. At this moment, they looked at Gu Hai with a complicated gaze. On the other side, Takeshi Ryushin and Ao Sheng were also looking at Gu Hai with furrowed brows. When they were in the West Sea, Takeshi Ryushin didn't take Gu Hai seriously. Until Gu Hai slapped him twice in the Dragon Gate Forbidden Land. He was resentful. Originally, he wanted Ao Sheng to go to the limitless celestial capital to vent his anger on Gu Hai. However, this Gu Hai was so strange that he actually attracted Kang Xian and used a formation to create a Tong Tian sect master. More importantly, that Tong Tian sect master actually fought the real Tong Tian sect master to a draw? This made Takeshi Ryushin extremely vexed. There were many ambitious and ruthless people in the surroundings. Gu Hai looked around, silently memorizing their faces. However, he did not greet anyone. Everyone stared at Gu Hai for a while. After all, no one was easy to deal with. Only now did Gu Hai turn his gaze to Tenjin Island. In the past, Tenjin Island had been barren. It looked like heavenly lightning continuously struck it, devoid of life. However, Tenjin Island had changed. It was lush and full of life. There were pavilions, terraces and boundless scenery. This is the innate puzzle world? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. The innate puzzle world of the past opened completely and merged with Tenjin Island? Mo Yike asked, feeling curious. Gu Hai nodded. This is what the innate puzzle world looks like. It looks like after the heaven-defying battle at Longzhangua, heaven no longer monitors Tenjin Island, Gu Hai said seriously. However, Xiaoqun saw a large number of Xuanwu and Sky Chess Pavilion disciples wandering around Tenjin Island. Gu Hai could not be more familiar with the scenes here. Back when he was an innate realm cultivator, he had caused a huge commotion here. There is something wrong with that hall. The Tong Tian sect master suddenly pointed to a large hall in the distance. There was a cluster of buildings in the center of Tenjin Island. There was a large hall in the center with a signboard with the words, Guanqi Hall. At this moment, a large number of black-clad people stood at the entrance to Guanqi Hall. They were the Sky Chess Pavilion elders and Prime Fengyu. The 9 white-clad people stood out. Gu Hai did not need to guess to know that they were Guanqi's 9 sons. At this moment, they respectfully stood at the entrance to Guanqi Hall. Of the 9 Guanqi sons, Gu Hai recognized 7 of them. Guqin, Qing Emperor, Guanzhou, Long Sanqian, Wu Yazi, Yen Qingshan, and the Spiritual Mountain's Cold Mountain Bodhisattva. As for the other 2, Gu Hai was unfamiliar with them. When Gu Hai's flying ship arrived, the 9 Guanqi sons saw Gu Hai. Guanzhou immediately soared into the air, flying towards Gu Hai. Whoosh! Guanzhou instantly arrived before Xiaoqun. Ancient Emperor, you are finally here. Guanzhou smiled as he landed on Gu Hai's deck. Greetings, 9th young master. Gu Hai said with a smile. Chapter 784. Ancient Emperor, you're finally here. Guanzhou smiled as he landed on Gu Hai's deck. Greetings, 9th young master. Gu Hai smiled. I've been waiting for a long time. I thought you weren't coming. Guanzhou smiled. How could that be? Gu Hai will always remember the promise he made to the 9th young master. If I have the ability, Gu Hai will definitely do his best. Gu Hai said solemnly. Guanzhou heaved a sigh of relief. Many thanks, Ancient Emperor. Don't worry. If I can get Chen Xianer's heavenly soul again, I'll definitely do my best for you. Many thanks. Gu Hai said solemnly. Besides the Ancient Emperor, I've also promised some others to help me. I hope the Ancient Emperor doesn't mind. I've agreed to their requests. It doesn't conflict with yours. The 9th young master said solemnly. Gu Hai's expression changed. The 2 sect leaders over there and the 3 great emperors have reached an agreement with me. This time, the Pavilion Master will be revived and bring back all the heavenly souls of the past 800 years. The ninth young master said solemnly. Ninth young master, don't worry. It's good to have more people helping you. I naturally won't mind. Guhai smiled. The ninth young master nodded. Although he had found other helpers, he valued Guhai the most. Clearly, Guhai's achievements in the past spoke volumes. Besides me, the others have also found helpers. Clearly, this is a matter of life and death. Every Guanxi's 9 sons are prepared. The ninth young master said solemnly. What about Guqin? Guhai looked at Guqin in the distance. Guqin might not recognize him, but he was still his son. I'm not sure. The ninth young master shook his head. In the distance, the other members of the Guanxi 9 sons also saw some familiar experts coming and went to greet them, asking them to lend them a hand. When will old man Guanxi be revived? Mo Yike asked curiously. The ninth young master looked at the Guanxi palace not far away. There's still some time. Ancient Emperor, do you see Guanxi's hall? The ninth young master asked solemnly. Guhai nodded. In Guanxi's hall there is a coffin. Above the coffin is a chessboard. In the past, the chessboard was filled with black chess pieces. Back then, the Pavilion Master broke the Heavenly Go chess set and scattered the refined treasures around the world to gather the power of chess. As the power of chess increased, the black chess pieces slowly turned into white chess pieces. When all of them turned into white chess pieces, that was when the Pavilion Master was resurrected. The ninth young master explained. Gathering power? Guhai frowned slightly. Yes. Now they are all gathered. However, there was an accident. When you just reached the innate realm, did the ancient emperor encounter anything when you entered the innate puzzle world? Back then, there was a time when the collection of power was too fast, and the ghost stone in the 9-5 position exploded. The ninth young master said with a frown. A ghost stone exploded? Guhai's expression changed. Back then, when he was comprehending the Go Dao, he encountered old man Guanxi's remnant thought puppet. Back then, that puppet tried to replicate his 100,000 Go puzzles. In the end, it exploded because of the Go puzzles. Was that the ancient emperor's remnant thought puppet? The 9-5 position's white Go stone exploded. Perhaps it became an opening for the Pavilion Master. However, we do not know the specifics yet. Ancient Emperor, be careful. The ninth young master said solemnly. Guhai nodded. Boom. In the distance, another flying ship flew over and instantly stopped above the sea. Swish. At the entrance of the Guanxi Hall, a person flew into the sky. It was Wu Yazi, who seemed to be possessed by old man Guanxi during the Thousand Sage Assembly. Wu Yazi instantly boarded the flying ship and bowed slightly to the owner of the flying ship. He was trying to get close to the owner. Big Yellow, His Holiness? Matriarch Ji? Shangguan Hen frowned. Matriarch Ji looked around and saw Jiang Lianshan. She bowed slightly and said, Greetings to Dian and His Holiness. Scarlet Emperor, White Emperor, Fire Emperor, long time no see. When Matriarch Ji bowed, the White Emperor, Scarlet Emperor, and Fire Emperor frowned slightly and did not return the greeting. Instead, they looked at Jiang Lianshan. Big Yellow, His Holiness? Greetings. Jiang Lianshan smiled. Jiang Lianshan's tone was very polite. The White Emperor, Scarlet Emperor, and Fire Emperor returned the greeting. Matriarch Ji smiled and turned to look at Guhai's flying ship. Most importantly, she looked at the GSX Tong Tian beside Guhai. Evidently, he had also received the news. When he saw the Tong Tian, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He then looked at Guhai and said, Dahan Imperial Dynasty? Guhai, I've heard of your name. Big Yellow, His Holiness has seen a joke. Guhai bowed slightly and smiled. Matriarch Ji nodded and turned around to chat with Wu Yazi. Wu Yazi used to work in the Great Yellow Dynasty. At this moment, he naturally received Matriarch Ji's full support. Yellow Emperor? Yen Emperor? Yen Emperor and Huang Emperor. They really look alike. There's also Chiyu. Is he really dead? The Tong Tian narrowed his eyes. Chiyu isn't dead? Guhai frowned slightly. Guhai was naturally asking about Earth's Chiyu. He was suppressed at the bottom of the East Ocean. He's still alive. The Tong Tian nodded. The Tong Tian was naturally referring to Earth's Chiyu. However, Jiang Lianshan and Matriarch Ji, who were talking in the distance, suddenly narrowed their eyes and turned their heads. Although the two did not seem to care about Guhai, they were constantly paying attention to Guhai's direction. Although the heavenly Empyrean of the Jia sect spoke softly, the two listened with all their might and heard him clearly. Chiyu isn't dead? Their faces turned gloomy at the same time. At the same time they were shocked. Gu Hai looked at the two of them and smiled bitterly. We're not talking about Chiyu. Why are you so nervous? It's time. 9 sons, return to your positions. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the square of Guanqi's palace. The Grand Elder of the Sky Chess Pavilion had gathered all the disciples of the Sky Chess Pavilion and stood respectfully outside Guanqi's palace. Ancient Emperor, I'll take my leave first. The 9th young master said solemnly. Gu Hai nodded. Whoosh. The 9th young master flew into the distance and landed at the entrance of Guanqi's palace. The other 9 sons of Guanqi also returned. They landed at the front. The Grand Elder was still in his black robe. At this moment he looked up at the sky. Then he looked at the countless flying boats in the surroundings and took a deep breath. Dian His Holiness, De Huang His Holiness, Tong Tian Sect Master, Sanyama Buddha, and everyone present, thank you for accepting the invitation to participate in the Pavilion Master's revival ceremony. The Grand Elder bowed respectfully to everyone. The surroundings were silent and no one spoke. The time was up. Was Old Man Guanqi going to be revived soon? Next, please don't make too much noise. When the Pavilion Master is revived, he will also bring back the heavenly souls of all those who died in the past 800 years. If you make too much noise, you may startle these weak souls. Please forgive us, the Grand Elder said solemnly. Everyone nodded in agreement. The Grand Elder turned his head and looked at Guanqi's palace behind him. Pavilion Master, today your disciples will host the revival ceremony and set up the chess formation. The Grand Elder bowed respectfully to Guanqi's palace. The disciples of the Sky Chess Pavilion were all very excited at this moment. They bowed respectfully to Guanqi's palace. They had waited 800 years for this day. Today the Pavilion Master was revived and would lead everyone back to their former glory? 33 heavens beyond the heavens, 10,000 demons gather on the Thousand Islands Sea. The scorching sun shines on the 4 seas, and 10,000 suns enter the heavenly Go platform. The Grand Elder shouted. These 4 sentences had no counterpart. However, these 4 sentences seemed to have a magical power. Following the Grand Elder's shout, whoosh! It was as if a black wind had appeared out of nowhere on the Thousand Islands Sea. The black wind covered a wide area, enveloping the entire Thousand Islands Sea. That is? Kong Xian suddenly narrowed his eyes. Black wind? That was not black wind. Was this a heavenly demon? The heavenly demon that the Buddha had sent into his body in the past. However, there were many more heavenly demons than before. There seemed to be billions of them, endless. Countless heavenly demons were flying wildly around the Thousand Islands Sea. It was as if they were hiding from something and running away in fear. However, when they arrived here, they were like headless flies. They did not know where to run and could only scurry around. Buzz. The instant the heavenly demons appeared, the sunlight in the surroundings seemed to gather into 1,000 beams of light that shot towards the 1,000 islands of the Thousand Islands Sea. Instantly, all the islands were illuminated with dazzling light. The 1,000 islands shone brightly, as if there were 1,000 suns floating on the sea. The thousands of suns only shone for a short while before they shot their dazzling light towards Tingyuan Island, or rather towards Guanqi Palace. However, the angle of the reflection was rather strange. In the blink of an eye, the Guanqi Palace was incomparably bright. Rumble. The huge Guanqi Hall seemed to be collapsing rapidly. No, it was not collapsing. Instead, it was changing shape. The bricks of the hall seemed to be pulled by a force as they fell to the ground, forming a huge altar. The Guanqi Palace disappeared, turning into a huge heavenly Go platform. Boundless sunlight shone on the heavenly Go platform, making it incredibly dazzling. A coffin was placed on the heavenly Go platform. A Go board floated above the coffin. Aside from the 9-5 position, all the other positions on the Go board were filled with white Go stones. The first elder and the group of Sky Chess Pavilion disciples immediately knelt, appearing extremely respectful and excited. Is that the Go board and coffin that the 9th young master mentioned? Could Old Man Guanqi's corpse be in the coffin? Mo Yike said with a frown. It shouldn't be. Wasn't Old Man Guanqi destroyed in body and soul by the immortal of the 6 paths? If it really is Old Man Guanqi's corpse, why would he need to possess the bodies of his 9 sons? Gu Hai said with a frown. Mo Yike nodded. He continued looking into the distance. Woo 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 woo. Suddenly, the Go board seemed to form a huge suction force like a whale sucking in water, sucking in the billions of heavenly demons in the sky into the Go board. Rumble. After absorbing the heavenly demons, the Go board trembled slightly. The white Go stones on the Go board moved quickly, as if they were swapping positions. After a full 2 hours it finally stopped. While everyone was waiting in silence, a light blue transparent spirit body suddenly appeared on the Go board. The spirit body slowly floated out of the Go board, and a blank look appeared in its eyes. Murong Yen? Murong Yan's heavenly soul. Not far away, the Fire Emperor's eyes widened, and he revealed a look of ecstasy. The Fire Emperor shouted, causing the spirit body to tremble. It was like a candle in the wind, extremely fragile. Shut up. Fire Emperor, do you want her heavenly soul to disperse? Don't be so loud, you'll startle this spirit body. The White Emperor suddenly shouted. Oh. The Fire Emperor covered his mouth. After being reprimanded by the White Emperor, he wasn't unhappy at all. Instead, he was filled with gratitude. He turned his head to look at the heavenly soul on the Go board, and tears of gratitude welled up in his eyes. I understand now. Heavenly soul? Heavenly demon? After a person dies, his heavenly soul returns to the heavens and is taken away by the heavens. So, these heavenly souls were turned into heavenly demons by the heavens? Those billions of heavenly demons just now were countless heavenly souls returning? Mo Yike's expression changed. Returning? In that Go board? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with excitement. Murong Yan's heavenly soul had returned. What about Qin Xianer's heavenly soul? Was it in that Go board as well? Chapter 785. Murong Yan. When Jiang Lianshan saw the lady, he immediately quietened down. He stared at her but couldn't see any fluctuations in his expression. However, Gu Hai could see some clues from afar. Jiang Lianshan had hidden his hands in his sleeves. This Murong Yan is so charming. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a look of surprise. In the distance, Murong Yan was indeed very beautiful. Every frown and smile of hers made one's heart ache for her. However, she was still very beautiful. It wasn't that there wasn't anyone in the world who couldn't compare to her. At least, the women that Gu Hai knew weren't inferior to her. However, such a lady still made many people worry about her after she married old man Guanxi. Shiyu the Great, Long Zhanghua, Fire Emperor, and Jiang Lianshan? Murong Yan looked around in a daze. Then she lowered her head and looked at the coffin below her. The lid of the coffin under the chessboard suddenly slid open slowly, revealing the interior of the coffin. It's indeed not old man Guanxi's corpse. Shang Guanhen frowned and said. He saw a lady's corpse lying in the coffin. She was wearing a long robe made of clouds. Her corpse looked exactly like Murong Yan's heavenly soul. Wang? Murong Yan's heavenly soul slowly entered the corpse. Once it entered the corpse, it slowly fused with it. After a while, Murong Yan's corpse slowly opened its eyes. Phew! Murong Yan exhaled deeply as if she was sighing faintly. Then she slowly sat up in the coffin. She slowly stepped out. Greetings, mistress. The disciples of the Sky Chess Pavilion said excitedly. In the outside world, the powerful cultivators were also extremely excited. Murong Yan has been revived? Didn't that mean that the people he cared about could also be revived? Murong Yan stood on the high platform and looked around. When she saw Jiang Lianshan's flying boat, she frowned. Murong Yan greets Dian and His Holiness. The woman suddenly bowed respectfully to Jiang Lianshan. The woman's voice was extremely pleasant to the ears, as clear and melodious as a lark. After bowing slightly, the Fire Emperor was extremely excited. It's really her. She's alive. She's really alive. The Fire Emperor trembled with excitement. Jiang Lianshan stared at Murong Yan without saying a word, as if he was worried that he would reveal his emotions. He merely nodded, but his eyes never left Murong Yan. Murong Yan stretched out her hand. Who? The chessboard immediately fell in front of Murong Yan. It looked like an ordinary chessboard, but it wasn't ordinary at all. Murong Yan's heavenly soul came out of the chessboard along with countless other heavenly souls. Where are my 9 sons? Murong Yan suddenly asked. Wu Yazi greets mistress. Guqin, Long Sanqian, Qing Emperor, Yan Qingshan, Han Shan and Guan Jiu greet mistress. Tang Tian and Huang Kuan greet mistress. Guanxi's 9 sons all bowed respectfully to Murong Yan. Murong Yan nodded. She looked at the 9 people in front of her and said, Earlier, my husband sent me a message. The 9 of you will each choose a piece on this chessboard. The 9 of them were slightly startled, but they nodded. Each of them reached out and took a white piece from the chessboard. The moment each of them took out a white piece, a vortex suddenly appeared where they took it out. Vaguely, one could see countless heavenly souls struggling in the vortex. My husband said that when all of you put the white pieces back in their original positions, it will be the time when all of you enter the chessboard with your wills. There are boundless heaven souls in the chessboard. All 9 of you will enter the chessboard with your wills and fight for heaven souls, storing them in the pieces in your hands. We will decide the winner based on numbers. Murong Yen explained. The 9 of us will snatch heavenly souls? Quantity will decide the winner? But how will the result be decided? Guanzhou asked with a solemn expression. My husband will find the one who snatches the least heavenly souls and has the least need to exist. Murong Yen said solemnly. Guanxi's 9 sons' expressions changed when they heard Murong Yan's words. He would seize the body of the loser? That's right. Old man Guanxi didn't care how strong you were. It was the same whether he returned or seized the body. Even if he gave up on the weakest, there were still 8 powerful disciples. Yes. The 9 of them immediately answered. Of course, those with weak wills can ask for help. My husband doesn't care about the process, only the result. Murong Yen said in a deep voice. Yes. The 9 of them said with a hint of nervousness. As for help? If they lost, they would be seized. Naturally, they had to give it their all. Each of you can ask for help. After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, we will place our pieces and seize the heavenly souls to determine the winner. Murong Yen said solemnly. Okay. The 9 of them immediately responded with solemn expressions. Guanxi's 9 sons turned their heads and looked at the experts around them. It was time to fulfill the promise they made to the experts around them. They quickly bowed to their allies. Wu Yazi bowed to Matriarch Ji. Qing Emperor bowed to Jiang Lianshan. Han Shan bowed to the present Buddha. Long Sanchen bowed to Takashi Ryushin. Yen Qingshan bowed to the Tongtian sect master of the Wanshou Taoism. Guanzhou bowed to Guhai. Of course, after everyone bowed, they bowed to the others as well. Guhai nodded to Guanzhou, then looked at Guqin in the distance. Guqin also bowed to the 3 sect masters. However, it seemed that their foundation was too shallow and they didn't manage to invite too many allies. Guhai frowned slightly. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Alright, it's about time. Put the pieces in your hands back to their original positions, close your eyes, and use your wills to seize the heavenly soul. Murong Yen said. Yes. The 9 of them each held a white piece and slowly placed it in their original positions. Smack. The moment they placed their pieces, the 9 of them suddenly closed their eyes. The moment they closed their eyes, it was as if millions of shouts came from the chessboard. Ah, don't grab me, don't grab me. Save me, ah. Millions of heavenly souls cried out. The 9 of them tried their best to absorb the heavenly souls. However, they saw that the white chess piece that they were holding was like the mouth of a vortex. Heavenly souls rushed in one after another. As the heavenly souls surged in, the white chess pieces gradually changed color. They slowly dimmed and turned gray. The 9 of them fought for a while, and the present Buddha in the distance was the first to make a move. Boom. He struck at Hanshan Bodhisattva with his palm. Hanshan Bodhisattva did not struggle and allowed the palm to suddenly stick to his back. A powerful will immediately surged into Hanshan Bodhisattva's body. Hanshan Bodhisattva pointed at the chess pieces, and in an instant the speed of the heavenly soul increased exponentially. The color of the chess pieces under his fingers quickly darkened and turned black. Oh no! The expressions of the powerhouses around sank. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the powerhouses quickly slapped their palms on the backs of the 9 Guanxi sons. Their wills were connected, helping them to quickly seize the heavenly soul. The 9th young master already had 8 palms on his back, but it was clearly not enough. Guhai glanced at the 9th young master, then at Guqin, who only had 3 palms, and frowned slightly. Boom. He struck out with his left palm, and it suddenly appeared on the back of the 9th young master. There was no need for Guhai to do anything. Guhai felt as if his will was connected to the 9th young master, like a thin line connecting him and the 9th young master. With this connection, Guhai instantly felt the world of the chessboard. Guhai saw a pitch-black world. In this pitch-black world, there was a super-complex chess array shining brightly. Countless heavenly demons passed through this chess array, automatically dispelling the demonic chi on their bodies and turning into heavenly souls that danced within. However, there seemed to be a gap in this Go ritual array at the 9-5 position, the spot where Guhai burst. Some of the heavenly demons managed to slip through the net. However, the Go ritual array continued to shift, and the ritual array quickly purified those heavenly demons that slipped through the net. So this white chessboard is used to purify heavenly demons. Gu Hai frowned slightly. The ninth young master pressed down on the chess piece, but it was like a huge container. As his will moved, countless heavenly demons were driven into the container. In this chess world, the stronger the will, the larger the tentacles and the more heavenly souls it could capture. The will resided between the eyebrows, the seventh of the 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. Ordinary people had not cultivated much of it, but Gu Hai's chess soul was already extremely resilient. Although Gu Hai was only a middle sky palace, the power of his will was not weaker than any upper sky palace. The moment he touched Guanzhou, his will tentacles expanded more than 100 times. Wow, ancient emperor, you're still the best. Ah! The ninth young master was excited as he collected countless heavenly souls. Of Guanxi's 9 sons, the weakest was now Guqin. After all, only 3 were helping him. Gu Hai saw that Guqin was the last to fall. He sighed softly and reached out with his right hand. Boom! With a palm, Gu Hai pressed his right hand on Guqin's back. Instantly, another will connection was formed. Gu Hai's will surged into Guqin's body. Boom! The number of heavenly souls that Guqin was fighting for also increased dramatically. Guqin was slightly taken aback and knew what was going on. Although he no longer had any emotions for some reason, when Gu Hai's palm landed on his back, he felt a sudden warmth in his heart. Memories of his childhood flooded in. Fa father. Guqin frowned slightly. In the distance, Gu Hai smiled faintly. No matter what happened in the future, at least Guqin called Gu Hai father now. This made Gu Hai feel gratified. Snatching heavenly souls with one's will? This old man Guanxi is deliberately mystifying things. Tong Tian, who was beside Gu Hai, frowned. Sect leader, Kong Xian Shengguanhen, you guys don't have to make a move for now. Gu Hai said solemnly. Everyone nodded. Guqin's and Guanzhou's chess pieces were quickly turning black. They were not the last to fall. It was enough as long as it was not the last. Guanxi's chess pieces kept turning black. Gradually they were completely black. There were billions of heavenly souls in these 9 chess pieces. Crack. The moment all the heavenly souls were divided up, the chessboard suddenly cracked open with a crisp sound. Guanxi's and his son's expressions changed. They reached out and grabbed the black chess pieces that were filled with heavenly souls. Crack, 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 crack. The chessboard cracked rapidly. In just a short while, it turned into powder and disappeared. 9 black chess pieces fell into the hands of Guanxi's 9 sons. All the experts in the surroundings also withdrew their hands and their wills. Who has more and who has less? Immediately, everyone stared at Guanxi's 9 sons. Of course, Gu Hai and some other experts narrowed their eyes. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Kong Xian was puzzled. I don't know. I have a mental connection with Guqin and Guanzhou. That mental connection did not break. Gu Hai said with a frown. Not only Gu Hai but the experts in the surroundings also gradually realized that something was wrong. Why couldn't they break the mental connection with Guanxi's 9 sons? No, the Thousand Island Sea region is sealed by the array. Tong Tian looked up at the sky and said in a low voice. Chapter 786. That's not right. The Thousand Island Sea region has been sealed by the array. The Tong Tian from the Jie school looked up at the sky and said in a deep voice. Everyone looked up at the sky. However, the sky was the same as before. They could not see anything unusual. Gu Hai turned to look at the 4 islands. At this moment, the 4 islands seemed to be trembling slightly. It was mainly because the surrounding seawater was flowing faster. Oh, it's indeed sealed. Old man Guanxi, what a great array. 33 heavens and earth array? It's indeed perfect. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. We're trapped in the array? Kong Xian raised his eyebrows. Even with Kong Xian's strength, he could not see any clues. The outside world seems to be sunny, but it might not be. This is an illusion. Old man Guanxi, what is he trying to do? Gu Hai said in a deep voice. No matter what, it's time to determine who has been possessed. Mo Yike said in a deep voice. Gu Hai nodded. Everyone looked at the 9 sons of Guanxi. Outside the Thousand Islands Sea. Meow. A black cat stood in the air and stared at the sky. In the sky, dark clouds covered the sky. Lightning flashed and a destructive power rushed down. Bolts of lightning struck the Thousand Islands Sea region. However, the Thousand Islands Sea seemed to be covered by a monstrous barrier that enveloped the entire Thousand Islands Sea. Inside, Gu Hai and the other experts saw the beautiful weather. However, in reality the outside world was on the verge of destruction. The sky was furious. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The black cat stood in the air and looked at the barrier of the Thousand Islands Sea. Its eyes were filled with uncertainty. I'm just a little late. The revival assembly has begun? Meow, what is old man Guanxi trying to do? He's playing chess again. This is the second time he's going against the immortal of the six paths? The black cat stared. There was a huge barrier in front of it. The black cat hesitated. From the dark clouds in the sky, it could tell that there would be a huge battle later. The sky might look down again. Go to the revival assembly? Or should I run away? Meow. The dominator of the six paths has locked me up for 800,000 years. Now that I'm out, I'm still hiding from him. It's no different from being locked up. Damn it. Even the old man Guanxi, who I've never heard of before, dares to go against the dominator of the six paths. How can I run away? The black cat snorted. Boom. The black cat clawed at the barrier with its claws and tore a hole in it. Whoosh. The black cat burrowed in immediately, and the torn hole was instantly restored to its original state. As soon as the black cat entered, it realized that what it saw from the outside was completely different from what it saw inside. Interesting? Haha, old man Guanxi, are you trying to fool everyone? Humph, the holy lands of the spiritual mountain? Wansho Taoism? Back then I trusted you so much, but in the end I betrayed the heavens and betrayed us. Humph. The black cat revealed a ferocious expression and charged toward Tingyuan Island. The black cat was fearless. However, outside the Thousand Islands Sea, there were still countless experts roaming about. Resurrection Assembly? Gu Hai wasn't the only one who could see old man Guanxi's determination. There were countless smart people in the world, and naturally many of them could see that. Some of them had gone to participate, but there were still many who were watching from the outside. When they saw the dark clouds in the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, they knew that something big must have happened. Fortunately, they didn't step in. Everyone waited patiently, wanting to know what was going to happen. On the Heavenly Go platform, Guanxi's 9 sons each received a black stone. At this moment, everyone's eyes flashed with worry. After all, with the black stones, they didn't know who had more and who had fewer heavenly souls. Everyone looked at Morong Yen. Who was old man Guanxi going to possess? Although the various powerhouses felt that they had a mental connection with the 9 chess masters, they suppressed the doubts in their hearts at this moment. Even if some people, like Tong Tian from the Jie sect, found themselves in a large array, they didn't care. Old man Guanxi was about to be resurrected. Mistress, which one of us was chosen? Wu Yazi asked worriedly. Mistress, who is it? When did Master start? Cold Mountain Bodhisattva frowned. The group of Guanxi's 9 sons was extremely anxious. Morong Yen smiled bitterly. Then she looked guiltily at Guanxi's 9 sons and bowed solemnly. Mistress, you can't. Mistress, what are you doing? The group of Guanxi's 9 sons suddenly had a bad feeling. Husband doesn't need to be possessed to be resurrected. I'm sorry? Morong Yen suddenly said. What? Guanxi's 9 sons as well as everyone else were shocked. Whoosh. At this moment, countless rainbow-colored streaks of light appeared in the sky. The appearance of the streaks of light immediately exposed the Thousand Islands Sea's array. The surrounding seawater suddenly became like a mirror, extremely calm. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and only the rainbow-colored streaks of light could be seen in the sky. Yenner, you don't need to feel guilty towards them. A voice that seemed to come from the 9 heavens suddenly echoed throughout the array. All of the lights on the Heavenly Go platform suddenly converged on the coffin in the center. The coffin instantly became incomparably bright, and wisps of smoke faintly condensed from it. Pavilion Master? The Sky Chess Pavilion's disciples were overjoyed. Old man Guanxi's voice? Kong Xian narrowed his eyes in the distance. No one knew what old man Guanxi was up to. They only felt that everything had deviated from their expectations. Guanxi, what are you trying to do? Jiang Lianshan didn't know why, but he suddenly felt irritated. He had a bad premonition. Jiang Lianshan, I haven't seen you in 800 years. How have you been? Old man Guanxi's voice came from the white light once more. It's really you? In the distance, Wanshou Tong Tian suddenly said with a sullen expression. Bus. Suddenly, the countless streaks of white light converged as if they were all sucked into a single body. A white-robed old man suddenly appeared at the coffin's entrance. This old man slowly walked out of the coffin. He looked very ordinary and did not give off much of an aura. He seemed like the old man next door. Husband. Murong Yin walked over with a trace of excitement in her eyes. As Murong Yin walked over, 2 streams of tears fell from her eyes. Greetings, Pavilion Master. Guanxi's 9 sons also bowed respectfully. The Sky Chess Pavilion's disciples were even more excited, loudly calling out greetings to the Pavilion Master. Old man Guanxi gently wiped Murong Yan's tears with his thumb and smiled. Alright, don't cry. If you continue crying, you won't be pretty anymore. Husband, let's not fight anymore, okay? I'm scared. I'm scared of losing you again. Murong Yan said with tears in her eyes. Old man Guanxi stared at Murong Yan for a while and then revealed a sad smile. You won't lose me. There are some things that I have to do. I've been waiting for this day for so many years. How can I give up? Murong Yan bit her lips, but she could only give up. She buried her head in old man Guanxi's arms. Old man Guanxi stroked Murong Yan's hair. He hugged Murong Yan and looked at the experts around them. Jianghu Yinshan? Jidihong? Tongtian Sect Master? 3 Lives of Buddha? It's a pity that Tai Yi is gone. Long Zhonghua is gone too. However, it's enough to have all of you. Old man Guanxi smiled. Old man Guanxi's appearance was a little old. However, his body was thin and he looked very scholarly. Even though he was a little older, he still had an extraordinary charm. Old man Guanxi? If that's the case, you can revive yourself? Reconstruct your own physical body? Why are you still holding this revival ceremony? Buddha looked at old man Guanxi suspiciously. Because I'm waiting for all of you. Old man Guanxi smiled. Waiting for us? Everyone looked at old man Guanxi in confusion. On the other side, Jiang Lianshan and the Fire Emperor looked at old man Guanxi hugging Murong Yen. Their faces darkened as if they were extremely uncomfortable. You're Gu Hai. Old man Guanxi looked at Gu Hai. When he looked at Gu Hai, old man Guanxi also looked at the Tong Tian beside Gu Hai. A look of surprise flashed across his eyes. Gu Hai greets the owner of the Sky Chess Pavilion. Back then, I was indebted to you for giving me pointers on the Heaven and Earth chess game. I learned a lot from you. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said, Not bad. Your chess skills have surprised me. From Jiuzi's memories, I understand that you can play 32 with ease. You must have studied 33 thoroughly, right? Old man Guanxi suddenly smiled. I know a little about chess. If the owner of the Sky Chess Pavilion doesn't mind, Gu Hai is willing to exchange pointers with the owner of the Sky Chess Pavilion. Gu Hai said in a low voice. There will be time. Don't be anxious. Old man Guanxi smiled. Meow. Suddenly, a black cat jumped over from afar. Boom. The black cat landed not far away and stared at old man Guanxi. I'm late? You've revived? The black cat frowned. No, you're just in time. The revival ceremony has just begun. Old man Guanxi smiled. Just begun? Old man, what are you trying to do with all this trouble? The black cat was confused. You know everyone here, right? Old man Guanxi smiled. The black cat looked around. When it saw the Tongtian sect master and the Buddha of 3 worlds, it stared at them and said, Humph, how can I not know the traitorous dogs? If I had known about your ambitions back then, I would have swallowed all of you. Amateus Buddha? The Buddha of 3 worlds said with a gloomy face. Wansho Taoism's Tongtian sect master snorted coldly. He seemed to be very dissatisfied with the black cat. Don't worry. If you have any grudges later, settle them yourselves. For now you are still comrades. Old man Guanxi smiled. Comrades? Who's their comrade? The black cat stared at him. Old man Guanxi was not angry. Mao Tianyun 800,000 years ago, was one of the 5 divine beasts bestowed by the previous god to protect the world. Back then you weren't so impatient. Umph. The black cat snorted coldly. It seemed to be unhappy with old man Guanxi's indifferent attitude. Comrade? May I ask, Sky Chess Pavilion Master, what do you mean by comrade? Gu Hai asked with a frown. Old man Guanxi looked at everyone, then at Guanxi's 9 sons. He smiled and said, Kill their comrade. What? The faces of Guanxi's 9 sons changed. Countless experts in the surroundings also revealed looks of astonishment. Old man, are you crazy? They are Guanxi's 9 sons, your disciples. You want us to kill them? Mao Tianyun stared at him. Pavilion Master, we have received your inheritance. Why do you want to kill us? Wu Yazi's face changed as he exclaimed. Chapter 787. Wu Yazi's expression changed as he exclaimed, "Pavilion Master, we've received your inheritance. Why do you want to kill us?" Guanxi's 9 disciples panicked, but no one dared to attack old man Guanxi. The disciples of the Sky Chess Pavilion, Supreme Fengyu, and the rest of the Xuanwu disciples were also shocked. What's going on? Pavilion Master wants to kill the 9 disciples? Even the surrounding experts were shocked. They couldn't understand what was going on. The situation seemed to have deviated from everyone's expectations. Weren't these 9 disciples old man Guanxi's disciples? Old man Guanxi looked at the 9 disciples with a solemn expression. Boom. At that moment, a loud sound came from the sky, as if a huge bolt of lightning had struck the Thousand Islands Sea's array. The rainbow light in the sky suddenly trembled and quickly split apart. Everyone raised their heads. Suddenly they saw a huge eye appear outside the gap of the 7-colored light. The Eye of Heaven? As soon as the Eye of Heaven appeared, a powerful pressure rushed down. The countless experts in the surroundings had the urge to kneel down. Guanxi? You're not dead? A loud roar came from the sky. Gu Hai and the others' expressions changed. The immortal of the 6 paths had awakened again? Tong Tian narrowed his eyes as his battle intent soared. This is the immortal of the 6 paths? Just as the heavenly might appeared and a strong suppression was about to appear, old Mr. Guanxi smiled faintly. He waved his hand. 6 paths, the game begins. Old man Guanxi waved his hand. Boom. The rainbow light from before suddenly filled the sky again, covering the barrier. In an instant they couldn't see the Eye of Heaven anymore. At the same time the heavenly might disappeared. Everyone felt as if the 7-colored light around them was spinning madly. The entire Thousand Islands Sea seemed to be floating. It was floating rapidly. Everyone's hearts beat wildly. Something's wrong. What is this feeling? Even my heart is beating? The Tong Tian from the Jie school said with an ugly expression. What? Gu Hai's face darkened as he looked at Tong Tian. What was the strength of the Tong Tian from the Jie school? His heart had long been tempered like the earth, but his heart was beating faster. It wasn't just the Tong Tian from the Jie school. In the distance, the Wanshou Tong Tian, the 3 Lives Buddha Jiang Lianshan, and Matriarch Ji's expressions changed drastically. Old man Guanxi, what are you doing? Wanshou Tong Tian glared angrily. Revival assembly? I'm not participating. I'm leaving. I'm not going crazy with you. Suddenly, a sect leader's expression changed, and he shot up into the sky. At this moment, everyone could see that there was a huge barrier around the Thousand Islands Sea. The sect master immediately soared into the sky, wanting to rush out of the barrier. But as soon as he touched the barrier, bang! The sect leader instantly turned into a pile of loose sand and exploded, turning into dust. Hiss. Countless experts' expressions changed. Don't move, don't rush. Old man Guanxi said with a smile. Outside the Thousand Islands Sea, countless experts didn't participate in the revival assembly. Instead they watched from all directions. The sky was filled with dark clouds, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. A great destructive force descended upon the Thousand Islands Sea. At this moment, the barrier of the Thousand Islands Sea suddenly flowed with countless rainbow-colored flowing lights. The rainbow-colored flowing lights were extremely fast, and they quickly revolved around the barrier. The surrounding seawater trembled incessantly. The experts outside the barrier felt their hearts beat wildly, not knowing what was happening. At this moment, boom! Countless thunderclouds suddenly split into 2 from the middle. Buzz! A huge eye suddenly appeared. As soon as the Eye of Heaven appeared, a great pressure suddenly appeared. The barrier above was instantly torn apart, and the Eye of Heaven looked in. At the same time, countless experts' expressions changed and they knelt down. Eye of Heaven, this is the Eye of Heaven? Has old man Guanxi been revived? With the appearance of the Eye of Heaven, old man Guanxi was doomed. Guanxi? You didn't die? A loud roar sounded from the sky. It was the voice of the wrath of the heavens. Under the wrath of the heavens, all the experts in the surroundings trembled. The might of the heavens was too terrifying. With a roar, their souls were about to be shattered. Just as everyone thought there was going to be an earth-shattering battle. Buzz. Above the barrier, the flowing lights once again surged, and the part that was torn apart by the Eye of Heaven closed up. The rainbow-colored flowing lights flowed faster and faster. Whoosh! In an instant the barrier disappeared. No, the entire Thousand Islands Sea disappeared. All the islands and even all the seawater disappeared in an instant. The Eye of Heaven's pupils suddenly shrank. The Thousand Islands Sea disappeared as if it had been dug out, and there was a huge pit there. Walalala. Countless amounts of seawater filled the huge pit in the Thousand Islands Sea. At this moment, the water of the four seas surged and huge waves rose in the sea. It's gone? How come it's gone? The islands are gone too? The expressions of the experts outside changed. The Eye of Heaven stared intently at that spot, but it was indeed gone. A trace of coldness flashed in the Eye of Heaven's pupils. Humph! A cold snort. The Eye of Heaven slowly closed, and the surrounding dark clouds also slowly dispersed. The might of the heavens disappeared. All the experts could stand up. Looking at the empty Thousand Islands Sea, everyone suddenly swallowed their saliva. It took a full 10 days for the seawater to fill up the Thousand Islands Sea. At this moment, all the islands in the Thousand Islands Sea were gone. Countless experts who went to the Thousand Islands Sea also disappeared. Not a single one was left. At the same time, an earth-shattering event happened in the Divine Continent. The Infinite Celestial Capital. Boom! With a loud sound, the fate of the Infinite Celestial Capital collapsed, including that huge golden dragon. What happened? His providence disappeared again? Countless officials were shocked. The common people were also at a loss. Why did the fate disappear again? Something happened? Your Highness, the fate disappeared. Did His Majesty? Your Highness, it's not good. The fate disappeared. Your Highness. Fortunately, Dahan had experienced this before. Hence, Qin Tianshan did not panic. What are you shouting for? It's not like you haven't experienced it before. Why are you shouting? Qin Tianshan glared. But. No buts. His Majesty is in closed-door cultivation with the fate. Who dares to speak? Send word to all officials to calm the people. If anyone dares to cause trouble and slander the Emperor during this period, kill them. Qin Tianshan shouted. Yes. Go back to what you are supposed to do. Qin Tianshan glared. Yes. Yes. The mosquito Daoran looked at the sky in confusion. Ancient Emperor, you are always like this. My heart can't take it. The Dahan quickly calmed down. However, the other factions in the world suddenly fell into chaos. The fate of the Dayan dynasty suddenly collapsed, vanishing completely. The entire country fell into chaos. Countless officials rushed to the Flame Divine Hall. At this moment, the elite guard also felt very anxious. However, since he had promised his father to protect the country, he naturally scolded the officials. Is the disappearance of the Emperor's fate the death of the Emperor? Previously, when the Dahan's fate disappeared, did Guhai die? The elite guard shouted while glaring. But. The officials felt very anxious. Humph. Just do what you have to do. If anyone dares to say that His Holiness is dead again, execute their 9 generations. The elite guard shouted while glaring. Yes, the officials answered. The Great Yellow Dynasty, the Great Wu Dynasty, the Great Ing Imperial Dynasty, and even the Spiritual Mountain Holy Land. At this moment, everyone suddenly felt very anxious. Many experts continuously went to the Thousand Islands Sea to gather information. They tried to contact the various emperors and sect masters. However, they could not reach them. There was no news at all. The experts who had been observing the situation at the Thousand Islands Sea were immediately captured by ferocious experts from all over. They interrogated them about everything that happened at the Thousand Islands Sea. The experts of the Thousand Islands Sea suddenly disappeared. Although the various factions suppressed the chaos, there were still many chaotic incidents happening in the Divine Continent. Tengen Essence Island. A sect master rushed towards the 7-colored flowing light boundary. However, his body instantly exploded. It was not a bloody mess. Instead, it was as if he had been beaten back to his original atomic and molecular structure. Such a scene caused everyone within the barrier to suddenly panic. Old man Guanxi, you tricked us? What revival assembly? Are you lying to us? Sky Chess Pavilion, you are courting death. The experts roared angrily one by one. A few people wanted to rely on their strength to leave. However, as soon as they rushed into the sky, they were instantly turned into fine powder. Some people also rushed towards Old Man Guanxi. However, Old Man Guanxi waved his hand. A ray of 7-colored flowing light surged in. That expert also turned into fine powder. The boundary was like a cage that trapped everyone. Old Man Guanxi was like a god. He stood in the cage and could kill anyone he wanted. Revival Assembly? Hey Guanxi, why did you trick us into your Thousand Islands Sea? Do you really want to shed all pretense of cordiality with us? Jiang Lianshan said coldly. The experts from all sides were no match for old man Guanxi. However, this did not mean that Jiang Lianshan, Matriarch Ji, the Tongtian sect master, Sanya Buddha, and the others did not have the ability to resist. Everyone was waiting for old man Guanxi to give an explanation. Old Mr. Guanxi let go of Murong Yen and patted her shoulder. He slowly looked at everyone's faces and smiled faintly. Revival Assembly? Today I have been preparing for it since 1,000 years ago. Everything is within my calculations. Of course there are some flaws in the process. However, the overall direction has not changed. Old man Guanxi looked at Gu Hai with a smile that did not seem like a smile. It was as if these flaws were referring to Gu Hai. You've been preparing for it since 1,000 years ago? In other words, the chess game with the heavens was only a part of your plan? Matriarch Ji frowned. You can say that. Old man Guanxi smiled. Then, the situation in the Thousand Islands Sea was deliberately left behind by you? For setting up the barrier today? Gu Hai asked with a frown. That's right. Old man Guanxi nodded. The experts from all sides had ugly expressions. This old man Guanxi was very shrewd and calculated from afar. You still haven't said why you gathered us here. Aren't you afraid that we will become enemies with you? Wansho Tongtian said coldly. Actually, I have already told the 6 paths that I have invited everyone here to participate in a game. Old man Guanxi said with a smile. Game? Everyone's expression stiffened. I don't have time to play games with you. Wansho Tongtian said coldly. It's not about whether you want to play or not. It's just that it has already started. None of you can back out now. If you die, you will die no matter who you are. Old man Guanxi suddenly revealed a cold smile. Chapter 788. I don't have time to play games with you. Wansho Tongtian said coldly. It's not about whether you want to play or not, but it's already started. None of you can back out now. Backing out means death. No matter who you are. Old man Guanxi sneered. Die. Ah, what arrogance. Just you? Ji Empress narrowed her eyes, killing intent flashing in them. The rainbow light formation had cut off everything. Even the eye of heaven couldn't see through it. Everyone was cut off from the outside world? Game? You prepared for 1,000 years just to get everyone to play a game? Kill Guanxi's 9 sons? Jiang Lianshan said solemnly. Everyone stared at old man Guanxi. They all looked at the Guanxi's 9 sons. These 9 people did not seem to be very capable. In terms of strength, he had no strength. In terms of wisdom, he was extremely limited. Weren't they old man Guanxi's disciples? Why kill them? Pavilion Master, what did we do wrong? Wu Yazi and the others asked anxiously. Old man Guanxi smiled. You didn't do anything wrong. They just underestimated you. Underestimated us? The 9 frowned. At this moment, the 9 of them suddenly clutched their heads, each of them feeling a sudden pain. Pavilion Master, why are you targeting us? My head hurts so much. Buddha, save us. Ancient Emperor, save us. The Guanxi's 9 sons suddenly screamed. Before the experts could make a move, old man Guanxi sighed and said solemnly, It's not that I'm targeting you. At this point, you're all having headaches. Ah, my head. The 9 sons pounded their heads in pain. Just as those familiar with the 9 sons were about to make a move, someone's eyes widened. Something's not right. The 9 sons' faces changed? Everyone paused and looked at the Guanxi's 9 sons in astonishment. The faces of the 9 people were contorting, and the more they contorted, the more they changed. Slowly, the 9 people's appearances changed. Furthermore, they became one. At the same time, all 9 people's bodies shone with all kinds of light. Red, blue, green, purple, and so on. They were constantly changing. Sky Chess Pavilion's owner, what did you do to them? Gu Hai asked with a frown. One of them was Guqin. Old man Guanxi looked at Gu Hai and shook his head. It wasn't me. Who else could it be? How did they change their appearances? Who are they? The group of experts immediately opened their eyes wide and shouted, as if they were about to step forward. Meow. The black cat in the air suddenly stood on end and roared in shock. Everyone looked over in shock. What was wrong with this black cat? No one dealt with the black cat. The black cat saw the change in Juko's appearance and was shocked. That's impossible. Longevity Tongtian, the Buddha of the past, and the Buddha of the present all cried out in alarm. What was impossible? The surrounding people were puzzled. Longevity Tongtian, the Buddha of the past, and the Buddha of the present were all shocked. Shocked? Why would they be shocked? Samsara? Meow, they are samsara. The black cat exclaimed. Samsara immortal? How is that possible? The Buddha of the past widened his eyes in disbelief. Samsara immortal? What's samsara immortal? These are Guanxi's 9 sons? Everyone looked at the black cat and the Buddha of the past in shock. However, they saw old man Guanxi reach out and wave his hand. Suddenly, the 9 sons were each enveloped in a colorful ball of light. After a moment of pain, the 9 sons seemed to have calmed down after their faces were unified. Moreover, they all looked gloomy. Welcome to your resurrection, the 9 clones of Rokudo Shinkuan. Old man Guanxi suddenly laughed. The 9 sons raised their heads at almost the same time and looked around coldly. Their cultivation levels were still the same, but at this moment, there was a flash of great deterrence in their eyes. Once the great deterrence was released, just one look was enough to make all the experts' hearts skip a beat. A heavenly aura suppressed them. How is that possible? What happened to their eyes in such a short time? Why do I feel a little scared? Someone exclaimed. The Tongtian sect master and the Buddha of the 3 realms' expressions changed drastically. Meow. Mao Tianyun also widened his eyes and roared. Samsara immortal? 9 clones? The Tongtian from the Jie school was shocked. The 9 of them looked exactly the same. If it wasn't for the fierce look in their eyes, they looked extremely benevolent, giving people a feeling that they were born to believe them. The 9 of them looked around and suddenly turned to look at old man Guanxi. Their eyes were extremely cold. Don't look at me like that. I'm the one who allowed you to be resurrected, right? Now remember these people, right? They are here to kill you and take the heavenly souls in your hands. Old man Guanxi said with a smile. The 9 sons looked at the black chess pieces in their hands. In the black chess pieces, there were all the heavenly souls in the past 800 years. Previously, the experts helped them because of the heavenly souls in their hands. It's getting closer and closer. It seems that your memories are getting clearer. In that case, everyone go back to your positions. You have a mental connection. You know where they are and they know where you are, right? Old man Guanxi said with a smile. As he laughed, he waved his hand. Who? 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 The 9 sons of Guanxi were immediately flooded by the 7-colored flowing light and shot into the enchantment in the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the 9 of them entered the flowing light and disappeared. This time they were not crushed into powder. Guanxi, what's with the 9 people just now? 9 clones? What 9 clones? Wanshou Tongtian roared with a ferocious expression. 6 paths immortal from 800,000 years ago. Does anyone still remember him? Old man Guanxi said with a smile. Meow, 800,000 years ago? There were 10 Rokudo Shinkuan. 1 was the main body, 9 were clones. No, the 10 were not separated. Rokudo Shinkuan cultivated some unknown technique that separated his 3 souls and 7 spirits. Each had a body. There were 10 bodies in total. 1 was the main body and 9 were divided. The 10 bodies fought against the heavens. 9 were destroyed, but the last one survived and killed the heavens to replace them? Cat Tianyun said coldly. Yes, the 9 clones were all destroyed. That's why the 6 paths immortal wanted to make up for the 800,000 years. He wanted to make himself more perfect, so he went into hibernation. He was repairing his body. When he woke up, he would be perfect. 800 years ago, I played chess with him. I lost that game, but it wasn't over yet. Did I lose? But I did it on purpose. Old man Guanxi said with a smile. Stole the 6 paths soul seed? Jiang Lianshan's expression sank. More or less. In that game of Go, I found the souls of immortal 6 paths 9 clones from back then. I condensed them into 9 seeds and infused them into my inheritance. Of course, there are also true sovereign 6 paths memories, old Mr. Guanxi said with a smile. Seeds? The 9 seeds of the Guanxi's 9 clones? The Buddha of the past said with an ugly expression. Yes, the 9 seeds created the 9 clones. When the seeds entered the body, they slowly merged with the clones of the 6 paths immortal. Gradually, the 9 clones merged with the clones of the 6 paths immortal. They were the clones of the 6 paths, and the clones of the 6 paths were the 9 clones. Old man Guanxi explained. Hiss. Gasps could be heard from the airship. Resurrecting Rokudo Shinkuin? Old man Guanxi was crazy. Aren't you looking for the heavenly soul? He is in the hands of the 9 clones of the Rokudo Shinkuin. If you find them, you will find the person you are looking for. Old man Guanxi said with a smile. Boom. At this moment, the Thousand Islands Sea suddenly shook. It seemed to have stopped. You want us to kill the clones of the Rokudo Shinkuin? Ah, what a joke. Why do you want to kill them? Wan Shou Tong Tian said coldly. Even if you don't kill them, they will kill you. Because the purpose of your trip is to kill them. The game we are playing is to kill the 6 paths immortal. Old man Guanxi said with a smile. What do you mean? Empress Ji narrowed her eyes. Old man Guanxi looked at Mao Tianyun and said, You are one of the 5 divine beasts. Do you feel anything? The black cat's body suddenly twitched. Meow? They are still alive. Aren't the other 4 divine beasts dead? The black cat said in surprise. Welcome, everyone, to 800,000 years ago. The year before the Rokudo Shinkuin defied the heavens. Old man Guanxi suddenly said with a serious expression. Wow. The surrounding people were in an uproar. Is old man Guanxi crazy? What nonsense is he talking about? 800,000 years ago? What 800,000 years ago? Why don't I understand? The surrounding experts were confused. However, Jiang Lianshan, Empress Ji, the Tong Tian sect master, and the 3 worlds Buddha's expressions changed. They seemed to have guessed something. The law of time? You have mastered the law of time? Jiang Lianshan's expression changed. I can't say that I have mastered it. I have only scratched the surface and obtained some opportunities. Wherever you were born, you will appear in that place. Those who survive 800,000 years will return to their original bodies, just like the Rokudo Shinkuin just now. Previously, your wills were connected. Every 10 days you will sense each other's location. He can sense your location and you can sense his location. Old man Guanxi said with a smile. Sets. Guhai's expression darkened. The so-called helping Guanxi and his 9 sons to fight for the heavenly soul was just a trap. He wanted to establish a mental connection with the 9 sons of Guanxi. So, he could be hunted down by them? Old man Guanxi looked at the 3 worlds Buddha, the Tong Tian sect master and Mao Tianyun. The rules of the game are that you have 1 year to kill all the Rokudo Shinkuin, or be killed by the Rokudo Shinkuin. After 1 year, if the Rokudo Shinkuin is still alive, you will be killed by the power of time, including the few of you. What kill? Kill us? Everyone's expression changed. The game has begun. Everyone remember you only have 1 year. Welcome to 800,000 years ago. Ah. Old man Guanxi laughed with a trace of pain. As he laughed, he waved his hand. Boom. Countless streams of light rushed toward everyone. In an instant, the streams of light brought everyone flying in all directions. Under the shroud of time, there was no resistance at all. The Thousand Islands Sea disappeared, leaving only old man Guanxi standing on the vast sea with a trace of a painful smile. The law of time? Heian, success or failure depends on this. Old man Guanxi shed a trace of painful tears. Whoosh. The next moment, old man Guanxi disappeared. Chapter 789. Wanshou Taoism outside a hall. Several Wanshou Taoism disciples were walking around the hall. Third Celestial Venerable was scolded by the sect leader again? A disciple whispered. I also heard that Third Celestial Venerable wielded the immortal slaying sword and killed from the first moon altar to the 18th moon altar. He even slaughtered everyone in the main altar. When he came back, he was covered in blood and was found by the sect leader. He was punished in the heart, nurturing Hall to copy scriptures and cultivate his mind. Another disciple whispered. What did the Wanshou Taoism sect do? Why was Third Celestial Venerable so angry? What else could they do? Those monks of the Wanshou Taoism sect like to stir up trouble. They think they are so great. They slandered Third Celestial Venerable and Rokudo Shinkuin for saving lives. They are harboring evil intentions. Third Celestial Venerable worships Rokudo Shinkuin the most. Not only did the Wanshou Taoism sect slander Third Celestial Venerable, they even slandered Rokudo Shinkuin. Third Celestial Venerable was so angry that he serves them right. Now the whole world is praising Rokudo Shinkuin. Even God is praising Rokudo Shinkuin. The Wanshou Taoism sect actually acted recklessly. Unfortunately, Third Celestial Venerable bumped into the sect leader. The sect leader said that he was too evil and wanted him to reflect on his mistakes. If I had the ability, I would also seek justice from the Wansho Taoism sect. Third Celestial Venerable did nothing wrong. A group of disciples walked around the heart-nurturing hall, whispering to each other. The door of the hall was closed. It was dark inside, with only a golden candle burning slowly. A man in a black robe was sitting cross-legged in the center of the hall. This man was none other than the Tongtian sect master of the Wansho Taoism sect. The Tongtian sect master gritted his teeth and seemed to be copying scriptures. I did nothing wrong. How could I be wrong? Humph, eldest senior brother, why are you punishing me? The Tongtian sect master muttered uncomfortably. Those bald donkeys of the Miyu sect, they didn't save the people who were suffering, but Rokudo Shinkuin went to save them. They even said that Rokudo Shinkuin was harboring evil intentions. Humph, a bunch of people who distort the truth. What's wrong with killing them? You even dared to say that Rokudo Shinkuin is the greatest scourge of the world? Go fuck yourself. Bah. In his fury, the Tongtian sect master broke the brush in his hand. At that moment, the Tongtian sect master looked rather impulsive and indignant. Right at this moment, a gust of wind blew through the sealed hall. Oh. A strange gale rushed towards the Tongtian sect master, causing the candlelight to flicker violently, as if it would be extinguished at any moment. What? The Tongtian sect master's expression suddenly changed. He had a bad feeling about this. It was as if something had entered his body. Off. The Tongtian sect master trembled and froze in place. After a while, the Tongtian sect master woke up with a start. After waking up, the Tongtian sect master's indignant expression disappeared, leaving behind only a blank and solemn expression. At that moment, the Tongtian sect master's brows were deeply furrowed. His pupils constricted as he looked at his hands. His entire person seemed to have matured in an instant. He looked at the decorations around him and the candlelight above his head. Taishang's spirit concentration candle? That was used up 800,000 years ago. Oh. The Tongtian sect master was slightly taken aback. Then, the Tongtian sect master looked at the scripture on the desk in front of him. He also looked at the crushed brush in his hand. Oh. The Tongtian sect master immediately stood up. Oh. Suddenly, 7 long swords floated around the Tongtian sect master. The Tongtian sect master grabbed the 7 long swords in his hand. A trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. No fragments of the heaven-splitting axe? My cultivation has also regressed a little? Cultivation is secondary. I can recover it in the blink of an eye. Kwang. The Tongtian sect master swung his sleeves, and the doors to the hall opened with a bang. Outside, a few Wansho Taoism disciples suddenly widened their eyes. Third Celestial Master, it's not time yet. You can't come out. Otherwise the sect master will be angry. A disciple suddenly called out worriedly. The Tongtian sect master narrowed his eyes. He couldn't even remember the appearance of the person in front of him. After a while he suddenly remembered. It's you? You're not dead yet? The Tongtian sect master was slightly taken aback. Dead? What dead? Third Celestial Master, what did you say? The disciple asked blankly. Third Celestial Master? Did you call me Third Celestial Master? The Tongtian sect master frowned and looked up at the sky. In the sky, the luck of the Wansho Taoism was still there. However, at this moment, it was only the luck of a medium sect. Wansho Taoism? Medium sect? Third Celestial Master? 800,000 years ago? The Tongtian sect master's pupils suddenly shrank. He immediately remembered. Wasn't everything around him the scene from 800,000 years ago? At that time he was the third celestial master of the Wansho Taoism. At that time he wasn't the sect master. Wasn't he the sect master? Third brother, did you just ignore eldest senior brother's words? I told you to go into seclusion and transcribe books. Why did you come out? Suddenly a cold voice was heard. Not far away, a man in a gorgeous robe suddenly appeared. There was a red dot between his eyebrows. His eyes were cold and he looked quite noble. Greetings, second celestial master. The disciples of the Wansho Taoism said respectfully. Yuan Shi Tianzuan? You're still the same? You haven't changed at all? Ah. The Tongtian's eyes suddenly lit up. What nonsense are you talking about? Yuan Shi Tianzuan glared. It seems to be true. Old man Guanxi? You're really powerful. The law of time? You're back. You're really back. The Tong Tian suddenly showed a look of horror. Third brother, are you going to cause trouble again? Suddenly, another dignified voice was heard. Being scolded, the Tong Tian sect master was not angry. Instead, he suddenly froze and turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. He saw that not far away, an old man in a loose white robe was looking at the Tong Tian sect master rather angrily. The Miyu sect just said a few words of their heart, and you destroyed their entire sect because of a disagreement? What did I teach you? The heart of heaven is as calm as water. How could you be so ruthless and destroy the entire sect? Leave no one alive? I'm so angry. I told you to reflect on your mistakes and transcribe scriptures. How many words did you just copy? Did you come out again? Who are you going to kill this time? Why don't you kill me as well? The white-robed old man glared at the Tong Tian sect master. After a round of scolding, the Tong Tian sect master did not reply. Instead, his eyes suddenly became moist. Why is Third Celestial Venerable crying? The surrounding Wanshou Taoism disciples all lowered their heads, not daring to look. Third brother was scolded to tears. That's not like you. Aren't you thick-skinned? Yuanshi Qinzuan frowned and asked in confusion. The Tong Tian sect master ignored him and stared at the white-robed old man. Suddenly the Tong Tian sect master knelt down. Eldest senior brother Tong Tian knows his wrongs. It's great to see you again. Hit me, scold me. Eldest senior brother Tong Tian misses you so much. The Tong Tian sect master suddenly burst into tears and complained tearfully. Yuanshi Qinzuan was slightly stunned and revealed a look of surprise. The white-robed old man not far away was naturally the current leader of the Wanshou Taoism, Taishang the Celestial Venerable One. Taishang also looked at Tong Tian in surprise. What are you trying to do? What tricks are you up to now? When Master died, second senior brother and I were still young. Eldest senior brother was the one who brought us up. He taught us on behalf of Master and took care of us. Junior brother is insensible and keeps causing trouble for eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother, hit me. I'm sorry. Tong Tian suddenly cried in agony. Yuanshi Qinzuan widened his eyes. He did not understand why third brother, who always caused trouble for eldest senior brother and always competed with him, would suddenly become like this. The Taishang sect master was originally glaring at Tong Tian, but when he saw Tong Tian acting so abnormally, he forgot to scold him. What happened? Did someone bully you? Who is it? The Taishang sect master's eyes turned cold. It was as if he wanted to stand up for Tong Tian. When he saw the Taishang sect master's expression, Tong Tian felt a warmth in his heart and a lump in his throat. No, I just miss eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother, I've caused you so much trouble in the past. Tong Tian sect master said with reddened eyes. You really didn't? Taishang sect master asked doubtfully. No. Tong Tian immediately shook his head. Since you didn't, then why are you crying? Alright, go tidy yourself up and follow me to pay respects to the heroes of the Miyu sect. Sigh. Taishang sighed softly. Obviously, Taishang was compassionate and felt extremely guilty towards the Miyu sect. He wanted to pay respects to them. As for punishing the Tong Tian sect master earlier, he did not have any intention of punishing him now. Obviously he had spoiled Tong Tian too much. Tong Tian instinctively wanted to nod. But in the next moment Tong Tian suddenly trembled. Oh no. I have to leave Wanshou Taoism immediately. I have to leave right now. Eldest senior brother Yuanshi, don't look for me. Don't look for me anymore. Even if I die outside, don't look for me and don't investigate. Tong Tian suddenly thought of the old man Guanxi. The rules of the game were to kill Rokudo Shinkuan in the year before the sixth Tao of Heaven. His mission was to kill Rokudo Shinkuan. Similarly, Rokudo Shinkuan's 9 doppelgangers should have entered his body and remembered everything. The people from 800,000 years later came to stop them from going against the heavens. Wouldn't Rokudo Shinkuan attack everyone? If Rokudo Shinkuan knew everything, he would definitely eliminate this group of malignant tumors from 800,000 years later. If he knew everything, Rokudo Shinkuan would definitely know as well. Presumably, Rokudo Shinkuan would arrive at Wanshou Taoism soon. Go, leave this place immediately. Otherwise, everyone in Wanshou Taoism would be implicated. Yuanshi Qinzuan and the Taishang sect master's expressions changed when they saw Tong Tian's panicked expression. Third brother, apart from the Miyu sect, did you get into trouble again? Yuanshi Qinzuan's expression suddenly darkened. It was as if he was very concerned about Tong Tian. What's the matter? This is not your style. Why do you have such an expression? Who is it? Who wants to touch you? Tell me and I'll talk to them for you. The Taishang sect master said coldly. It was obvious that the Taishang sect master had taken on all of Tongtian's fears in an instant. Tongtian was touched, but then he shook his head. No, this won't do. This time, it's Rokudo Shinkuin who wants to kill me. I won't rest until I'm dead. Rokudo Shinkuin? How is that possible? Yuanshu Tianzuan was shocked. The Taishang sect master was also confused. Just as everyone was puzzled, a loud shout suddenly came from the outside world. Dominator of the Six Paths requests an audience with the three celestial lords of Wansho Taoism. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the outside world. Wansho Taoism had a large array protecting the sect. No one could enter. A voice came from the outside world. It sounded very polite, but to Tong Tian, it sounded like a death knell. Rokudo Shinkuin is here? Chapter 790. Lingshan Sect. Past Hall. The Buddha of the past shuddered and woke up from a strange dream. Old man Guanxi? 800,000 years ago? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The past Buddha's eyes widened as he stepped out of the hall. Past Buddha. The surrounding monks bowed respectfully to the past Buddha. The past Buddha looked around blankly. Is this the sacred ground of Lingshan? It doesn't seem like it. What? Why are there so few? He doesn't recognize any of the monks? That's not right. He knows them, but these people are long dead. Is it true? We're really back? The past Buddha shuddered. Past Buddha, what happened to you? The surrounding monks asked blankly. Where's Buddha? Where's Buddha? The past Buddha shouted. Buddha? He's in the Mahavira hall. A monk said blankly. Phew. The past Buddha instantly arrived at the Mahavira hall. In the Mahavira hall there were two people talking. One of them was the present Buddha. Buddha, we're back. That old man Guanxi really brought us back. What do we do now? The past Buddha asked anxiously. In the hall, the present Buddha raised his head and looked at the past Buddha in confusion. Past Buddha, what happened to you? The other person also raised his head slowly. When the past Buddha saw his face, he shuddered and took a step back. You're still alive? It was also a monk. The monk put his palms together and closed his eyes. He was quite fat. Past Buddha, what happened to you? Why am I still alive? The fat monk in front of him laughed. You. The past Buddha's face was full of shock. Past Buddha, what happened to the future Buddha? Why are you so emotional? The present Buddha asked curiously. 800,000 years ago? 800,000 years ago. The past Buddha mumbled to himself. He suppressed the shock in his heart and heaved a sigh of relief. The future Buddha? Yes, the future Buddha hadn't changed. He was the previous future Buddha. He was naturally still alive. But why didn't the Buddha know about it? Suddenly, the past Buddha shuddered and understood everything. Tathagata Sky Fiend? The present Buddha frowned. Buddha of the past, what's wrong? Could it be that that evil body of mine has done something deranged again? Did he offend you? The present Buddha suddenly showed a trace of doubt. The Tathagata heavenly demon had dual personalities. 800,000 years later, it would be divided into the good Tathagata and the evil Tathagata. But now they had merged into one. The two personalities ruled each other in the body. Was the good Tathagata ruling the body now? No. The Buddha of the past's expression stiffened. There were many things that he couldn't say. Buddha of the past, you're speaking in such a strange manner. Did something happen to you? You can tell us. The future Buddha also said solemnly. I'm fine. The past Buddha said bitterly. Since you are fine, you came at the right time. I also have something to say. The future Buddha said with a frown. Second Buddha looked at future Buddha. Recently, I've caught a trace of information about the future. It's uncertain, but it's incomparably terrifying. Although I have been wrong in my predictions in the past, this time, I have a feeling of dread. The future Buddha frowned. The merciful and compassionate Rokudo Shinkuin? Hey, in my dream he wasn't as merciful as he seemed. Everything he did had a purpose. In my dream he wanted to kill the heavens. The future Buddha frowned and said worriedly. What? The past Buddha's expression changed. The future Buddha had caught the information about the future right this time? Shut up. The present Buddha suddenly shouted coldly. Your prediction of the future has never been accurate. Don't talk nonsense. Especially at this time, no one is allowed to speak carelessly. If outsiders know about this, I don't know how many experts will want to kill you to repay the kindness of the Dominator of Six Paths. Do you know how many experts owe Rokudo Shinkuin a favor? You still can't watch your mouth. Are you tired of living? The present Buddha said solemnly. But that dream was so real and so terrifying. The future Buddha said bitterly. Shut up. Everything in your dream will rot in your stomach. The present Buddha said coldly. All right. The future Buddha smiled bitterly. Past Buddha, don't speak nonsense. Now, the world is about to be created. There can't be any disobedience. The present Buddha sighed slightly. The past Buddha's expression stiffened slightly, then he smiled bitterly. Rokudo Shinkuin wants to kill the heavens? No, it's going to start soon. I know for sure. Besides, that Rokudo Shinkuin also knows that I came back from 800,000 years ago. Will he come to silence me? Buddha, I want to see your evil body. Please let me see your evil body. The past Buddha begged bitterly. See my evil body? What? The present Buddha was surprised. The future Buddha was also at a loss. The past Buddha refused to say, but he suddenly knelt down. Buddha, I beg you, let me see your evil body. It's too late. My life is hanging by a thread. No, your life is hanging by a thread too. Let me see him. Otherwise, my soul mountain holy land, no, my soul mountain sect is finished. The past Buddha said anxiously. The present Buddha and the future Buddha looked at the past Buddha blankly. At this moment, there was a sudden shout from the outside world. Samsara requests to see the third Buddha of the Soul Mountain sect. The shout passed through the Soul Mountain sect's array and into the sect. Rokudo Shinkuin? The future Buddha was slightly startled. The past Buddha's expression changed drastically. Buddha, quick, come out. That Rokudo Shinkuin is here to destroy my sect. Quick, quick, quick. The past Buddha screamed. Above the vast sea, a black cat was playing in the sea. Fish, fish, do you want to be eaten by me? If you eat me, you will be released from purgatory. You will become a human in your next life. Those who want to be eaten by me, come with me. The black cat looked at the sea and shouted. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a large number of fish chased after the black cat excitedly. Meow, I'll eat whoever catches me. Come, come, meow. The black cat laughed and shuttled back and forth in the sea. Eating fish? That was also a form of fun. As the black cat ran, the rolling fishes scrambled to pounce on it, all so that the black cat could eat them. Meow, meow, meow. The black cat walked happily. It was a happy cat with no scheming thoughts. But just as the black cat was running away, meow. The black cat's hair stood on end as a huge threat shrouded its body. In an instant, the surrounding seawater surged, but it could not stop the energy that rushed towards its body. Buzz. The black cat shivered and stood on the sea motionless. Its originally bright face suddenly became distorted. After a while, the black cat suddenly woke up. But at this moment, the black cat's smile was gone, replaced by endless hatred. Puff, puff, puff. The surrounding fish swam quickly, obviously wanting the black cat to fulfill its promise of being eaten. Scram, the sky is falling. Who has the time to eat you? Meow. The black cat suddenly showed a violent expression. 4 old fellas, come and find me, quick, come and find me, the sky is falling, someone wants to kill the sky. The black cat suddenly showed a ferocious expression and roared. Yo, little black cat, you're not naive anymore? Suddenly, a voice came from the void. Ha, Mao Tianyun, you can give up, I won't believe you. Pooey, you little black cat, you're always fooling around, be careful, the heavens will take away your tricks. Ha ha, this is the biggest joke I've heard this year. 4 different voices came from all directions. When the voices came, the black cat's face froze. The other 4 mythical beasts did not believe it at all. Heavens above, Tianyun has a report. Meow. Mao Tianyun suddenly roared to the sky. But there was no response from the sky. Little black cat, stop shouting, the heavens are helping Rokudo Shinkuin investigate the outer space, how can they hear your voice? The world is about to be created, how can they have time to care about you? You'd better eat your little fish, ha. A voice came. Create the world? Create my ass, the 6th Tao is a liar, he has deceived everyone. Mao Tianyun roared. But at this moment, the voices in the surroundings seemed to have disappeared, the voices of the other 4 mythical beasts could not be heard. Mao Tianyun's black hair stood on end and he looked at the sea not far away with a ferocious expression. A man in a Taoist robe stood on the surface of the sea. His hair was combed into a high bun. He looked at Mao Tianyun with a compassionate expression. Cat God, it was easy to find you. The man in the Taoist robe smiled. Rokudo Shinkuin? Meow. The black cat suddenly roared with a ferocious expression. Yes, it was comfortable to be imprisoned for 800,000 years, right? Ah. Rokudo Shinkuin laughed. As he laughed, the surrounding sea suddenly emitted a thick fog, as though it was isolated from the outside world. North of the divine continent, on a huge island in the East Sea. On a mountain. Swoosh. Suddenly, a ray of rainbow light fell from the sky. Bam. With a loud sound, the ray of rainbow light seemed to wrap around a figure and crash to the ground. What happened? Someone fell from the sky. Which sect is this lad from? How could he fall from the sky after learning to fly? Ah. Many people surrounded the huge crater in the middle of the laughter. The person in the crater was none other than Gu Hai. Gu Hai rubbed his slightly dizzy head and slowly flew out of the huge pit that was shrouded in smoke. Old man Guanxi? Game. Only 1 year? 800,000 years ago? Gu Hai rubbed his temples and frowned as he tried to recall what had happened. When Gu Hai flew out, he was surrounded by people. Ha, look, he is stunned from the fall. What an idiot. Did he fall from the sky? I want to tell Senior that this is the first time I saw someone fall from the sky after learning to fly. Everyone laughed, but Gu Hai was gradually waking up. He patted the dust off his body and looked at the people around him. No one was familiar with him. Tong Tian, Kong Xian, Ao Shun, Shengwan Hen, Mo Yike were all gone? Was he the only one left? Fortunately, his cultivation was still there and he was not missing an arm or a leg. Where is this? Gu Hai frowned and looked at the people in front of him. Chapter 791. Where am I? Gu Hai frowned and looked at the crowd in front of him. Where? Aha, this kid is confused. Who knows him? The crowd laughed. Whoosh. At this moment, Gu Hai's mind was completely clear. He took a step forward and slowly flew into the sky. He flew high up in the sky and looked around. The vast land with mountains and rivers was extremely vast. It was very strange to suddenly be in this place. What year is it now? Gu Hai looked at the group of people below who were waiting to see a joke. What year is it? Are you confused? Look, your scar hasn't healed yet and you're flying again. Someone laughed. Gu Hai ignored the crowd. Do you know Rokudo Shinkuin or Long Zhanghua? Who have you heard of? The crowd was slightly stunned. Long Zhanghua? What's that? Are you stupid? Don't you remember Rokudo Shinkuin? Kid, why are you asking about Rokudo Shinkuin? Did you receive a great favor from him? The merciful and compassionate Rokudo Shinkuin. Haven't you heard of him? The crowd scolded. However, Gu Hai's heart suddenly sank. Is it true? Did old man Guanxi really bring me back to 600,000 years ago? What a powerful law of time. What a terrifying power. You want us to kill Rokudo Shinkuin? Stop him from defying the heavens? Destroy Rokudo Shinkuin's ambitions at the source? But looking at the crowd, they seemed to worship Rokudo Shinkuin like crazy. It was as if they had been brainwashed. Does Rokudo Shinkuin have such great charm? No, Rokudo Shinkuin also has our memories, especially the 9th young master in Guqin. When they fused with the Samsara's body, they could sense my location once every 10 days. Even if we are here to destroy his heaven-defying plan, he will definitely search the entire world for us. Gu Hai's expression darkened. Which sect is the biggest here? Gu Hai shouted. Sect? Which sect is the biggest? Everyone was stunned. Boom. Gu Hai suddenly emitted a strong aura. The might of the 8th layer of the Middle Celestial Palace was not something that ordinary cultivators could compare to. Immediately, the group of cultivators turned ashen from the pressure. Just a moment ago he was still mocking this person for not being able to fly, but this person actually had such strength? Everyone's hearts trembled. Under Gu Hai's aura they felt a sense of despair. It was as if Gu Hai could turn them into meat paste with just a pinch of his hand. Which sect is the biggest here? Where is it? Gu Hai asked coldly. 500,000 li to the east. The Purple Jade Sect. The Purple Jade Sect is the biggest. There. A cultivator said with an ashen face. Purple Jade Sect? Gu Hai did not hesitate. His figure flickered and he shot into the distance. Boom. He instantly disappeared from his original spot. The cultivators who were previously suppressed by Gu Hai's aura fell to the ground, paralyzed. Their faces were filled with horror. In the sky above the Purple Jade Sect, a large amount of golden providence floated. At the entrance of the Purple Jade Palace, a man in purple robes looked at the great array in the sky with great satisfaction. Congratulations, Sect Master, for obtaining this great array. With this great array, our Purple Jade sect can rise to the next level. A disciple in robes said with a smile. That's right. Our Purple Jade sect has been a sect for a long time. Among the 36 sects in this area, our Purple Jade sect is the strongest. We already have as many as 5 middle celestial palaces in our sect. Our providence has also accumulated to the point of condensing divine objects. We only lack a great array. Now that Sect Master has obtained this great array, our Purple Jade sect can finally be promoted to a middle sect. Another disciple in robes said with a smile. The Purple Jade sect Master nodded. A trace of satisfaction flashed in his eyes as he said, "We still have to avoid Rokudo Shinkuen." During the last Boa conference, Rokudo Shinkuen led us to save countless refugees and behead a group of demons. Actually, I did not contribute much. However, Rokudo Shinkuen still gave us sect masters a great array each. Rokudo Shinkuen is truly benevolent. Even a heavenly palace would not be able to break this purple smoke net great array, right? A disciple said with a smile. Of course. The purple smoke net great array is one of the strongest Godao formations. Even a heavenly palace's 3rd floor can forget about breaking it. The Purple Jade sect master said proudly. Buzz. Just at this moment, a strong wind suddenly blew above the great array. A black-robed figure suddenly appeared in the air. It was Guhai, who had arrived shortly. Who is it? Who dares to be so impudent in the Purple Jade sect? A Purple Jade sect disciple shouted coldly. High in the air, Guhai coldly looked down at the purple smoke net great array. A Godao formation? Not bad. Guhai smiled faintly. Then he stepped forward and charged towards the great array. Stop right there. If you still don't stop, the great array will tear you to pieces. A Purple Jade sect disciple shouted coldly. However, Guhai ignored him, continuing to step into the great array. Humph! You're courting death. Activate the formation. Someone shouted. Buzz. Suddenly, strands of purple smoke appeared outside the great array. It looked like a large fog surging towards Guhai. The Purple Jade sect master said coldly, Brat, you are reckless. I'll let you have a taste of the might of the purple smoke net great array. Buzz. Buzz. As the purple fog surged over, it looked very beautiful. However, everyone knew that this beautiful fog contained a horrifying corrosive power. Even those who entered Heavenly Palace for the first time would instantly turn into a puddle of blood if they were enveloped by it. Sect Master, that reckless thing should have turned into a puddle of blood by now, right? A disciple said with a cold smile. The Purple Jade sect master nodded and was about to say something. Buzz. However, the Purple Jade sect master saw a figure walking out of the fog in the distance. It was Guhai. The purple fog strangely surrounded Guhai, but it did not touch Guhai at all. Guhai stepped forward and arrived inside the ritual array. What? Impossible. A group of Purple Jade sect disciples said in shock. Is there a problem with the great array? A cultivator said in surprise. He extended his hand and threw a huge rock into the purple fog. Buzz, 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 buzz. The huge rock was immediately corroded, letting out a sound of destruction. It's not a problem with the great array? The crowd said in shock. Who is the sect master? Guhai asked in a deep voice. Time was of the essence. Guhai did not want to waste any more time here. Therefore, he stepped into the great array as a reminder to the Purple Jade sect to not engage in unnecessary conflict. Perhaps the Purple Jade sect master himself did not realize how terrifying the purple smoke net was. He was still angry at Guhai for entering the great array so easily. He looked at Guhai with a gloomy expression. Who are you? How dare you barge into my Purple Jade sect? You are the sect master? Very well, I have something to look for you for. Guhai stepped forward and flew over. Impudent. The Purple Jade sect master glared. Brat, do you know that trespassing into my Purple Jade sect is a crime punishable by death? Men, take him down. The Purple Jade sect master said with a cold glint in his eyes. Yes. Immediately, a group of Purple Jade sect disciples soared into the sky as if they were going to capture Guhai. Guhai frowned and looked at the Purple Jade sect master strangely. Isn't this sect master feeling too good about himself? I already broke your Go formation. Do you still think that I am a pushover? Guhai extended his hand and gently pinched it. It felt like he was pinching a thin purple thread. Guhai used his Go skills to connect to the purple smoke net formation. The laws of the Go Dao did not disappear 800,000 years ago. Gu Hai's Go skills allowed him to control the power of the laws easily. Controlling the purple smoke net formation was even easier. Then Xiaoqun gently pulled on the thin purple thread. Boom. Purple mist suddenly surged out of the purple smoke net formation and swept in all directions with a loud boom. Ching, 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 ching. The surrounding buildings visibly melted the moment they came into contact with the purple fog. Some experts took out their sabers and swords to attack. Manifested palm strikes landed. Ching, ching, ching. The sabers and swords instantly melted. The manifested palm strikes shattered. One of the central heavenly palaces even landed a palm strike. The corrosive purple fog did not seem to be able to resist at all. The purple fog enveloped the entire purple jade sect in an instant. However, Gu Hai's control was extremely precise. When the purple fog was 1 foot away from everyone, it suddenly stopped. All the purple jade sect disciples showed horrified expressions, not daring to move. The purple smoke net formation instantly captured everyone in the sect. No one dared to breathe loudly, showing horrified expressions. Their lives were in Gu Hai's hands now. Even the purple jade palace instantly melted. The group of purple jade sect experts was trapped in the plaza, showing horrified expressions. The purple jade sect master did not dare to move, showing a horrified expression. At this moment, the purple jade sect master finally understood how powerful the purple smoke net formation was. However, the person before him was even more powerful. So you're a Go master? A senior W, what are you trying to do? Who sent you here? You should at least give me an explanation before I die. The purple jade sect master said with a horrified expression. Senior, please spare us. The others knelt in horror. I already said that I have something to ask of you. I want something from you. Gu Hai shook his head. You want my purple jade sect guarding treasure, the purple jade book? Fine, I'll give it to you. However, don't harm my purple jade sect disciples. The purple jade sect master said with an unsightly expression. Sect master, you can't. Sect master, the purple jade book is the foundation of our sect. At most, we'll just fight it out with him. A few purple jade sect disciples immediately said anxiously. However, the purple jade sect master ignored them. A look of despair appeared on his face. He only hoped that this person would not kill them to silence them after obtaining the purple jade book. Who said I want the purple jade book? Gu Hai was slightly startled. The surrounding people's expressions stiffened. The purple jade sect master was also at a loss. What do you want? My sect has no other treasures. I want a map of this world, a detailed map. That's all. Gu Hai said solemnly. The purple jade sect master. The purple jade sect disciples. Did we hear wrong? Gu Hai waved his hand, and the surrounding purple mist immediately disappeared. No one was injured, but many buildings were corroded. I only controlled this purple smoke net formation to calm you down. Sorry for the offense. Sect Master Purple Jade, you're the largest sect in this area, so you must have the deepest understanding of the world. The map of your sect should be the most detailed, right? Do you have it? Gu Hai said solemnly. The Purple Jade sect master was dumbfounded. You caused such a big commotion just to ask for a map? Do you have it? Gu Hai asked again. Yes, senior, inside. This way please, I'll go get it right away. The Purple Jade sect master looked at the corroded Purple Jade palace in front of him and said strangely. Chapter 792. At the Purple Jade sect. Gu Hai frowned deeply as he looked at the map that the Purple Jade sect master sent over. The map from 800,000 years ago had changed tremendously compared to 800,000 years later. Of course, Xiaoqun could still make out the general outline. The divine continent remained the same. Only the mountains and rivers had changed and some sects were in different locations. Gu Hai should still be in the Thousand Island Sea region of the past. However, this place was not the Thousand Island Sea region but a massive continent. Gu Hai's expression changed as he recalled what old man Guanqi said earlier. Everyone returned to the place of birth? The place of birth? Xiaoqun was not born in this world. However, his current location should be the place where he first transmigrated to the divine continent. Then what about the others? After silently memorizing the map, Gu Hai looked at the Purple Jade sect disciples at the side. At first, everyone had their doubts. However, when they realized that Gu Hai was really studying the map, they immediately felt like they were in a disaster. Could it be that this senior was in closed-door cultivation for several hundred years? Was the Purple Jade Sect unlucky? Gu Hai looked at the Purple Jade Sect master and said after taking a deep breath, "I am very sorry for the damage I caused to your sect earlier." No. Senior, it's just some grass and trees. It's nothing much." The Purple Jade Sect master immediately smiled apologetically. The Purple Jade Sect master did not have the guts to ask this senior to compensate. "How about this? I'll help you perfect this Go Dao ritual array as an apology," Gu Hai said solemnly. Everyone felt slightly stunned. However, they saw Gu Hai extend his hand. Ling Su nodded. Rumble. The purple smoke net formation immediately began to tremble, and one could faintly see a few purple threads appear. Buzz. All of a sudden the formation faded and disappeared. Previously one could still see traces of purple smoke. Now it seemed like they did not exist. Gu Hai extended his hand and sprinkled some ink on a piece of paper. Immediately, a large number of diagrams and words appeared on the paper. "I helped you increase the might of your Go Dao ritual array fivefold. This is the array diagram. Study it yourself." Gu Hai handed over the array diagram. Okay. Sect Master Ziyu took it in a daze. "Farewell." Gu Hai shouted coldly. Swish. In an instant, Gu Hai soared into the sky and disappeared into thin air. Everyone watched as Gu Hai left. Then they anxiously looked at the array diagram in Sect Master Purple Jade's hand. For a moment, strange expressions appeared on their faces. Sect Master Purple Jade studied it a little and found that the current formation map was indeed powerful. 5 times? As long as he grasped it, not to mention the 3rd level of the Celestial Palace, even the 5th level would not be able to return. Some plants and buildings? How much are these things worth? This array diagram was a priceless treasure. In fact, even the Purple Jade book couldn't compare to this formation diagram. He had originally thought that it was a calamity, but now it was a blessing from the heavens. "Sect Master, should we request Rokudo Shinkuin to kill that person?" a disciple asked softly. "Idiot. My Purple Jade sect didn't lose anything. Also, inform everyone that what happened today is not to mention it to anyone. Otherwise don't blame me for being impolite." Sect Master Ziyu shouted coldly. "Yes." The group of disciples responded. Gu Hai flew quickly in the sky. However, his mind was working quickly. "Now, I have to find the others as soon as possible. Where is Tong Tian from the Jie school in the limitless celestial capital?" There was no need to find him. If he wanted to hide, no one would be able to find him. Even if he went, he would definitely have left. Shengwanhen? He didn't know where he was born. Moreover, he had the 72 transformations, so he should be safe. With Mo Yike's wisdom, he should be able to keep himself safe. Now, only Ao Shun and Kong Xian were left. Ao Shun was definitely in the North Sea Dragon Palace. The current dragon supremacy should be Ao Tianwang's previous life. Father and son should be able to cover for each other. As for Kong Xian, he must be in the Peacock Tribe's encampment, near the Solar Divine Palace. It would be the easiest to find him. Then let's find Kong Xian first. Gu Hai's eyes flashed. Whoosh. Gu Hai quickly flew towards the Peacock Tribe's encampment. On the Divine Continent, beside a sea near the Solar Divine Palace. Boom. Kong Xian was like a meteor, smashing into the ground with a loud bang. Screech. Screech. Immediately, a large group of peacocks surrounded the meteor. Each of them had a ferocious expression as they stared at the object that fell from the sky. Kong Xian rubbed his head and climbed out of the ruins. Who are you? Who are you? A huge peacock suddenly shouted angrily. Kong Xian's mind was a little clearer now. He looked up at the ferocious peacocks outside. Although they were ferocious towards him, the peacock did not blame him at all. This was a peacock. After 800,000 years, he was the peacock supremacy. He protected the peacock tribe. Why would he be angry for the peacocks now? The Southwest Peacock King just died and we can't find the murderer yet. Now this person is of unknown origin. There must be something wrong. That's right, take him down. No one dares to humiliate our peacock tribe like this. The group of peacocks was furious. Suddenly the leading peacock flapped its wings. Whoosh. A ray of green light suddenly appeared, like a long whip lashing towards Kong Xian. You've already cultivated the green light? Not bad. Kong Xian said with a smile. When the green light was about to hit him, Kong Xian suddenly flicked his finger. Bang. The cyan light whip suddenly exploded. Wow, Big Brother's green divine light, what's wrong? The group of peacocks suddenly looked like they were facing a great enemy. Screech. Kong Xian let out a long cry of a peacock and swung his hand. Boom. Suddenly, the five-colored divine light was thrown out, directly towards the group of peacocks. The group of peacocks suddenly screamed, the threat of death looming over them. However, the five-colored divine light did not touch any peacock, and the group of peacocks was unharmed. The five-colored divine light disappeared. The group of peacocks were not afraid, instead they were overjoyed. Was that the five-colored divine light? Only an elder can use it? Elder? Greetings to the elder, we have been impolite. The group of peacocks immediately bowed respectfully. Find me a set of clothes. Kong Xian said lightly. Yes. Immediately the group of peacocks flew away, quickly found clothes for Kong Xian, and helped Kong Xian to bathe and change his clothes. The elder of the peacock tribe, the peacocks naturally followed his orders. After bathing and changing his clothes, Kong Xian stepped on a mountain peak and looked around. The group of peacocks behind him reported to Kong Xian. 800,000 years ago? They're indeed back. Kong Xian squinted his eyes and looked around. Elder, what did you say? A peacock beside him asked blankly. This is a small tribe of the peacock tribe? Hee, the sea has turned into mulberry fields, everything has changed. I wonder how the peacock tribe is doing now. Kong Xian's eyes flashed with a trace of worry. After all, after 800,000 years, the peacock tribe had withered greatly. Elder, you have been in seclusion for a long time, right? Our peacock tribe is now a large tribe of birds. In this world, only the phoenix tribe is comparable to us. How can our peacock tribe compare to the other tribes? Moreover, our peacock tribe can produce a super divine peacock every 10,000 years, ensuring the prosperity of our peacock tribe. The peacock behind him laughed. Super divine peacock? Kong Xian frowned. Why haven't I heard of this before? What's super divine peacock? Elder, you don't know? Cut the crap, tell me. Kong Xian frowned. Oh, super divine peacock can cultivate the six-colored divine light. The sixth color. The sixth color? Yes, Elder's five-colored divine light can destroy all things, but when the sixth color is cultivated, it can tear apart the reincarnation cycle. It can destroy anything, even the phoenix tribe doesn't dare to compete with our peacock tribe. Now Jizun has the six-colored divine light. He is the super divine peacock. The peacock explained. Six-colored divine light? Kong Xian frowned slightly, this was the first time he had heard of it. Unfortunately, Jizun's time is up, he is about to reincarnate. I don't know why, but recently the peacock tribe has been attacked continuously, one peacock king after another was killed. The peacock said with an ugly expression. Oh. Kong Xian frowned slightly. Jizun has sent people to investigate, but the peacock tribe is in danger. Jizun? You said his time is up, what do you mean? Kong Xian was puzzled. I heard that it might be in the next 2 months, but I don't know the details. The peacock sighed softly. So soon? Kong Xian was surprised. Yes, but my peacock tribe has a strong foundation, each of the elders is strong. Presumably, after 10,000 years, the next super divine peacock will be born. The peacock laughed. Is there a solar god temple nearby? Kong Xian was puzzled. Yes, the solar god temple has expanded greatly in recent years. They have 2 temple masters, one is called Tai Yi and the other is called Tai Chu. I heard that they are very strong, especially Tai Yi, who has subdued many beast kings with his strength. The peacock said. Screech. Help. In the distant sky, a giant peacock without any hair flew towards the depths of the peacock tribe's territory. Behind it was a golden-winged rock. The golden-winged rock's claw grabbed the peacock's back. The peacock couldn't escape, as if it was about to be caught. That's the peacock king in charge of Mao City. Not good, quickly save the Mao City peacock king. The crowd of peacocks cried out in alarm. But how could the surrounding peacocks be faster than the golden-winged rock? As the golden-winged rock soared into the sky, it flapped its wings and was already 90,000 miles away. Stop right there. Quickly inform the elders. Not good. Stop him. Countless peacocks cried out in alarm, but the golden-winged rock was too fast. No one could catch up. Kong Xian snorted coldly. Kong Xian took a step forward and moved. Boom. With terrifying speed, Kong Xian arrived before the golden-winged rock in almost an instant. Roar! The golden-winged rock's figure suddenly stopped, a look of shock on its face. Who are you? How dare you block my way? The golden-winged rock looked coldly at Kong Xian. Who I am is not important. What's important is that you made me angry. Kong Xian said with a ferocious expression. Who made you angry? You are courting death. The golden-winged rock grabbed the Mao City Peacock King with one claw and swiped at Kong Xian with the other. Kong Xian showed a ferocious expression and swung his hand. Swoosh! A ray of 5-colored divine light brushed past. Instantly, the 2 giant claws of the golden-winged rock were wiped clean and disappeared without a trace. Bang! Blood spurted out from the golden-winged rock's legs. The golden-winged rock's face contorted. My claws! You are dead meat. The golden-winged rock roared in pain as if it had something to rely on. Still not enough? Kong Xian said coldly. Swoosh! The 5-colored divine light flashed again. Instantly, one of the golden-winged rock's wings disappeared. Ah! The golden-winged rock retreated in pain. Again? Kong Xian sneered. Swoosh! Another ray of 5-colored divine light flashed. Chapter 793. Stop. 2 angry roars came from afar. It was a lion monster and a leopard monster, pouncing towards them from afar, bringing with them a strong gust of wind. Lion Wudi? Bao Yongqing? The peacock's expressions changed. Clearly these 2 monster kings were not small. Quick, come and save me, ah! The golden-winged rock screamed. Peacock tribe's elder? Who are you? Why don't I know you? Lion Wudi glared at Kong Xian. Cut the crap quick, kill him. Otherwise, if that old peacock finds out, we'll be in trouble. Bao Yongqing said with a ferocious expression. Humph, that old thing still has such a trump card, but today is the day you die. Lion Wudi roared. While speaking, Lion Wudi and Bao Yongqing pounced on Kong Xian. Elder, be careful, they can block the 5-colored divine light, be careful. The rescued Peacock King said anxiously. Kong Xian looked coldly at the 2 experts. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward. As soon as he took a step forward, black smoke emerged from Kong Xian's body, turning into a black wind that swept towards the 2 experts. What? Lion Wudi and Bao Yongqing felt something was wrong. Roar! Kong Xian's eyes widened, and he opened his mouth wide. The black wind rolled and sucked the 2 experts into his mouth. Ah, not good, run. Lion Wudi's expression changed. However, the suction force from Kong Xian's mouth was too strong, so strong that the 2 experts were unable to resist. In the blink of an eye, they were swallowed into Kong Xian's stomach. The surrounding peacock's expressions changed. Isn't this elder too strong? Lion Wudi and Bao Yongqing were famous monster kings who had killed countless peacocks. Now they were swallowed by the elder? How strong is this elder? After the initial shock, they were overjoyed because this was the peacock tribe's elder. The elder is mighty. The group of peacocks shouted excitedly. No, impossible, how? The golden-winged rock, whose legs and wings were broken, was shocked. Kong Xian turned his head and looked coldly at the golden-winged rock. I won't say anything. Even if you kill me, I won't say anything. The golden-winged rock's face suddenly shook. Kong Xian frowned slightly. Speak. I didn't ask you to tell me. Even if you tell me who ordered it, I don't know. However, the golden-winged great rock suddenly revealed a look of horror, as if it had even forgotten about its heavy injuries. Many thanks, elder. The Peacock King from before said gratefully. More and more peacocks flew over. Kong Xian frowned. Remember, you didn't see anything. Do you remember? The surrounding peacocks were slightly taken aback. They did not know what the elder meant, but they still nodded their heads vigorously. Elder, don't worry. We'll keep what happened just now to ourselves. Elder, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Yes, elder. All the peacocks replied in unison. Which city's Peacock King are you? Kong Xian looked at the rescued peacock and asked with a frown. Maoqing. I'm the Peacock King of Maoqing. In front of the elder, I'm not a king. Just call me Old Mao. The Maoqing Peacock King lowered his head in shame. Bring me to see the Peacock King. Kong Xian said solemnly. Ah. Old Mao was slightly taken aback. He then nodded and said, Yes, elder, please. Old Mao turned into a 500 feet tall peacock and grabbed the golden-winged rock. As he flew, Kong Xian stood on his head. Old Mao did not reject Kong Xian stepping on his head. The peacock race respected the strong, so old Mao was even more grateful to Kong Xian. As they flew towards the sea, they encountered more and more peacocks. The Mouching Peacock King, covered in blood, grabbed the golden winged rock, which attracted the attention of the other peacocks. At this moment, Kong Xian was surrounded by black energy. The peacocks could not see clearly, but it also attracted the curiosity of countless peacocks. Old Mao, what's going on? A few familiar peacocks flew over and asked with a smile. This golden-winged rock tried to kill me on the road. I suspect that it has something to do with the recent deaths of many peacock kings. I've captured it. The Mouching Peacock King said solemnly. Oh. All the peacocks looked at the golden-winged rock with cold expressions. Mouching Lord, hand him over to the disciplinary hall. We'll interrogate him. A peacock flew over with a cold expression. Thank you. The Mouching Peacock King nodded and threw the golden-winged rock to him. It's nothing, this is what we should do. So many city lords have died mysteriously. We were worried about where to start, but you've done us a great service. The disciplinary hall peacock said gratefully. Old Mao continued to fly towards the central island. Stop. Immediately, a group of peacocks blocked him. Everyone, I want to see Jizun. Old Mao said respectfully. Jizun is in seclusion and will not see any guests. Wait here, you can come back in 2 days when Jizun comes out of seclusion. The blocking peacock said solemnly. But, it's really a big matter, please make an exception, this concerns the safety of the peacock race. Old Mao said anxiously. The blocking peacock said impatiently, didn't you hear what I said? Not seeing any guests. Also, who is this person wrapped in black energy? You want to bring this unknown person to see Jizun. Don't you know the rules? Just as old Mao did not know how to explain, an old voice suddenly came from the island in the distance. Esteemed guest, please excuse me for not going out to meet you. Jizun. All the peacocks looked into the distance respectfully. Don't stop, let the esteemed guest come. The old voice said solemnly. Yes. All the peacocks respectfully stepped aside. Old Mao looked around blankly, then brought Kong Xian to a huge plaza on the island. Around the plaza, a large number of peacock guards looked at Kong Xian, who was wrapped in black energy, with suspicion. Kong Xian stepped on old Mao's head and walked on the plaza with a strange look in his eyes. Peacock Shrine? Kong Xian's eyes flashed with surprise. Esteemed guest, please forgive me, this old man can't move, please enter the palace yourself. Other peacocks, stand guard outside, no one is allowed to disturb me. The old voice came from the palace. Yes. The group of peacock race experts outside the palace said respectfully. Kong Xian stepped into the peacock palace. Quang. The door of the palace closed with a loud bang. Kong Xian saw a green-robed old man sitting on a chair in the center of the palace, emitting a foul stench. Cough, 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 this old man is a bit sloppy, please forgive me. The green-robed old man smiled bitterly. 5 decay of the heavens? You are really at the end of your lifespan. Kong Xian frowned. As he spoke, the black aura around Kong Xian suddenly dissipated, revealing his original appearance. The green-robed old man stared at Kong Xian, a trace of suspicion flashed in his eyes. I have seen all the heavenly palace experts of the peacock race, but I have never seen you before. The monstrous demonic aura around you is rare in this world. More importantly, why is there the peacock god in your body? Screech. A peacock cry came from Kong Xian's forehead. Kong Xian's forehead emitted endless green light, and a transparent peacock flew out from between his eyebrows. After flying for a while, it returned to Kong Xian's forehead. I am also the sovereign of the peacock race. Kong Xian said solemnly. The green-robed old man's eyes lit up, and tears of excitement gushed out of his eyes. Ha, cough, cough, ha, the heavens didn't destroy my peacock race, the heavens didn't destroy my peacock race. The green-robed old man's eyes were filled with joy. Senior, what do you mean by this? Kong Xian asked solemnly. This old man had a dream not long ago. In the dream, my peacock race was on the verge of destruction. This old man sacrificed a month's worth of life to seek an audience with Senior Fushi using the peacock god. The result was the same as in my dream. These days I was ready to dismiss the peacock race, but unexpectedly, a variable like you appeared. I don't know where you came from, but it's no longer important to me. You're here, the peacock race is saved. The green-robed old man said excitedly. Kong Xian frowned slightly, shaking his head. I may disappoint you. Even if I'm here, I may not be able to help you. I won't be here for long. The green-robed old man's face stiffened. Kang Xian looked at the green-robed old man in silence. Can I trust you? This old man's heart is for the peacock race. As long as it benefits the peacock race, I will do everything I can. Solemnly, the green-robed old man said. No, I want to test your peacock god. Kang Xian said solemnly. The old man did not hesitate, and a large amount of green light emerged from his glabella. A peacock god bigger and brighter than the one that appeared from Kang Xian's glabella appeared. Cast the curse. Solemnly the old man said to Huang Xiaolong. Letting Kang Xian cast the curse was the peacock race's secret technique. It was to entrust one's life to the other in order to gain the other's trust. Kang Xian pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Forget it, I trust you. The peacock god flew back into the old man's glabella. I'm not calling you senior as a compliment but a fact. Maybe you're one of my ancestors. Solemnly Kang Xian said. This old man only has 8 days left. If you have something to say, just say it. I'm about to die, you don't need to hold back. Solemnly the old man said. Senior, I came from 800,000 years in the future. At that time, the peacock race had already withered to a small demonic beast race. My talent was good, and my cultivation speed was fast enough to support the peacock race. Otherwise, the peacock race would have been wiped out long ago. My name is Kang Xian, Supreme Peacock from 800,000 years in the future. Solemnly Kang Xian said solemnly. 800,000 years in the future? The old man was slightly stunned as if he did not believe it. Kang Xian was not in a hurry, and waited for the old man to straighten out his thoughts. After a while, the old man's eyes slowly returned to normal, but the way he looked at Kang Xian was different. There was a trace of sorrow and relief in his eyes. Can you tell me what happened in the future? Solemnly the old man asked. Kang Xian nodded and described everything that he knew to Zhang Xian. Ha ha ha, the peacock race has actually withered to this point? Rokudo Shinkuan? The merciful Rokudo Shinkuan? Yee. Cough cough cough. The old man coughed out blood. This old man can't do it anymore, I can't stop the Dominator. How many days of life do I have left? Ah, what a sin. The old man said with an ugly expression. Senior, you don't have to be like this, just reincarnate, maybe? Kang Xian comforted him. Reincarnate? Haha, reincarnate, as you said, is it useful for me to reincarnate? The Dominator controls reincarnation, even if I reincarnate, I will be devoured by him, sigh. The old man sighed slightly. Everything depends on effort. Nothing is certain yet. Kang Xian said solemnly. The old man suddenly looked at Kang Xian. I'm on the verge of death, but this generation of the peacock race lacks a strong peacock king. You came at the right time, help me lead the peacock race and I will pass on my position to you, my peacock god will also merge with your god. Chapter 794. On the 4th day of Gu Hai's flight, he passed by a city and asked around to confirm his location. Before he even entered the city, he was recognized by a group of people. That's him, the one Rokudo Shinkuan is looking for, that's him. Suddenly, a person shouted in surprise. Oh? Gu Hai's face darkened. Ha ha, that's him, Rokudo Shinkuan's enemy? Quick, inform everyone to catch him and return Rokudo Shinkuan's kindness. Suddenly, a person rushed over excitedly. Behind him, countless experts immediately rushed over from all directions. Gu Hai's face darkened, and the central celestial palace's aura suddenly erupted. Boom! The powerful aura of the human soul and earth soul caused most of the people rushing over to vomit blood. Only 3 people managed to get close to him. Not good, quick, inform the sect. Release the signal. Whoosh! 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 Streaks of light shot into the sky, and more experts rushed over from afar. Gu Hai looked at the 3 people with a gloomy face. I don't want to make things difficult for you. Humph, if you continue to pester me, don't blame me for being impolite. Gu Hai stepped forward, ignoring the crowd and shooting into the distance. Don't let him get away, quick, catch him. The 3 people did not give up and chased after him, thinking that Gu Hai was afraid. In a short while, another 4 streaks of light shot over. The 7 central celestial palaces experts chased after Gu Hai, heading deep into the mountains. In a deserted forest, Gu Hai paused, turned around and rushed toward the 7 people. Boom boom boom. In almost an instant, the 7 people were like cannonballs, kicked into the ground by Gu Hai, creating huge craters. You lied to us? The 7 people vomited blood and looked at Gu Hai in shock. Gu Hai's face was gloomy. How did you get my portrait? It's only the 4th day. Hatred appeared on the faces of the 7 people, but they still refused to speak. However, Gu Hai's methods were not something that the 7 of them could withstand. After 2 hours, the 7 of them explained the situation. Rokudo Shinkuin said that we are from the evil cult's future sect? You have a life and death grudge with him, so you should report to him as soon as you discover us heretics? Gu Hai said with a gloomy expression. Yes, and your portraits. Very soon all the cities in the divine continent will know about you. None of you will be able to escape. Going against Rokudo Shinkuin is going against the whole world. You won't be able to escape. One of them said with a ferocious expression. What a wicked person complaining first. Ah, the whole world is hunting us down? Gu Hai's face was ferocious. Amateus Buddha, so there really is one here. A Buddhist chant rang out above Gu Hai's head. Gu Hai jerked his head up and saw a monk glowing with golden light looking coldly at Gu Hai. The Vajra Buddha of the Vajra Temple? Good Samaritan for 10 lifetimes, Vajra Buddha? Save me. That's great. Vajra Buddha has been good for 10 lifetimes and cultivated the Buddha golden body. He will definitely be able to take down this demon. The 7 of them were pleasantly surprised. Gu Hai felt a trace of threat from this Vajra Buddha. Good Samaritan for 10 lifetimes? Gu Hai's expression darkened. Evil creature, surrender and follow me to see Rokudo Shinkuin. This Buddha will ensure your safety. The Vajra Buddha said coldly. Oh, you are also Rokudo Shinkuin's lackey? Gu Hai's expression darkened. This poor monk owes the dominator of the 6 paths a favor, and if I don't return the favor, my heart is filled with demons. Only by capturing you and returning the favor can I become a true Buddha. Come with me. What if I don't? Gu Hai said coldly. Then don't blame me for being heartless. Rokudo Shinkuin once said that it doesn't matter whether you live or die. The Vajra Buddha said coldly. It doesn't matter whether I live or die. Samsara, it seems like I can't stay here for long. Gu Hai said coldly as he shot up into the sky. Where do you think you are going? Mighty Vajra palm. The Vajra Buddha struck at Gu Hai with his palm. 5 cycles. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold as he turned around and slashed with his life extinguisher saber. Boom. A dazzling purple light burst out from the saber and slashed at the Vajra Buddha. Dang. There was a loud noise and a dazzling golden light. Gu Hai was pushed back. There was only a faint mark on the Vajra Buddha's palm. How dare you, demon? The Vajra Buddha glared. Gu Hai did not have time to waste on him. He shot up into the sky and shot into the distance. Amateus Buddha, where do you think you are going? The Vajra Buddha chased after him. Gu Hai's face darkened. This Vajra Buddha had a strong body. The life extinguisher saber could not cut through his skin? Was he a saint of 10 lifetimes? Was he a golden body of merit? He chased after him ferociously. Treasure, please turn around. Gu Hai shouted. Immortal slaying flying saber? The Vajra Buddha's expression changed. Immovable Vajra. Dang. The immortal slaying flying saber hit the Vajra Buddha's neck and bounced back. However, it did not cut through the Vajra Buddha's head. Demon, I have the indestructible Vajra body. Do you think you can kill me? The Vajra Buddha glared. Boom. The vine world gourd appeared and countless vines wrapped around the Vajra Buddha. Boom. The Vajra Buddha tore at the vines and instantly shattered them. Monk, are you not going to let me off the hook? Gu Hai said with a gloomy expression. Rokudo Shinkuin said that demons like you are the best at deceiving people with lies and deceiving them. I choose not to listen. The Vajra Buddha said coldly. Not listening? What if you are wrong? Gu Hai said in a low voice. I believe in Rokudo Shinkuin. The whole world believes in him. The Vajra Buddha said coldly. Stubborn. He is a demon. Monk, don't force me. Gu Hai said with a ferocious expression. Today I will subdue the demon. I must force you. The Vajra Buddha said coldly. Gu Hai stopped in a mountainous area where there were few people. Old monk, 10 lifetimes of doing good is still a foolish thing. You asked for it. Don't blame me for being heartless. Gu Hai said with a ferocious expression. Demon, although you are strange, your cultivation is only at the middle celestial palace level. Your flying speed is not as fast as mine. You can't escape. The Vajra Buddha said coldly. Then let's see who is stronger. Gu Hai showed a ferocious expression. He swung the life-extinguishing saber again. Sixth cycle. The saber swung and purple light filled the world. The 1,000-meter-long energy saber seemed to cut the world in half as it ferociously descended. At this moment, the Vajra Buddha's expression finally changed. This saber strike was too powerful. He took out a Vajra pestle. It crashed into the sky. Boom. There was a loud sound and the Vajra pestle created a large amount of sparks. A huge crack appeared on the Vajra pestle amid the sparks. The Vajra Buddha's body froze. What powerful strength! Even the third heaven celestial palace level is not as strong as you. You are indeed powerful. The Vajra Buddha immediately charged at Guhai. Sixth cycle. Vajra pestle. Boom. The Vajra pestle and the life-extinguishing saber clashed again. The Vajra Buddha attacked Guhai with his palm at the same time. You have a strong physical body, but I'm not weak either. Guhai showed a ferocious expression and countered with a karate chop. Guhai struck with his karate chop, and a saber domain appeared around him. He executed the fifth cycle with his karate chop and brazenly clashed with the large monk's palm again. Boom. The two separated. Guhai's expression was gloomy. The large monk also retreated and there was a mark on his palm. The Vajra Buddha's expression was gloomy. What a strong physical body, demon. So what if it's strong? My Vajra Temple's secret treasure, the 1,000-hand Vajra platform appear. The Vajra Buddha shouted. Buzz. A layer of golden light suddenly appeared under the Vajra Buddha's feet. The ground around him instantly turned golden as if it was a golden world. The Vajra Buddha stood there with 1,000 palms behind him. Suddenly he struck at Guhai. With one strike, 1,000 golden palms with the same power as the previous one struck toward him. The overwhelming number of palms seemed to have sealed off all of Guhai's escape routes. At that moment, Guhai suddenly realized that a little medicine boy not far away was staring at him in horror. Monk, stop. Guhai stared. The life-extinguishing saber in his hand executed the sixth cycle again. Boom. More than 900 of the 1,000 palms exploded, but there were still dozens of golden palms that brazenly arrived in front of Guhai. One palm was enough to make Guhai suffer, but now there were dozens of them. If Guhai received them with all his might, the little medicine boy would be killed. At that moment, Guhai reached out and waved his hand. A gust of wind immediately blew the little medicine boy into the distance. However, it was also because of this pause that Guhai did not have time to counterattack. He could only form some bone spikes all over his body to defend himself. He faced the group of golden palms. Boom, boom, boom. The dozens of golden palms landed heavily on Guhai's body. Countless bone spikes shattered, and most of Guhai's clothes were torn. However, his strong physical body still managed to block them. Blarg. Guhai vomited a mouthful of blood. Clearly he was injured. Guhai's physical body was indeed strong. The dozens of palms could not do anything to him. The Vajra Buddha did not press the attack. Instead, he suddenly looked in shock at the unconscious little medicine boy in the distance. If not for Guhai saving him earlier, that little medicine boy would have been smashed into meat paste by the Vajra Buddha. Amateus. The Vajra Buddha felt a lingering fear. Great monk again. Guhai showed a ferocious expression, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Earlier, Xiaoqian had to protect the little medicine boy. Now he no longer had to. Although the Vajra Buddha was strong, it was not to the extent that he feared him. If not for the old monk's 10 lifetimes of kindness, Xiaoqian would have killed him earlier. However, the old monk was relentless. If this continued, the Vajra Buddha would definitely suffer. 10 lifetimes of kindness, 1 day of evil? That was still evil. Amateus, thanks to you earlier, this humble monk nearly made a grave mistake. The Vajra Buddha said. You still remember? Great monk, are you willing to listen to me now? Guhai asked. The Vajra Buddha nodded and said, Since you saved that child, I am willing to listen. Guhai nodded and did not say anything unnecessary. He described what happened 800,000 years ago. The Vajra Buddha listened without saying a word. Great monk, do you believe it? Guhai asked. No. The Vajra Buddha shook his head. Rokudo Shinkoin, you really brainwashed all of you thoroughly. Great monk, you are really stupid. Guhai said with a ferocious expression. Your story is very scary. However, this penniless monk's heart is as firm as a rock. I will not be swayed by your words. Since you saved that apprentice earlier, this penniless monk will give you 1 day. After 1 day I will hunt you down. Amateus. The Vajrabuddha said. Guhai stared at the Vajrabuddha. This was the first powerful person he met 800,000 years ago. He still had some powerful moves that he had not used. However, Guhai felt that this Vajrabuddha had not used his full strength. The Vajrabuddha did not believe him, but to atone for his sins, he would let Xiao Chen escape for 1 day. Escape? Guhai did not need to do that, but time was tight. He did not want to waste any more time. What a despicable game. Guhai turned around and left. 1 day was enough for him to leave the old monk's sight. The Vajrabuddha watched Guhai leave and frowned. Is what he said true? Rokudo Shinkuin wants to kill the heavens? No, how can I believe a demon's lies? Guhai's words were like an inner demon, constantly disturbing the Vajrabuddha's heart. The Vajrabuddha kept chanting sutras to suppress this inner demon. Unfortunately, this inner demon did not die for some reason. 1 day later, the Vajrabuddha looked at the sky. The inner demon is not extinguished. This demon is really good. Only by capturing him can I extinguish my inner demon. 1 day. This humble monk has a way to chase you down. You can't escape. Whoosh. The Vajrabuddha flew up and chased after Guhai. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.